This was definitely two sharp ends clashing. One was Huang. The other was an emperor clan's outstanding talent. Now that these two clashed, if life and death wasn't distinguished, not fighting until the heavens were in disorder and the earth dim, ghosts weeping and deities howling, then there was no way they would stop. The red-haired creature was full of confidence. A finger began to dig at his ear, full of contempt as he said, "I don't think I heard you too clearly the first time. Why don't you say it again?" This type of relaxed attitude, picking his ears in front of everyone, really was brash and unrestrained, not attaching any importance to Shihao. This was a type of humiliation and mockery. "Cut you down." Shihao's words were extremely concise. Only these words. Moreover, he began to move, quickly closing the distance, already about to reach him. "Fool, I gave you a chance, yet you didn't know to cherish it, actually daring to repeat yourself. Then just go on your way." The red-haired creature became hostile. His right arm moved, the long red hair moving, his palm giant and powerful, directly slapping over. After defeating 3 experts in succession, cutting Xian Kuan at the waist, capturing Immortal Academy's expert, and injuring Wang Shi, it made the red-haired creature look down on the people of this side more and more. He directly sent out a slap at Shihao's face. Definitely a type of humiliation. How could one be this domineering immediately after meeting? He was completely declaring through his actions that he was the most important and powerful person here. Shihao's eyes became deep, still just like before, restraining his aura, his body like a divine willow, swaying about with the wind, avoiding that palm. Chi! That red-haired creature's palm moved around, drawing out a curve through the air. It carried great Tao patterns, turning into a heaven and earth, suppressing downwards once again. This was similar to the world within the palm, a type of great divine ability. Are you still waiting for me to personally do it? If you have any intelligence, then just act on your own. I already don't have the patience, don't want to waste time, the red-haired creature said. Forget about Shihao. Even those observers clenched their teeth. He was too unbridled, really not attaching any importance to the young cultivators of this world, showing undisguised contempt. Hong! Right at this moment, Shihao erupted with power, fully unleashing his own inner treasury, all of his potential bursting out. He was immediately surrounded by a barrier of light, supporting the single heavenly passage. It was as if he was surrounded by a blazing golden sun, just too dazzling. At this moment, even the protector's descendant Dugu Yun felt a misconception, almost mistaking him for one of their bloodline's people. It was because right now, Shihao was surrounded by brilliance from his hair to his skin, from his head down to his feet, everything brilliant. Dazzling light shone gloriously, as if his body was cast from divine gold. He was like a creature who had golden blood flowing through him, turning completely golden from head to toe. After Shihao's single heavenly passage appeared, it quickly expanded, about to cover the entire red-haired creature within. You? At this moment, the foreign emperor clan's outstanding talent was shocked. He felt a great sense of danger, all of the blood-colored hair on his body standing on end, a layer of goosebumps appearing. In that instant, he displayed all types of divine abilities, great Tao patterns appearing densely, wishing to suppress Shihao and kill him here. Only, what left him horrified was that his magical force was scattering, divine abilities breaking down, all losing effectiveness. Magical force immunity. This time, Shihao really was angered, immediately using vicious methods. It was because the red-haired creature's words and actions went too far. Even a clay person had some internal heat, let alone someone like him, because he purposely concealed everything before, only now fully erupting. Shihao caught the red-haired creature unprepared, leaving him a bit stunned. Your divine ability is the innate skill of a certain emperor clan from my realm. He couldn't help but cry out, resisting with everything he had. In the foreign land, there was an emperor clan that relied on this to dominate the world, no one able to contend against them. This was their sect protecting extreme art, something that would change all experts' faces when they discussed it. Quite a few people already knew about this because when Mo Dao was subdued by Shihao, He had previously spoken about this in front of Heavenly Deity Institution's people. The red-haired creature didn't know the reputation of Huang, so right now he was naturally shocked. Huang! A Kuan-Peng fist smashed out. Heaven and earth became chaotic, golden divine feathers filling the sky, sure how smashing over with overwhelming divine ability power and fist strength. The red-haired creature's pupils contracted, now no longer daring to show the slightest bit of carelessness. He gathered all of his body's essence energy, frantically resisting. He knew that divine abilities were useless, so he could only rely on his powerful flesh strength. Hong! The great Tao rumbled, the noise absolutely deafening. Kuan-Peng symbols filled the skies, restraining his fist. His single heavenly passage also shone, stopping his body. The red-haired creature roared in fury. This type of feeling was too terrible. They had just begun fighting, yet he had his magical force neutralized, physical body locked down. Things were absolutely awful. Dong! Shurehao's fist smashed into the void. It was too vicious, directly smashing into the red-haired creature's face without any suspense, simple and powerful. Forget about the red-haired creature. Even the spectator's eyelids jumped, feeling pain in his place. This was just too fierce and hard, that cheek about to cave in. Pooh! The red-haired creature coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, half his face in intense pain. Flesh caved in, the pain unbearable. He had never experienced something like this before, having his face punched in front of everyone's faces. Ah! He screamed out, within it endless rage, as well as a type of sullenness. His head of long red hair stood up on end, eyes releasing blazing silver radiance. He really was angered badly. This was a type of humiliation, even more so a type of shame. The glorious, outstanding talent of an emperor clan was actually punched right in the face. This had never happened before. Not far out, the spectators, after experiencing the initial alarm, all released a breath of relief. This was an extremely refreshing feeling. It was just like how after the nervousness ended and a satisfactory result was seen, as if relieved from a burden. It was because the red-haired creature was too domineering, that type of overbearing behavior leaving many people furious, inwardly stifled. Now they all released a breath of negative energy. What are you screaming around for? Shureha berated, and then another fist smashed over. This time it was no longer the Kuan-Peng technique, but rather carried lightning. Electrical radiance pierced down streak after streak, erupting from his fist. Pong! This fist was too direct, firmly smashing the red-haired creature into the door, the heavy blow making him dizzy, almost knocking him out on the spot. Blood dripped from his face, his head a bit caved in, the intense pain making his silver eyes bloodshot, becoming almost scarlet red. However, what could he do? His divine abilities lost effects, and he was also restricted by the single heavenly passage. Even though he could still move, his body was sluggish, entering the most dangerous situation. Pai-pa sounds rang out continuously. Shurehao's fist smashed straight into his face. Not only did it carry the power of his flesh, there was also lightning, all of it completely erupting now. One could clearly see his head of scarlet hair charred black by the electrical arcs. As for that face, the hair even more so came off, producing a black face, a bit of a charred smell released. This type of emotional overload was too much. The red-haired creature almost fainted on the spot. He had never been humiliated like this, actually being beaten up violently in front of everyone's eyes. It was because what was the most excessive was that all of it struck him in the face. Moreover, this person was someone he had previously looked down on, showing great contempt. However, in the blink of an eye, he was lifted up and viciously beaten by this very person. Was there still heavenly reason? The red-haired creature wanted to go insane, simply about to go mad. Of course, the most shocked were still those who were watching, all of them stupefied. Heavenly Deity Institution's young cultivators all knew how strong Huang was. But this result still exceeded their expectations. This was just too tyrannical, right? In everyone's eyes, that was a foreign emperor clan's outstanding talent. Even if Huang was powerful, if they truly fought, he still had to pay blood as the price, and even then he might not necessarily win. Yet now, It was a completely different story. This possessed toppling effects. It was just the start, yet sure how already gave everyone a pleasant surprise, or perhaps it could be said to be a scare. They had never seen such a fierce person, when faced with a foreign emperor clan. He was still coarse and wild to a ridiculous degree, as if he was holding up a chicken, directly beating it violently. Could he be any more violent and savage? Pooh! Sure how's third fist landed, striking the red-haired creature until blood spurted out from his mouth and nose. His current state absolutely miserable. I never thought your skin was this thick. So good at taking a beating. Sure how mocked. In reality, he was a bit alarmed. If it was a normal person, their brains would have long exploded under his fist, turning into a blast of bloody mist. There wouldn't be any suspense. Yet the red-haired creature didn't end up like this, still perfectly alive. Those who were watching also snapped back, immediately realizing how terrifying the red-haired creature was. If they were suddenly restricted by sure how, it would definitely be a bitter battle. His body was too strong, completely a peak body refinement cultivator. If the one being struck wasn't the red-haired creature, he would have already been blasted to pieces. Thick-skinned fella, sure how sent his fists smashing downwards while ridiculing. Dong! This time, the fist force was exceptionally great, moreover carrying divine ability symbols, smashing into the bridge of his nose. Oh! The red-haired creature released a long roar, snot and tears flowing everywhere. No matter how powerful he was, he still couldn't hold on. His nose first transmitted intense pain, and then it became sour, caving in. Pooh! Then his teeth flew out, struck until his sharp teeth became loose, flying out of his mouth. I am going to kill you, the red-haired creature howled, beyond furious. He had never suffered such shame. All of his essence blood surged, primordial spirit shining, chanting a type of ancient scripture from his mouth. Hong! Sure how bombarded his face, about to cut down his primordial spirit. It was because he could feel that the magical force immunity was starting to lose effects. The other party's chanted scriptures were extremely strange, about to free him from these restrictions. In the end, this red-haired creature was extremely strong. Sure how had a feeling that if they truly fought and he didn't launch a surprise assault, the battle would be incomparably intense, not completely one-sided like this. Chi! Right at this time, Sure how produced a dull sword core, brandishing it without any hesitation, hacking it towards his forehead, wishing to immediately end his life. Sword light erupted. This was the everlasting immortal sword, immediately erupting with radiance that hid the sky and covered the earth, too dazzling, sun, moon, and stars even paling in comparison. Pooh! The space between the red-haired creature's brows was cut open, but the sword tip was hindered. A five-colored shield appeared, rushing out from his forehead. Chong! The shield dimmed, sparks flying in all directions, in the end cut apart. The everlasting immortal sword began to tremble, absorbing that five-colored shield's essence, merging it into itself. This was actually a precious artifact cast from immortal gold, its value priceless, yet was still cut through. After being stimulated by this type of life and death torment, the red-haired creature struggled with everything he had, finally breaking free from the restrictions, obtaining his freedom. Chi! Only right now, it was as if a war immortal possessed Sure Hao's body, holding the advantage and not giving an inch. He brandished the sword core, hacking down murderously. Sword radiance erupted like rainbow light, cold radiance illuminating the world. The red-haired creature was extremely powerful, but after suffering this heavy blow, the space between his brows was still cut open. Even though it was blocked at the critical moment by an ancient shield, his primordial spirit still suffered great injuries. At this time, his heaven-reaching earth-shaking abilities couldn't be completely displayed, immediately forced into a defensive situation. Pooh! Sure how advanced boldly, sword energy released in 10,000 streaks. In the end, one sword sealed the deal, hacking through his neck, that head almost tumbling straight out. The red-haired creature gripped his neck with his hands, jumping backwards, smashing into the stone wall with a pong noise, directly fleeing while nursing a grievance. It wasn't that everyone didn't know about Huang's might, but when they saw this scene, they were still stunned. That was but a foreign emperor clan expert who continuously defeated 3 young supreme beings. Yet he was beaten up to this type of sorry state, barely holding onto his life as he ran. Golden lotuses scattered. The protector's descendant Duguyun also entered the stone walls. Sure how brandished the sword core, stabbing it in. As a result, he himself also rushed inside. 10 Crown King, exiled Immortal, and the others felt some hesitation, but in the end, they all rushed in. Go! We are also entering. More and more people came, these people making the choice to charge forward as well. There was a door on the mountain wall. This was a stone engraving, not a true door, but right now everyone could still enter through it. Golden blood flowed, shining on the stone wall. That was the golden blood of the protector's descendant Duguyun. This blood the trigger in opening up this sealed gate. There was a group that had long entered. Everyone else were pacing back and forth, wondering if they should enter as well. Send someone back to inform the elders. We are going to enter first. There might be dangers inside, that is a sealed foreign emperor land. If we really go in, we might never be able to come out. This place became noisy, some people withdrawing, leaving this place to inform the 2 academies' elders. It was because this really was a great decision, many people unable to set their resolution. Of course, those who were willing to take more risks were also moving, rushing in one after another, disappearing into the stone wall. This was a desolate land. The other end not visible, dull gray forever the main theme, the heavy clouds about to touch the earth. Where do you think you are going? Sure how shouted, rushing into this world. He still didn't let this end, relentlessly chasing after the red-haired creature. Blood splashed out. The red-haired creature was seriously injured several more times, the injury by his neck becoming extremely frightening, his head almost removed. Even his chest was now pierced through. Wait until I recover. I will definitely come back and extract your soul. Refine it for 100 years. The red-haired creature shouted coldly. It turned into a red hair whirlwind, fleeing from this place. Sure how chased closely behind, no intention of letting him go at all. The everlasting immortal sword in his hands released exceptional sword radiance, adding another terrifying injury to the red-haired creature. This time on his back. The ice-cold land was spacious and empty, dusky and sunless. Black mists curled and swirled about, making this place look like a demonic earth. The red-haired creature felt extreme hatred. If not for him losing the initiative, how could he have ended up in such a sorry state? There had never been any younger generation individual who dared to hunt him down like this, yet he couldn't do anything but flee for his life. He cursed out, shouting that he had to torment Sure Hao, extract his soul when he recovered. Sure Hao already sensed that this creature was indeed ridiculously powerful. If he fought a decisive battle properly, he would be a tough opponent. However, he definitely didn't want to waste time with him. If he could kill him right now, then that was obviously the best result. The red-haired creature's neck shone, the injury closing. However, there was no way he could completely eliminate the symbols that invaded his body. Thus he didn't dare stop moving. When those who came through the stone wall later saw this scene, they all sighed. Even though they were also students from Heavenly Deity Institution, the difference between them was too great. If it was an ordinary person who faced the red-haired creature, they would immediately be killed. Even those as powerful as Xianxia and Wuxia were defeated. Yet Sure Hao was like a mad dog, relentlessly chasing the red-haired creature. Huang is formidable after all, transcending like the divine. A few people sighed with admiration. They could only sigh like this because there was no way they could compare to him. Oh! The red-haired creature ran quickly, leaving behind afterimages. The void distorted, directly leading to the end of the horizon, and then he entered a misty region. Shwa! Sure Hao immediately stopped, no longer moving forward even the slightest bit. Soon after, those behind him also hurried over, seeing the scene before them. At the limits of the horizon, the mist was extremely thick, surrounding the world ahead. There was a type of mysterious feeling, as if there was a veil cast over this place. There were mountains, moreover many of them, all of them covered in dense fog. The terrain just now was a spacious and desolate field, so suddenly arriving in this type of mountain region was hard for many people to adapt to. It seemed to have appeared instantly. This place made everyone's hearts shake, extremely terrifying, as if there was a matchless devil king sleeping here, ready to rush out at any time. Hao opened his heavenly eyes, carefully surveying this place, discovering something wrong. From time to time, symbols surged from the mountain depths, releasing brilliant and multicolored divine radiance. At this time, the others also hurried over. Yun in particular looked ahead, his expression extremely overcast. It seemed like he wanted to enter, yet was also hesitating. Hao rose into the air, looking forward from the high up. Meanwhile, 10-Crown King, exiled Immortal, Wangxi, Lu Tuo, and the others were all like this as well, all watching closely. That is, those with heavenly eyes saw many great peaks in the depths of the mountain region. Among them one region that was extremely concentrated, numerous mountains surrounding an ancient land. There was a precious picture there that looked like it was carved from a mountain itself, made of stone and ancient in appearance, resting at the center of these mountains. All of the symbols and flowing light were released by it, the terrifying aura scattering from this picture. They didn't have to think too much to realize that this was the sealed Emperor clan. There was previously an unmatched expert who appeared and berated us when we entered Realm Tomb through the warship, someone that is most likely a foreign Emperor clan expert. Could it be that he is here? Someone said in horror, feeling like rashly entering was a mistake. That shouldn't be the case. This region does not allow those who are too terrifying to enter, just like a large net for catching fish, focusing on the larger fish and allowing the smaller fish to freely pass through. Someone said, coming to this conclusion. After all, the two Academy's elders couldn't enter. The red-haired creature ran in, standing in front of that stone precious pitcher. He turned around, currently looking at everyone with eyes full of hatred. To be more precise, he was looking at Hao. He returned. Without saying anything, he sat down and began to treat his injuries, removing the symbols full of destruction in his body. Yun disappeared. Suddenly, someone cried out. Why wasn't he stopped? Weren't we looking at him this whole time? Many people's expressions changed, all of them having a bad feeling. He used a secret method to move through space, abruptly leaving. We couldn't lock onto him. Then, everyone glared out in anger, because they already saw Yun. He took form not too far in front of the red-haired creature, already entering. He wants to break the seal. Everyone's expressions changed. Yun, you have to think it through carefully. Once the seal is broken, releasing an undying monster, even you will die. Working with them is no different from asking tigers for their hide. Hao shouted. The situation looked extremely dangerous. If the seal really was broken, it would be bringing a great disaster to the 9 heavens 10 earths. I won't let them out. I only want an answer. Yun secretly transmitted sound to Hao. Yun cut open his own wrist, golden blood immediately flowing out, scattering on that precious pitcher, causing it to produce a string of dazzling light, immediately illuminating the world. That precious pitcher was entirely made of stone, its height as tall as a mountain. Towered there, grand and majestic. It was unexpectedly a precious pitcher, as well as a furnace. It sealed a few terrifying foreign creatures from the foreign world, someone wishing to refine them into great medicine. After endless years had passed, it was unknown what the results were like. Compared to how massive that precious pitcher is, Yun's bit of blood isn't enough at all. It will be hard to cleanse the pitcher even if all of his precious blood flows out. Someone said, feeling a bit relieved. Are there still people alive in the pitcher? I'm coming to undo the imprint, but I need you all to tell me a few things. Yun spoke to the creatures in the precious pitcher. Is the heavenly seed in that precious pitcher? A young supreme being from Immortal Academy said softly, carrying doubt. I reckon that inside, it is both a furnace and a great Tao furnace. Someone believed the rumors, revealing a hopeful look, longing for the heavenly seed. However, even more people were worried. If the creatures in the vase were refined into pill medicines, then it was one thing, but if they weren't, once something happened, it really was unknown just what kind of catastrophe might happen. Perhaps the foreign land's great army didn't even need to come. Just the foreign emperor clan sealed within was already enough to wipe out the 9 heavens 10 earths. Dugu Yun's blood was extremely miraculous, but it still wasn't enough to undo the seal. Are you sure your ancestors are all still alive? Why is there no response? Dugu Yun asked the red-haired creature. Some of them died, but there are definitely those who are still alive. Otherwise, how could I have been sent out? The red-haired creature said. How did you come out? Dugu Yun continued his questions. Naturally sent out through their divine force. The rules of this place are the same: catch the big fish, let out the small fish. My cultivation realm was the lowest, strength the weakest, so I barely managed to escape out alive. The red-haired creature spoke the reasoning. Why didn't you touch that heavenly seed? Dugu Yun asked another question. Scatter a bit of your golden blood into the pitcher and see for yourself. The red-haired creature seemed to carry a type of resentment. When a bit of golden blood scattered down into the pitcher, immortal light surged into the heavens. Thunderous noises sounded, sword energy rushing into the sky, hacking apart the heavens. The stopper at the top of the pitcher was a small bottle, plugging up the opening of the great Tao precious pitcher. The heavenly seed is inside of that small bottle. You can use it to get the confirmation you need, the red-haired creature said. He didn't hide anything, purposely loudly transmitting sound so those outside could hear, wishing to borrow everyone's strength to bring it away. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. Just how heaven-defying was this heavenly seed? Actually, the crucial piece of this place's seal. This bit of blood isn't enough. Not only does it need your golden blood, the blood of others is also needed. The red-haired creature said to Dugu Yun. What does it need? Dugu Yun asked. First, your blood will act as the primer. Activate the mountains. The red-haired creature pointed all around him. Those mountain peaks were extremely large and tall, surrounding this precious pitcher. Specks of golden light flew down, not that numerous, but it was extremely dazzling, landing on the surrounding mountain peaks. Ayo? In that instant, it was as if 10,000 ghosts wept and howled. This type of voice was too mournful, the sound deafening, terrifying one down to their soul. All of the mountains in this place shook, a type of plant growing on each peak, taking root right at the summit, carrying a thick mist. Ayo? Those plants grew frantically, one plant per mountain. In the end, they became like giant trees, moreover producing flower buds. On each flower a creature that was roaring about, wishing to struggle free. What was going on? What happened? Outside the mountains, everyone was shocked, all of them quickly withdrawing, feeling their scalps even starting to become numb, their bodies shivering with coldness. That type of aura was too terrifying, while the mournful cries even more so made everyone's fine hairs stand on end. It was just a bit of Dugu Yun's blood that scattered over this place. Yet it made each mountain peak produce a plant, within them a person, a terrifying creature. Why was this happening? Everyone sensed the spiritual essence between heaven and earth erupting, pouring down like a mountain torrent, falling from the heavens above, surging towards those mountains and entering the plants. At the same time, all of the creatures in the flower stood up, revealing their true bodies. They opened their eyes, roaring towards the skies together. I've never seen many of these. They are species of the foreign land. Are these the sealed members of the foreign land's great army? This is bad. Everyone felt a chill run down their backs, having a really bad feeling. Immediately afterwards, all of them suddenly moved, all of them jumping out of the flower, some holding war spears, other great halberds, rushing out crazily and murderously, shouts of war shaking the heavens. One plant per mountain, all of them releasing great roars. Every single plant was enormous, growing at the peak of mountain, each with a flower bud blossoming from it, containing a creature within. Right now, they were reviving from that extremely ancient era, rushing out together. This type of scene was extremely terrifying and extremely unusual. Creatures emerged from flowers, covering the mountains and plains as they appeared. As if the gate to hell was opened, the supernatural swarming out. Ew! They all broke free from the flower petals, all of their bodies strong and healthy, jumping out like divine apes, slaughtering their way out. These creatures all possessed astonishing fiendish energy, their shapes all different. There were divine bugs, 100-winged vicious birds, scaleless ghost dragons, all of them sinister and terrifying. Half of them were human-shaped, bodies carrying divine weapons and sharp artifacts, hacking open the heavenly dome. They were like comets as they moved through the sky, illuminating this heaven and earth. It was too crazy, this place immediately thrown into disorder. The ground ruptured instantly, just that type of power alone leaving everyone stupefied. How were they even supposed to fight against this? They were all great vicious beings, moreover this many of them, enough to attack the 9 heavens 10 earths. Kill! They couldn't just stand there and wait for death. Everyone risked it all, even if they were going to fall in battle soon. They still had to make their own voices heard, display the most powerful battle spirit. Hong Long, right when everyone's hopes were turning to dust, believing that they were undoubtedly dead, the most dazzling divine radiance shone in the void, exceptionally sharp as it swept through heaven and earth. That was an immortal weapon, extremely indistinct. It was like a great halberd, but also like a war spear, too terrifying. It slashed out, divine light spilling out, striking down all of the powerful creatures in the heavens. Everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing. Just how powerful of a strike was this? How could this be? A single attack from the weapon was enough to strike down so many powerful world-shaking ancient creatures. It is the great Tao precious pitcher. Princess Yao Yu cried out in alarm. The so-called immortal weapon was condensed from the great Tao pitcher, released from the pitcher's body, suppressing all of the enemies. At this moment the mountains swayed, all of the plants suffering strikes. The terrifying flowers shattered one after another, many creatures suffering a fatal blow. This scene left everyone shocked, finding this inconceivable. It was just a single strike, yet it returned everything back to normal. Ao. Many creatures howled, their expressions sinister, quite a few still not dying, becoming even more ferocious after they dropped on the ground. The great Tao pitcher moved again, producing another type of imprint, an immortal sword. It flew across the void like a streak of lightning, and then piu-piu sounds rang out continuously, cutting them all down. Is this real? Why do I feel like I am dreaming? Lu Tuo said to himself. It wasn't just him who had this type of feeling. Even Sure Hao and the others were feeling doubt inside. Everything seeming not that realistic. Kill! Shouts of war shook the sky. On the ground, the endless powerful creatures still didn't die, rushing towards the sky to resist the immortal weapon. They were everywhere, densely packed. Why did more appear the more they were killed? Everyone realized this abnormality. Even the weather changed, dark clouds sending rain pouring down, crazy winds stirring about and thunder crashing down, as if Judgment Day had arrived. Meanwhile, all of this was only happening within an instant. This was extremely unnatural, as if space itself ruptured, suddenly entering a different realm, displaying this kind of scene. This is most likely the reappearance of an immortal ancient scene. What we are seeing might not necessarily be currently happening, even heavenly eyes blocked. Exiled Immortal said quietly. It can't completely be considered an illusion either. It is true imprints that are reappearing, everything recorded in this ancient land, engraved within countless mountains. A powerful cultivator from Immortal Academy said. Power of time. At this moment, 10 Crown King spoke, forcefully brandishing the world tree sapling in his hands. The others also sensed something, all of them quickly moving back, extremely shocked. It was because there was an aura of time that swept out, fragments of time immediately brandishing about, completely erupting here. This is too terrifying. Is this going to bring us into a world of history? Turns out it is like this. Everyone turned pale with fright, finally noticing some clues. All of this could be said to be the reappearance of history, and it could also be said to be a fault in space, opening a segment of time reincarnation, surrounding them, forcefully dragging them inside. Once they entered, it would definitely be difficult for them to come out alive. Just how terrifying of a power is this? To create a time reincarnation trap surrounding us. If we fell in, what would we even be able to do? Those creatures, those plants, all of them were ancient imprints. Now that they appeared, if they had surrounded everyone, it really would be as if the great battle of the past replayed itself. With their current cultivation, they were definitely not a match. If they entered, they wouldn't last a single breath, immediately dying. Using engravings of the past to kill, this type of method really is unimaginable. It appeared real but also appeared fake. When this place calmed down, the mountains released black smoke, all of them in ruins, revealing their true appearance. This was the result after the great battle of the past, the truth emerging. "Retreat quickly," someone shouted, having a bad feeling. It was because countless mountains were rupturing, collapsing. A giant plant appeared from the ground, or perhaps it could be called a mother root. It was connected to many mountains, enormous to the point of making everyone shiver inwardly, become completely speechless. Not long ago, what they saw were imprints of history. Every single mountain peak had a plant, all of them produced by the mother root, originating from one mother body. In the ancient times, it had produced countless creatures, a mother nest. Now only a root was left. This was something completely unique to the foreign land. Shua! It moved, breaking free from underground, wrapping around the great Tao pitcher with its roots. Qi! The precious pitcher shone, immediately burning the mother root. Large areas immediately charred black and falling off. The great precious pitcher was also shaking. There was a creature that was awakening inside, releasing its divine will. An irresistible temptation was transmitted to everyone's heart. I want special blood to soak the mother nest. In the future, you all will be granted immortality. Even though it was tempting them, using a type of irresistible demonic voice, it was still domineering. There were a few people whose faces distorted, their hearts wavering, difficult for them to resist this type of bewitching voice. A few people cut open their wrists, about to offer up precious blood. This was too terrifying, impossible to withstand. The mother root wriggled over. Even though there were many areas that were scorched black, quickly falling, but there were still some areas that grew frantically, reaching out from the mountains. It extended out the roots, desiring the precious blood. However, its reach was limited. Once it crossed a certain distance, it would explode with a pung sound, turning into ashes. "Send me all of your most powerful precious blood." The voice originated from the great Tao pitcher. The mother root was seeking out the blood precisely for the mother nest's sake. The voice carried undefiable power, the will frightening. Many people unable to resist, starting to involuntarily walk towards the mountain region. Why go so far? At the most critical moment, an aged sigh sounded, waking everyone up, all of them instantly stopping. The great Tao pitcher shone, a few patterns becoming clear. It was unexpectedly a humanoid image, right now condensing, becoming more and more clear. Then, a person walked out from the pitcher's surface. That was originally an engraving, but now it freed itself. The sword in hand directly hacked at the mother root, fiery light overflowing into the heavens, burning many roots into black ashes. "Didn't you die? How could you have left behind a doppelganger?" The creature sealed in the great Tao precious vase roared in anger, unable to accept this. He felt extreme despair, exceptionally weak, as if he was a leftover candle in the wind, his soul flame about to be extinguished at any moment. "Countless members of your army were wiped out back then. I never expected there to still be one mother root left behind. After a few roots survived, you actually recovered to this extent. If not for me also leaving behind a will, you really might have been able to defy the heavens," that humanoid creature said. Hong! His figure almost seemed to be burning. He brandished the sword in his hand, the endless flames that were released drowning that mother root. "No!" The great Tao pitcher shook violently, the creature inside struggling. This was where his hope to escape lied, As long as it was immersed in different types of precious blood, it could be reborn, escaping through this. Now all of his hopes were crushed. It's about time for you to disappear as well. You all can only become the heavenly seed's nourishment. Allow it to mature and achieve perfection. That humanoid creature spoke ruthlessly. When they heard up to here, everyone shivered inwardly. How powerful was the foreign emperor clan? Yet it was actually about to become the nourishment of a seed. Everyone was horrified. What exactly was that heavenly seed, needing this type of nourishment, the nurturing of endless time? Was this something humans could control? Once it matured, just who was going to be making who whole? Suspicion emerged in everyone's minds again, feeling like there was definitely something extremely strange going on. The results completely different from their previous speculations. Old ancestor, the red-haired creature cried out. At his side, Duguyun's expression was overcast, unknown what he was thinking. His emotions were fluctuating intensely. That humanoid creature was becoming blurry, starting to grow dim, not paying the two of them any attention, not attaching any importance to them. He completely ignored these weak creatures. You are completing who? You are not someone from the 9 heavens 10 earths? Who are you? The foreign emperor clan expert weakly shouted from the great Tao precious vase. Back then, this person had sealed him, but in the end, he himself also died, paying such a great price just to nurture that heavenly seed. Who was this for? Someone will come to harvest this heavenly seed. It is not something you need to concern yourself with, that creature said indifferently. This strand of remnant will become indistinct, about to completely scatter. Are you a creature that came from that ancient path? Duguyun asked with a trembling voice. These have nothing to do with you all. As this great era has reached its end, about to be destroyed, you all should just go and fight. The opportunity here is not something you all can dip your fingers in, that humanoid figure coldly said. In the distance, sure how Wang Shi, exiled immortal, and everyone else's expressions became serious one after another, their minds greatly shaken. Just what kind of role did my ancestors previously play? Duguyun shouted out. He felt extremely conflicted inside, filled with worry and fear. In the ancient times, in the last great era, the creatures who had golden blood were the 9 heavens 10 earths protectors, shedding blood in war, ultimately paying with their lives as the price. And now, Duguyun understood that there was a time when his golden blood would turn pitch black. He saw it with his own eyes, learning some of the inner details. Meanwhile, he even went to Origin Ancient Mine, triggering endless black blood to rush out, sweeping him out. He saw some things that toppled everything he knew. Only, he didn't have the confidence to enter the deepest parts of Origin Ancient Mine, only having some vague speculations inside. Right now, he discovered that this person might have come from the same place as his ancestors, and as such, he loudly shouted, having endless questions he wanted answers to. After falling into the world of mortals just like me, you should not think too much. You should just wait for the inevitable tribulation. This creature's body became more and more dim, responding coldly like this. He began to take steps out, about to return to that great Tao precious picture. I still must ask for your guidance. Duguyun wanted to understand the details, but that Taoist figure took a step out, his figure about to return into the great Tao picture. Who was the heavenly seed prepared for someone to nurture it like this? It really was a bit terrifying. The group of geniuses all felt great desire. All types of unexpected things happened today, leaving them extremely shocked, the information they obtained too astonishing, making their minds rise and fall greatly. This heavenly seed, why is it that we cannot obtain it? Lu Tua asked. There were too many people who shared this thought. Yao Yu, Wang Shi, and Immortal Academy's experts' eyes were all burning with passion. Even 10 Crown King, who had the world tree sapling, found it difficult to calm down. Sure how even more so opened his heavenly eyes, staring towards the great Tao precious picture. A cold snort sounded. That Taoist figure was extremely hazy. He turned around, gave them one last look, and in an incredibly cold tone, said, "Cease your delusional thinking. This isn't a seed you all can hope to attain with your capabilities. You all should just know how to stay within your own bounds and live out your days in this world of mortals properly. He was extremely indifferent as he swept his eyes over everyone, this type of apathetic stance making the geniuses all feel grievance and dissatisfaction. Exiled Immortal, Sure How, and the other geniuses, which one of them weren't giants among men. Their natural talents were world-shaking. Yet this person didn't care in the slightest, his tone indifferent, not attaching any importance with them. His intentions were clear. These people weren't worthy of having the heavenly seed. Was it because their talent wasn't enough? Or was it that their statuses were lacking? Everyone felt extremely uncomfortable inside, wishing to know just what kind of stunning genius was worthy of obtaining it. All of you, just back off, that person said coldly. These were words of banishment, telling them to give up. After speaking, he entered the great Tao picture, turning into an indistinct carving. Moreover, he likely wouldn't be able to come out ever again. The imprint's damage was severe, only the last bit of traces left behind. On the great Tao precious picture, that mother root burned, completely turning into ashes, not the slightest bit remaining. Truly can't accept this. Why should we give up on fighting over it? We already searched all the way here, looking forward to getting the heavenly seed. Yet we are told that this was prepared for someone else. He even showed us such contempt and disdain. An expert from Immortal Academy spoke in resentment. Do you have any way of obtaining it? Another person said with a sigh. Quite a few people became quiet. The great Tao precious picture was frightening. Sealed inside was a foreign land emperor clan, so they were unable to forcefully seize it, or else it would produce a great disaster. Forget it, that seed was prepared for someone else, already experienced the nurturing of countless years. That person's plans really were grand. If there really is that type of family and power, it isn't something we can provoke. Another person spoke, reassuring himself. Really don't know whose family's young master it is. Don't tell me it's some bean sprout grown in a greenhouse, or else I really hope the day comes when we run into each other. Someone said with a sneer. Many people shook their heads, feeling like this type of power wasn't something they could provoke. It was because that human-shaped creature had said that this was a place untainted by the mortal world, immeasurable, suspected to be the same place the protectors came from. Dugu Yun stared blankly, staring at the great Tao precious picture, not saying a word. Red hair, you get over here. Sure How shouted, aiming his heavenly eyes at that red-haired creature. The red-haired creature was a foreign land emperor clan's outstanding talent. When he heard this, he was so furious his eyes stood up, revealing a vicious look. If not for the fact that he previously suffered serious injuries, he would have charged at him a long time ago. I am going to devour your soul, he said hatefully through clenched teeth. Just die. Sure How already attacked even from far away, displaying the Lightning Emperor's method. He himself didn't move, but he transferred over a dark cloud that carried a sea of lightning, attacking viciously. Kacha! Electrical arcs split the void, hacking downwards, forming a boundless expanse. Damn it all! If I don't die this time, I will find you sooner or later. The red-haired creature roared in fury. He then turned around and jumped, entering the great Tao precious picture. It was because he didn't have any way out already, too many young geniuses here. Earlier, he took action viciously, so there was no way to reconcile with them. Chi! A streak of bloody light rushed out from the great Tao picture, surrounding him. His body thus vanished. Trying to commit suicide? You'll instantly be refined into scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. Someone sneered. Escaping out from the great Tao precious vase was not easy at all. Right now, he was walking right into the trap. This really seemed like courting death. This place became peaceful again. The ground a mess. The ashes of plants scattered everywhere. The great Tao precious picture turned into stone mountains, looking rather lonesome as it towered there. Dugu Yun became silent, standing there for a long time without moving. The others were also quiet, feeling quite dejected. After slaughtering their way here, there was actually nothing to harvest, unable to obtain the heavenly seed. None of them wanted to accept this. That Dugu Yun colluded with the foreign creature. A long time later, someone spoke like this, cold light released from his eyes. Someone stopped him, saying, "Just let it go, he is the protector's descendant. So if he really is killed, that really will stir up great trouble. Just report what he did to the elders. Have them deal with him." Soon afterwards, the group of people all withdrew, leaving the stone wall through the same path they came from. Then, they began to search about this area again, catching divine medicines, picking heaven and earth spiritual things. Even though they obtained some harvest, it wasn't that great, because the remaining few stalks of divine medicine had escaped a long time ago. When they returned, rejoining the two academy's elders, telling them about their experiences, those old monsters' expressions became incredibly downcast. There was actually this type of strangeness with this place. All of it just for nurturing a heavenly seed? An elder frowned, feeling greatly affected. The elders were all frightened as well. After being nourished for all these years, just how powerful would that heavenly seed become? Just who was it that prepared such a grand thing? They all felt a bit of fear, starting to lose confidence. No harm. The so-called most powerful heavenly seed might not necessarily be able to produce an unmatched being. I believe that there are some among you who can transcend above, truly become unmatched. If the day comes in the future when you all must fight that person with the heavenly seed, defeating him from a disadvantage, using an imperfect seed to defeat him, then only someone like that can be considered a supreme being. An elder said loudly. This was clearly spoken to console the geniuses, as well as to give them encouragement, but it was indeed effective. A few people's blood began to burn, a wave of confidence surging. Of course, there is still a chance that you all might find a perfect heavenly seed. Currently, there is someone who grasps the world tree sapling, and in the future, others might obtain great harvests as well. The one who had the world tree sapling was naturally 10 Crown King, this fact making everyone feel incredibly envious. Go! They withdrew from this ancient land, leaving the area the 5 elements reversal formation covered. Immortal Academy and Heavenly Deity institutions people separated. In the following days, everyone searched fervently, collecting seeds in this 5 elements continent. Sure Hao and Qing Yi walked together, continuously searching. They entered strange lands one after another, surprisingly discovering many seeds, gathering all metal, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 types of Tao seeds. Of course, this wasn't saying that by having 5 different attribute seeds, one could produce the 5 elements immortal seed, as that wasn't realistic at all. However, this was still enough to prove how astonishing their opportunities were. Several days later, many people became excited. This continent's 5 elements essence energy was too strong. Apart from obtaining some rare precious seeds, there were people who excavated 5 elements materials and other things. Of course, for Lu Tuo, exiled immortal, and others, they weren't all that attractive. They desired a perfect seed. Hong! That day, the great earth shook, golden light covering heaven and earth. A great earthquake happening. The half-world tree is about to leave, an elder said loudly, informing everyone. That golden ancient tree moved, the divine sun radiance rushing into the heavens. Every single leaf supported the sun, moon, and stars, releasing astonishing vital power. It seemed like it could create a world on its own, construct a piece of cosmos. In its surroundings, the chaotic energy became stronger and stronger. The 5 elements essence energy made it evolve even further, its transformations heading to that of a true world tree. Let's go, we will still follow behind it. The places it wants to go to are all mysterious holy lands, second elder said. Immortal Academy's worship also left, clearly having the same idea as them. The golden ancient tree removed its roots, life energy flourishing around it. It tore open the heaven and earth, rushing into the distance. The commotion that resulted really was too great, heavenly space swaying, stars falling one after another. As expected, the next stop was another wonderful place. This place was divine and peaceful, auspicious clouds filling the skies, everything created by great Tao symbols. When everyone descended, their minds were greatly shaken. This wasn't a true pure land, but rather one forged by the natural laws of the world. Natural Tao seed, Someone cried out in alarm, his mind greatly moved. They saw a tree that had many fruits on it, all of them produced by natural Tao. What a pity! It isn't an all-Tao tree. If it was, it would be comparable to the nascent cosmos seed, not inferior to the world tree sapling. Someone said with a sigh. It was rumored that there was a fruit tree called the all-Tao tree. When it produced fruits, there would be over 10,000 of them, containing all types of great Tao, practically the incarnation of all of heaven and earth's natural laws. This type of tree, needless to say, once obtained, would be heaven-defying. Unfortunately, the all-Tao tree had always been something of legends, no one seeing one before. Before their eyes, they saw a tree with several dozen fruits, yet it was already extremely astonishing. Everyone quickly rushed over, picking all of the fruits. They had already stopped here for more than 20 days. Everyone searched all over the place, vaguely sensing a seemingly endless great Tao energy. There were some elders that suspected there truly might be an all-Tao tree. Found it, there is a floating island to the far west, on it a tree. From time to time, vague traces could be seen from great void cracks, on it many fruits. That day someone cried out. This was discovered by many people, so there was no way to keep it a secret. News quickly sent back. This triggered a commotion. Everyone moved, heading to this westmost location. An island was suspended on many natural laws. Lightning interweaved, great yin energy pervading the air, great yang essence flame emerging. All types of brilliant heaven and earth irregular scenes appearing here. This left everyone shocked. No one could ascend the Tao, all repelled by the heaven and earth natural laws. Everyone vaguely saw that there was one area at the heart of the island that was extremely unusual, as if there was a tree planted there, hidden within a great void crack, the heaven and earth natural laws unable to contain it. A tree full of fruits, its form changing. It seems to be a tea tree, but it is full of great Tao fruits. Don't tell me this is the all-Tao tree, someone exclaimed with astonishment. Even though it was a hurried glance, everyone just felt that there were several thousand fruits on it. And suddenly, second elder was shocked, because he saw something even more astonishing. There is someone there. Many geniuses' minds trembled. Inside that great void crack, not too far away from the all-Tao tree, sat an ancient being. His body covered in ancient chains, these chains stabbing through his shoulders, sealing him there. The floating island was guarded by a lightning pool, great yin and great yang energies coexisting. A tree took root at the center of the void crack, faintly discernible, its branches packed with fruits. There was an immortal sound released, as if they were chanting sounds, but also like the prayers of the ancients. This scene was extremely strange, difficult to avoid attention even if it didn't want to. Everyone became extremely excited, their eyes burning like small suns. 1, 2. Someone counted the fruits on it while trembling, looking like he really wanted to see if there really were over 10,000 of them. The tree trunk winded about, as if an old dragon was laying there. The tree bark was cracked, looking like scales, the leaves luxuriant, all produced by natural laws. The colors of the fruits were different, divine chains winding about the entire tree. It really does have over 10,000 fruits. Someone's lips trembled, stuttering as he cried out like this. This was, without a doubt, the all-Tao tree, a perfect immortal seed. It could be merged with a cultivator, become one, carry out the most perfect evolution. Only many people had tried to ascend that island, but they couldn't get close. In its surroundings, lightning pools rested one after another, able to easily blast heavenly deities into dregs, not to mention the great yin, great yang, and natural order divine chains. The natural laws are still manageable. I just fear that this person might resurrect. One of heavenly deity institution's elders said, staring at that person bound in metal chains. He was greatly shaken up. Who exactly was this person, to be bound not far from an all-life tree? His body even pierced by rusted chains, now practically growing on his flesh. Why did they just feel like this person really might resurrect? Everyone could sense that the pitch-black iron chains had existed for endless years, suspected to have large amounts of darkness immortal gold mixed in. However, it still rusted. One could see just how ancient they were. To make immortal gold rust, at the very least, it was rarely seen in this great era. He might be a creature from immortal ancient great era. It was precisely this that proved this person was extremely terrifying, very likely someone who had lived through an entire great era. Just how horrifying was this? There was an elder who tried to get closer, moreover activating secret treasures. As a result, those precious artifacts silently turned into metal liquid at the center of the island, directly melted. Chi. At this moment, Immortal Academy's old monsters emerged, two individuals joining hands to cross the lightning pool, paw this land of natural laws and collect the legendary All-Dao tree. Voila! Right at this moment, the iron chains clanked. That shriveled up, disheveled creature suddenly raised his head, moreover opening his eyes, coldly sweeping them over everyone. The All-Dao tree isn't something you all can obtain. Just leave, he coldly said. He is still alive. Many people felt as if they fell into an icehouse. Even though they had long suspected that he might still possess life, when they saw it with their own eyes, it was still shocking. Living for endless time, locked here, still not dying, what kind of background does he have? The most important thing was that he was guarding an All-Dao tree. Who was he guarding it for? The fact that we were able to find this place means that there is an opportunity, yet we can't obtain it. Just who can then? A cultivator shouted, finding this hard to accept. When the heaven-defying Dao seed matures, there will naturally be someone who will come for it. You all can forget about it. He spoke in an extremely cold manner. This type of tone carried a type of contempt, just like the humanoid creature who emerged from the great Dao precious pitcher that sealed a foreign emperor clan, extremely arrogant, looking down on everyone. When they produced this thought, everyone shivered inwardly. A world-shaking expert was in charge of guarding this place? However, he was locked down by iron chains, looking like a prisoner, as if he was forced to watch over this place. Senior, this All-Dao tree is rooted here, yet no one can pick it. Can you let us approach it and take a look? A young cultivator gathered his courage and said. In reality, these were probing words. You all don't have this type of qualification, that person said coldly. The iron chains on its body were covered in rust. At this moment, they released noises, moving with his words. These words made them all quite upset, as well as extremely unconvinced. This really was similar to the tone of that humanoid creature from the great Dao precious pitcher, all showing this type of contempt for them. I still haven't consulted Senior for his great name. Someone else spoke up, wishing to understand more, as well as testing a step further. You all still aren't withdrawing? If not, then all of you can just die. The voice of the person sealed under the iron chain was cold, struggling about while speaking. Blood immediately flowed from his flesh, rushing out from the shoulder blade and other parts that were punctured. Quite a few people's eyes released light, feeling like perhaps there will be a chance. However, soon afterwards, their expressions turned pale, because the blood that flowed out crushed the void, the scenes terrifying. Then, he opened his mouth, spitting out a streak of sword radiance, hacking down a great star from the skies, leaving everyone stupefied. Just a streak of sword radiance released from his mouth was enough to bring down stars. This kind of power made everyone feel restraining fear. This was just too frightening. Many people didn't dare move anymore, all of them obediently staying within their bounds. Immortal Academy's old monsters didn't withdraw. Heavenly Deity Institution's second elder didn't wish to give up either, all of them wanting to give it a try. After all, that person was locked down by iron chains. Then, following a cold snort, that individual restrained under iron chains released a wave of formless might, blasting the floating island until it cracked. The ground where the all-life tree was rooted and cracked together with the void, revealing a few corpses that were buried within. Heavens! Even innate gods and devils born in primal chaos were turned into corpses. Everyone saw what was in the earth. Even those types of creatures suffered disaster, dying nearby, buried under the great earth, illustrating just how dangerous this place was. They all died because of the All-Dao tree. The creature whose body was imprisoned here said. "We're going." The elders of the two academies immediately decided to leave, because they understood well how frightening those skeletal remains were. Everyone became silent, all of them understanding the severity of the situation. How could two sky-shocking seeds have appeared one after the other in Realm Tomb? Regardless of whether it was the mysterious heavenly seed or the Aldao tree, they were both priceless. Moreover, both were protected by someone. This was extremely unusual. When they were far away, someone finally couldn't hold back, saying, "That is but the Aldao tree. It has only ever appeared in legends, never obtained by someone. We actually had the fortune of seeing one, yet we couldn't bring it away. Just what kind of place is Realm Tomb exactly, actually able to have this type of thing?" The students began to discuss among themselves, while the elders' faces were downcast, finding it hard to calm down. Two great seeds appeared. There was definitely something wrong. That person is about to die, only having a breath left, always remaining asleep through a secret method, only reviving at the critical moment. He can be said to be a living corpse, an elder from Immortal Academy said. However, who dared go over there? The so-called about to die would still likely last some time. If they really did take action and fight a decisive battle, it would still give Immortal Academy's elders a headache. They didn't dare fight head-on. Xianxia sighed, feeling incredibly regretful. This was the second seed that moved his mind, yet he was going to miss out. "I feel like that tree is a bit familiar, but I can't recall why." While Qing Yi was transmitting sound to him, moonlight flowed around her body. Xianxia knew that this was definitely because of the green lunar flame, allowing her to understand many secrets. Everyone stopped here for a set amount of time, searching around every day, finding many trees, fruits, and other things created from natural laws. There were some who obtained great harvests. Only when that ancient golden tree pulled out its roots again, leaving this place, did they prepare to continue following it once more. However, this time there was a major problem. The world tree shattered the void, and while bringing heaven overflowing chaos around it, it immediately vanished, stopping the two warships, preventing them from following it. This tree's evolution is becoming more and more mature, developing a powerful will of its own. It won't allow us to follow it any longer. The elders sighed with disappointment and frustration, unable to take advantage of this opportunity anymore. Meanwhile, there were still some people who felt a bit of regret, wondering if the next location would have had another perfect seed. In theory, it should be impossible for another one to appear, because those types of things were just too heaven-defying. The fact that they were able to find two should already be ridiculously good luck, a type of wondrous karma. Only, they felt that the places where the half-world tree stopped were too special. The two different places they followed it to had two perfect immortal seeds. It really was just too much of a coincidence. That was why a few people speculated that the next place also had that type of heaven-defying thing, feeling that the golden ancient tree was advancing along an ancient path. The true dangers have arrived, because we can only rely on ourselves to advance now, Heavenly Deity Academy's elder said. Sure enough, not long afterwards, when the silver warship continued, they accidentally landed on a damaged Earth, a place with shattered stars everywhere. Moreover, there were all types of broken corpses and blood floating in the void. When someone tried to gather a certain type of silver blood, he immediately released a miserable scream. It was his spatial magical artifact that melted, but immediately afterwards, he himself also decayed, turning into viscous blood. Do not act randomly. These things have long lost their spirituality, now only carrying death energy and destruction, an elder shouted. This region was incomparably vast. They saw too many corpses, all of them damaged, moreover incredibly massive, some even larger than stars. It was difficult to imagine what kind of intense battle this place previously experienced. Blood seed, someone shouted in pleasant surprise, collecting a blood seed here. It was extremely powerful, collecting the fiendish energy, ancient blood and other things here, forming a unique and rare blood seed. There were more than just one or two of these blood seeds, more than 10 individuals ultimately obtaining them. When past unmatched innate gods and devils were killed in battle, the blood essence within them wouldn't fade, possessing spirituality. It would then seep out, turning into blood seeds. The process of gathering them was extremely dangerous. 3 people unexpectedly dying, drowned in corpse energy, turning into mush on the spot, and then rotting away, completely dying. They departed soon afterwards, entering an ancient cluster of constructs floating in Realm Tomb. They noticed many shadows here. There are heroic spirit seeds here, the leftover souls of ancient experts who developed spirituality, turning into seeds. An elder said, it could be said that these seeds were related to the soul, all of them soul Dao seeds. During the process, there were more people who died, devoured by the Dao seed instead. Several days later, they left. After searching everywhere, they arrived before a shining lake. They felt a strong power of time here. There are time seeds here, exceptionally rare and precious. It'll depend on your luck to see if you can get one. An elder said, put on. A disciple was swept up by the river. Not even the elders able to rescue him. He was drowned in time, quickly drying up, dissolved into pieces. The following areas were clearly places the elder had been to before, paths that they were familiar with. Even though there were dangers, it wasn't to the point of completely wiping them out. A few months later, this journey ended. They passed through ancient lands one after another. They didn't dare advance any further, as they encountered too many dangers along the way. If they continued any further, even the elders might die. During this time, they even encountered living creatures, especially some ancient terrifying experts that were either sealed or trapped in Realm Tomb. These individuals casting their projections outwards, almost causing great problems. Oh, the bugle horn on the warship sounded, calling everyone back. They began to head back, the warship turning into a streak of divine radiance, departing into the distance, leaving Realm Tomb and heading back to Heavenly Deity Institution. Realm Tomb, a broken and desolate place. Many stars were withering, the damage severe. There were many continents, countless internal worlds, all of them suffering the most ferocious attacks, in complete tatters. The silver warship's speed was extremely great, passing the dusky misty region, corpses floating all around them. They now began to head back. Hong! A hand suddenly slapped down, carrying large amounts of shadows behind it. Many great stars shook, moving along with it. The large hand was pitch black like ink, covering the sky as it smashed down towards the silver warship, striking fiercely. The scene was absolutely frightening. Stars in the surroundings going dim and falling. Not good. There is someone attacking. Forget about Heavenly Deity Institution students. Even the elders cried out. This type of pressure was too terrifying. The scene leaving everyone frightened. This made everyone feel a bit dispirited. Before this large hand, their individual strength really was too insignificant. This person could definitely pick stars and capture the moon, tear down the sun. It was terrifyingly black, covering heavenly space, descending just like that. The surrounding void continuously shattered, terrifying great cracks extending in every direction. The silver warship swayed about to collapse. If not for all types of bone texts interweaving, powerful formations defending this place, it would have already turned into ashes. This power was absolutely ridiculous, exceeding everyone's imagination. Rise! Second elder shoulder. He produced a precious diagram that flowed with chaotic energy. It erupted with sky-reaching radiance, cutting across heavenly space and stopping that large hand. Pong! The large hand was stopped by the precious diagram, chaotic energy rushing in all directions. The damaged stars and floating continents quickly cracked apart. With a tremendous rumbling sound, this place was drowned out by divine light. This was a wave of destructive power that made everyone's legs shake, their bodies trembling with fear. Everyone was shocked. Right now, they couldn't see anything anymore. The warship creaked and groaned, as if it might explode at any time. What a pity! That voice was full of regret. It was an ancient existence, the large hand his projection. He couldn't capture the silver warship, and it was too hard for him to release a second attack. 10 Realms diagram, an immortal Dao secret treasure, one that could face the true heaven and earth pouch. It was brought by second elder to use as defense, displaying great use this time to protect the students. Otherwise, everyone would have died right here. They were actually almost completely wiped out before they left. The warship was like an immortal arrow that left a bowstring, quickly disappearing into the distance. Second Elder put away the 10 Realms diagram, his expression grave as he looked at the endless heaven and earth ruins behind him. It is that person. Previously, when they entered Realm Grave, they had seen a terrifying indistinct figure, bearing strong hostility against everyone. Now it took action again. He has already been sealed. This is just a projection. It was just a projection, yet it still had such terrifying power, making everyone terrified. They all knew that just now they definitely passed by the place where he was sealed, thus receiving a strike from him. However, this still almost resulted in a great disaster. Don't tell me this is also someone from a foreign emperor clan? One that was sealed here? Everyone carried suspicions. The warship left Realm Tomb, its speed becoming faster and faster, in the end, gradually becoming indistinct. After the elders produced a bone material altar, it tore open the void, starting to move past this world. Wang! At the center of Heavenly Deity Institution, silver radiance flickered about. After experiencing a round of dangers, everyone returned, finally arriving at a safe place. Even though their returns this time weren't small, everyone obtaining Dao seeds of their own still can be considered a rewarding journey. There were still some losses. A few powerful individuals died, no lack of experts among them. One had to bear in mind that these were all the elites among geniuses, or else why would they dare tread on the path of cultivating ancient methods? Yu Ming died, Huameng disappeared. As names were read out one after another, everyone immediately realized that being able to come back alive really wasn't that easy. This was especially when one stepped on Heavenly Deity Institution's territory, this type of feeling becoming more and more clear. Being alive was better than anything else. Inside the academy, divine mountains rested one after another, silver waterfalls descending, purple energy rising. This was a peaceful and auspicious pure land far from places of danger, making everyone's bodies and spirits completely relax. If you all wish to preserve this type of pure land, then you need to fight to protect it in the future. If you want your descendants to be far from slaughter, not have to experience blood and flames, the only way is for you all to fight, calm the world, defeat the vicious enemies. An elder said, only a dozen or so of you died this time. Compared to the future, it is completely negligible. When the time comes, you all will understand what is true bitterness, what the so-called blood higher than the skies is. For the sake of living, you all must do your best to rise up, truly grasp your own fate. Otherwise, everything will be turned into ashes. An elder said seriously. Everyone knew that they were speaking the truth. Since you all obtained seeds, we will now enter a period of seclusion. Start your transformations now. Aim for the highest peak. The seed has already been obtained and can be merged with. All of you can now cultivate Immortal Dao ancient scriptures. Everyone was excited, wishing to quickly break through, walk on their own glorious paths. It was because time was pressing, the amount of opportunities left for them not that many anymore. What a pity! There were no perfect seeds to be found. Someone said with a soft sigh, feeling extremely frustrated, not wanting to accept this. This was naturally a young supreme being with 3 strands of immortal energy who spoke. Sure Hao also silently thought about this. He wasn't able to grasp a perfect seed this time, leaving him helpless and regretful. Everyone knew that those things could only be encountered and not wished for. If one wanted to obtain one, it was extremely difficult. Since the ancient times, just how many of them were there if they were all added up? Wu, there is someone who grasps the world tree sapling, another who grasps the yin-yang seed. This can already be considered incredible. Second elder said. When these words were spoken, everyone sighed, and then they began to discuss among themselves, this place becoming noisy. There was actually someone who grasped the yin-yang seed. The changes of yin and yang were the extremes of heaven and earth's profound mysteries, all things able to be explained through yin and yang. These were 2 sides of the Tao, the embodiment of opposition and unity. Yin-yang seed, this was the fruit of yin-yang exchange, a seed nurtured by heaven and earth, the embodiment of the Tao, almost no one seeing such a thing before. Yet now someone obtained it. This was an unmatched precious seed without a doubt. There was actually this kind of person among them, grasping an exceptional seed. Everyone discussed among themselves, all of them guessing at who it was that had that. They all felt jealousy and envy. Xianxia sighed, feeling great disappointment inside, truly unwilling to continue just like this. Otherwise, it would affect his Tao fruit for the rest of his life. He needed a heavenly seed. When the crowd dispersed, Xianxia walked up, consulting Second Elder for guidance, saying, "Can a person merge with more than one seed? That is a path of death. There is no way through. There are those who already tried it before." Second Elder shook his head. He naturally knew what the young man before him meant, wishing to use large amounts of seeds to make up for their innate inferiority. Unfortunately, true unmatched precious seeds were only those few in number. It was quite the pity that this youth couldn't obtain one. Second Elder also thought highly of Xianxia's potential. "Are there really no other opportunities?" Xianxia asked, feeling a bit disappointed and frustrated. If he couldn't achieve unmatched martial Tao due to a lack of a seed, then that really would be too regretful. He had long made preparations, and he was confident that he had that type of potential, able to rise up, soar into the heavens when chaos descended. Only the path before his eyes was blocked. He understood well that the future great battle was definitely going to be cruel, full of blood. War would fill the 9 heavens 10 earths, cultivators dying everywhere. Could it be that he could only watch as others strove for the peak? If one didn't become the most powerful, then they could only look up to others. Whether or not he would live or die would depend on the victory or defeat of another. He didn't want to accept this kind of result. The path is something predecessors have walked. Tao methods are established by the ancients. Who can say that this is the final destination? Not having the most powerful seed might not necessarily mean that you cannot take the most powerful path. Second Elder consoled. It is just like the present world method. When everyone thought that the end had been reached, didn't Sacred Academy appear, starting to break through the limits, walking the path of extremes? Second Elder added. Of course, these were still words of consoling. He didn't feel like one person could reconstruct a peak, continue a broken path. This was something only possible through the joint efforts of many generations. Xianxia left silently, walking into the distance. Qingyi caught up, walking with him side by side, consoling. It might not necessarily be impossible. Behind them, Second Elder seemed to have thought of something, saying, "Perhaps there are still a few methods. Immortal Academy might have an unmatched precious seed hidden." And Xianxia turned around, looking towards him again. A true most powerful seed. One that is hard to destroy, heaven difficult to extinguish, earth difficult to bury. Even though it had previously merged with someone, when that person died, it will still condense once more. Second Elder said. Based on his speculations, Immortal Academy might have preserved this type of unmatched ancient seed, because they excavated many immortal traces, all of them caves left behind after the immortal ancient war. Perhaps there is a way to make up for it. Qingyi revealed a smile, advising Xianxia not to be in a rush to enter seclusion and merge with the seed. It is someone else's seed after all. How can they gift it to me for no cause or reason? Xianxia said. It was because he knew Immortal Academy's disciples were all individuals, a group of old monsters personally instructed. Not like heavenly deity institution that widely accepted people with immortal energy, accepting disciples from the public. If they had precious seeds saved, it would likely be passed down to their disciples. Not necessarily. If you are stunning enough, those old monsters might very well grant you the hidden unmatched ancient seed, Second Elder said. When he spoke up to hear, he paused slightly, feeling like there was more of a chance the longer he thought about it. Then, Second Elder transmitted sound, informing all of the young supreme beings who had 3 strands of immortal energy to temporarily not enter isolation to merge with Tao seeds. Instead, wait for other opportunities. If Immortal Academy really did have a perfect seed, the competition would definitely be fierce. For the sake of fairness, for the sake of giving everyone a chance, he informed all of the individuals with potential. Wang Shi, Lu Tuo, Yao Yu, and the others were originally silent, feeling extremely unwilling. But when they heard this rumor, they were naturally moved, all of them waiting for the new opportunity. In reality, Immortal Academy's people were even faster than what they had thought, arriving just 2 days later. All of those who are merging with seeds, stop for now. This kind of voice sounded in the skies, shaking up Heavenly Deity Institution. That was a giant figure who covered the heavenly sun, vast and boundless. The clouds around it scattered, its presence grand. This wasn't a warship, nor was it a normal flight magical artifact, but rather a star. It looked like it was made of stone material incredibly large. It descended from beyond the heavens. Everyone became stupefied, using a star as a magical ship to cross stellar space. This really was shocking. It was clear that the stone material star definitely had endless symbols within it. This was a hidden warship, should be even more terrifying than precious artifacts and other things, definitely something that possessed powerful offensive strength. Immortal Academy's people arrived, bringing their elite disciples to visit Heavenly Deity Institution. The same day, Sacred Academy's people came, also bringing a group of the most powerful disciples, descending in Heavenly Deity Institution. There were rumors a long time ago that the heroes of the two academies would arrive to interact with Heavenly Deity Institution. They unexpectedly arrived the same day. Immortal Academy's little Sky King has come. Sacred Academy's little saint has arrived as well. The two academies' people had just arrived, yet this type of news was already sent out. As expected, the most powerful disciples all arrived, heroic talents gathering here. Outstanding heroes gathered. The elites of both academies were here, coming to Heavenly Deity Institution. This was precisely for the so-called exchange. Of course, this was also something both academies had to do to choose Heavenly Deity Institution's outstanding talents, bring away the most powerful, those with the most potential, choosing the talented disciples with the most potential. The two academies arrived so quickly. This really is a bit nerve-wracking. If they came this time precisely to choose disciples, then we have to properly show them what we got. I hope I can smoothly pass and enter Immortal Academy. Heavenly Deity Institution was in an uproar. A few students were incredibly excited, all discussing spiritedly, all of them knowing their opportunity had arrived. The elders had long told them that the best among them would enter the two academies, further pursue their studies there, become the successors of a group of old monsters. Even though Heavenly Deity Institution was a good place compared to the two academies, it was still a bit lacking. Immortal Academy excelled in cultivating immortal Tao ancient methods, collecting world-shocking texts, and even had a matchless precious seed. They even more so had an environment identical to that of Immortal Ancient, the most suitable for cultivating immortal energy. Sacred Academy gathered the heavenly talents of different eras, at the very limit of present world methods, moreover taking a step further, transcending above, creating unmatched methods. It seems we managed to come in time. Those disciples haven't merged with seeds yet, right? An old monster from Immortal Academy was all smiles as he interacted with the elders in Heavenly Deity Institution's main hall. Immortal Academy's people left Realm Tomb a bit later than Heavenly Deity Institution's. When they returned and learned that Heavenly Deity Institution already left previously, they immediately set out for this place. Not too late. The most powerful people haven't merged with Tao seeds, all waiting for the final opportunity. Second Elder replied while laughing. It was precisely as he suspected. Immortal Academy most likely preserved supreme ancient seeds, truly a great opportunity. For sure how Lu Tuo and others this was a chance. Then that is good, or else if there was good food but it couldn't be tasted, missing out on the immortal seed, that truly would be too regretful. Immortal Academy's old monster said with a smile. How many of the most powerful seeds are there? An elder from Heavenly Deity Institution asked. This was what they were most concerned with, and it would also allow them to understand Immortal Academy's strength a step further. Won't leave all of you disappointed. There was more than one dug up from the last great era's immortal cave, only it needs to be restored. An old monster spoke, the hair on his head white, but it flickered with faint golden light. Even though he was old, his blood energy was flourishing, divine eyes like lightning. And second elder was a bit surprised. He lowered the cup in his hand, feeling that things weren't that simple. Needs restoration? Another elder from Heavenly Deity Institution asked. It needs to soak in some precious blood for nourishment, and only then can the most powerful precious seed recover its former brilliance, become the most perfect seed of this world. That old monster Sid. Everyone was stunned. Things were not simple after all. Immortal Academy's people didn't only come to gift the most powerful seed, but rather carried other aims. All of them knew that the so-called blood definitely pointed at the bloodlines the most powerful geniuses from various clans inherited. Explaining a step further, it was likely the blood of those who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. The atmosphere in the main hall became a bit heavy. The elders from Heavenly Deity Institution put away their smiles, their expressions becoming serious. Were they here to help Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples or to exploit them? I just knew this was how things were going to turn out. Immortal Academy has a great number of competent individuals, producing several great seeds, one of them even titled Little Sky King, so how could they be willing to gift out an supreme ancient seed? It only makes sense for you all to save it for Immortal Academy's outstanding talents. An elder from Heavenly Deity Institution said coldly. This made them all develop bad feelings inside. The other party didn't come with pure intentions. Here for exceptional precious blood. It was unknown who the final ancient seed would be gifted to. Dao brother, you are overthinking things. I can promise you that there is at least one ancient seed that will end up in Heavenly Deity Institution's genius's hands. Another old monster from Immortal Academy said. He had purple hair, even though it was sparse, about to completely fall out. Its color still remained the same, purple and sparkling, releasing brilliant radiance, not becoming white. In addition, his face was rosy. Even though his body was a bit aged, it was still surging with life force, his complexion like that of a child's. Senior Ziying already spoke like this. Then we don't have to worry about Immortal Academy going back on their word. Heavenly Deity Institution's 4th elder said, the expression on his face becoming much better. Does the most powerful ancient seed need to be restored? Isn't it difficult for the heavens to eliminate, the earth to bury? 2nd elder asked with a frown. That type of seed was perfect like the yin-yang seed, nascent cosmos seed and others, which one of them didn't carry the world's greatest profound mysteries, derived unmatched natural laws? This type of thing existed with heaven and earth could evolve. Otherwise, why would they be called the most powerful? It can only be blamed on Immortal Ancient's great war being too bitter, its owner in the last era falling in battle, completely exploding to pieces, suffering unimaginably serious injuries. It is already quite good that it gathered together again after endless years. The old monster whose white hair carried golden light said. He was originally a platinum ape, strength exceptional, blood energy his forte, which was why even though he was now aged, he was still full of blood energy, exceeding conventional reasoning. They had inspected many ancient texts, gathered endless heaven and earth spirit essence to nurture this most powerful ancient seed. The effects of these actions outstanding. Now, it only lacked a bit of precious blood. If it has dragon blood and phoenix blood, then that is the best. If this doesn't exist, then the blood of young supreme beings who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy isn't a bad choice either, which is why we came to Heavenly Deity Institution for assistance. The old monster with sparse purple hair named Ziying said. How many ancient seeds does Immortal Academy have exactly? 2nd elder asked. Don't worry, there is more than one. Heavenly Deity Institution will have its seed, the platinum ape said. If there are several, then only giving my academy one, isn't that too stingy? After all, our academy has but several great immortal Tao successors. 2nd elder said a step further. It isn't too few after all. My Immortal Academy has even more exceptional geniuses, the old monster Ziying said. Heavenly Deity Institution's elders gave each other a look, and then they sighed inwardly. Immortal Academy's geniuses were direct disciples these old monsters personally instructed, so they were extremely partial towards them after all. With heaven and earth's great changes imminent, I must ask seniors to look at the situation from a broader perspective. Grant the ancient seeds to the disciples with the greatest potential. Only then will they be able to display their greatest effects in the future. Heavenly Deity Institution's fifth elder was extremely frank, speaking like this. Please do not worry, we definitely wouldn't hold them back out of greed. We will definitely make our choice with the greatest fighting strength and potential in mind. The Platinum Ape said. Heavenly Deity Institution's elders became silent, not knowing if he was just saying this or if he truly meant it. After chatting a bit longer, they got up one after another because Heavenly Deity Institution's elders had to meet with Sacred Academy's people as well, discussing the selection arrangements and other things with them as well. Right now, Heavenly Deity Institution was becoming more and more bustling with activity, all of the disciples coming out of seclusion, looking towards that celestial body in the sky. Immortal Academy's person really is formidable, actually using a celestial body as a magical artifact to traverse space. Just too astonishing. There were many people who really were shocked. The star was made of stone material, simple and ancient in appearance. It floated above Heavenly Deity Institution, chaotic energy released from its surface, sturdy and unmovable. In another direction, there was a white bone magical artifact similarly enormous. It was like a gourd, floating there, wrapped within white mist. This was Sacred Academy's magical artifact, not smaller than a star, unknown what kind of creature's bones it was refined from. Heavenly Deity Institution was full of activity. When everyone saw the two magical artifacts, they knew that the moment that would decide their fates was about to arrive. There were naturally many who wanted to enter the two academies, become their disciples and strengthen their own cultivations a step further, obtain the two academies' powerful support and resources. Quite a few of the two academies' elite disciples have come, so why didn't they come out, still remaining inside the magical artifacts? Woo! I have to seize this chance. Cannot miss it. The opportunity to change from a fish to a dragon is right before me. A few people were discussing among themselves, all of them paying close attention to the sky above. Meanwhile, at this time, even Lu Tuo, Wang Shi, and the others also came out from seclusion. Princess Yao Yu and a few others even more so flew into heavenly space, wanting to pay the experts from the two academies a visit. For Yao Yu, Wang Shi, and the others, it wasn't all that unexpected if they did enter the two great magical artifacts. After all, they were from long-life families. Their clans previously had people who entered these two academies. As expected, immortal music sounded, multicolored light surged. The stone material celestial body shone, producing an opening forming a gate. In addition, a path unfolded outwards, accepting the visitors. Yao Yu was allowed to enter. Meanwhile, on the other side, the bone material magical artifact surged with immortal light, sacred sounds rumbling. A passage appeared from the mouth of the gourd. Wang Shi also invited in. Many people knew that the Wang family had connections with a certain long-life family. While this clan produced an exceptional heavenly talent, this person precisely in Sacred Academy, right now currently in that gourd. Since Dao brothers came, please come out and meet us. Let us properly receive you as hosts. Below, someone spoke. Quite a few people spoke similar things, all of them wishing to develop good relationships with the two academies' elites. Hao also came. He didn't say anything, instead silently watching. A few disciples from the academies looked towards him, all of them revealing strange looks. It was because all of them knew that in Realm Tomb, Hao had previously defeated Immortal Academy's experts, establishing a name for himself. Apart from this, Huang and Wang Shi also had gratitudes and grudges. Now, her fiancé might have arrived, someone who the old monsters praised as a peerless heavenly talent. Huang is in trouble. Yuan Qing will most likely stop him from entering the two academies. There was someone who muttered this quietly. Many people knew about the resentment between Yuan Qing and Hao. The former wanted to suppress the latter for 10 years, sending him to Origin Ancient Mine, and then Hao acted out, killing Yuan Qing's descendant, chased away Yuan Qing's son, the conflict impossible to dissolve. Meanwhile, Yuan Qing came from these two academies, familiar with some great figures. If he began to slander Hao, insisting on cutting off Hao's path, then it really might display some uses. Honglong. Right at this time, that stone material celestial body was the first to open up. A golden path was displayed, creatures appearing, walking out from this magical artifact. Is there one named Huang from Heavenly Deity Institution? Someone on the great golden light path shouted. Trouble came as expected. Everyone's minds trembled, not expecting Immortal Academy's people to be this direct, wishing to act out against how so quickly. A few figures appeared on that great golden path, overlooking everything below, examining Heavenly Deity Institution's geniuses. How didn't pay them any attention, only calmly watching from the side, truly not knowing the depth of heaven and earth. In Realm Grave, there was someone named Huang who dared take action against my Immortal Academy's cultivators, even more so humiliating Wu Tai, seizing his azure armor. Is this person here or not? The berating voice sounded once more on the great golden Tao path. You'll have to face the master if you beat the dogs. You should have known that the azure armor belongs to Little Sky King, something he lent out. So by what qualifications do you dare seize it? This Huang better quickly offer up the armor and confess his sins. This harsh criticizing was incredibly severe, carrying tremendous might. Hurry up and confess your sins. The others also roared out, the voices rumbling through the skies like thunder. In that instant, within Heavenly Deity Institution, many geniuses' eyes cast over towards Hao. They were targeting Huang. This was clear and easy to see. On the great golden path the stone celestial body produced, there were more than 10 people standing side by side, berating Hao there, as if they were looking down at a small soldier, criticizing him as they pleased. Meanwhile, the so-called Little Sky King didn't appear, still remaining in the stone celestial body, perhaps due to the pride he felt towards his own status, perhaps because he didn't really care. The atmosphere here became a bit tense, even more so extremely nervous. Right now, Huang wasn't a normal person, long proving how extraordinary he was. Yet now, he was coldly berated, not being placed in the other party's eyes at all. Huang, did you hear us or not? You still aren't hurrying over and confessing your crimes? Could it be that you really are waiting for us to uncover you? You better offer up the azure armor quickly. There were more than 10 people in the sky in total, sparkling radiance currently released. Every single one of them were extraordinary experts, immortal energy swirling around their bodies. Hao's expression was cold. He stood there, not saying anything. Qingyi walked over, standing together with him, feeling extremely worried. Immortal Academy's experts came in such an aggressive manner. There was definitely no way for them to act friendly with each other. This was definitely going to be a competition between giants, and right now, Hao really looked like he was on his own. Chao Yuxing, Gu Jianyun, and the others he knew because they chose present world methods were separated, just like how those who chose the ancient method went to Realm Tomb. They were currently searching for their own opportunities, still haven't returned yet. Right now, inside Heavenly Deity Institution, Hao didn't have much help. His old friends pretty much all choosing present world methods. Mo Dao quietly walked over. He was a foreign realm expert Hao subdued, someone who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. He kept his promise the entire time, not going back on his word, now also standing at Hao's side. Everyone was shocked. Right now, Hao was definitely plagued with troubles, but there were still people who dared stand with him. One had to understand that this affected whether or not one would be able to enter Immortal Academy. Standing at Hao's side meant offending Immortal Academy's disciples. Be on opposing sides. If they wanted to enter Immortal Academy, these actions would definitely affect their chances. High up in the sky, Immortal Academy's people naturally long recognized Hao. There really are some people who don't know the consequences of their actions, not understanding respect, lacking an open-minded heart. You all who are standing together with him, do you not want to enter Immortal Academy anymore? A woman's criticizing voice sounded in midair. She had a head of silver long hair, her face fine. The two of you are extremely foolish. You stand together with him, yet you still have delusions of entering Immortal Academy. Standing together with him, do you all not wish to enter Immortal Academy to pursue your studies? Just give up already. All of your qualifications have already been stripped away. Another male's voice sounded. his purple hair falling down onto his shoulders, his temperament unordinary. They were too direct, not speaking about any face, completely undisguised. Hao's face completely sunk. These people were just too overbearing. Did they truly think of themselves as Immortal Academy's old monsters, deciding the paths of others however they pleased? You all really think too highly of yourselves. Hao finally spoke, his expression calm as he looked at these people. He didn't say too much, but there was a type of powerful presence. He was extremely quiet and calm, at the same time carrying a wave of chilliness, not caring too much about these individuals' warnings. Huang, are you challenging our dignity? You aren't coming to admit your wrongs, walking up to admit your crimes. Don't tell me you want to resist. The silver-haired woman carried a smile of mockery. What dignity do you have? Are you all anything special? Telling me to admit my wrongs and accept my punishment? Absolutely ridiculous. Hao said coldly. He didn't shout out, nor did he scold the other party. Yet it made their minds jump, fully displaying his unyielding and powerful stance. Being denounced like this made that silver-haired woman's face flush with redness. She was angered, saying, not knowing the difference between being dead or alive. As a person, one needs to have a heart of respect. Next to her, that purple-haired male also spoke out. You all won't be able to enter Immortal Academy, the silver-haired woman added, staring at Hao, Qingyi, and Mo Dao. Hilarious. Are you all the ones who control Immortal Academy, feeling like you really can decide everything, grasping the right to admit or refuse new disciples? You all are too opinionated, Hao said. In the surroundings, everyone felt their bodies tremble. Huang really was fearless after all, opposing the other party with equal harshness, not showing any sign of taking a step back. Everyone was silent, not wishing to provoke Immortal Academy's important disciples. They didn't want to get caught up in this as well. If we wish to enter, you cannot stop us, Qingyi said. Light laughter sounded from above. Not only was it that male and female, the others all laughed as well, extremely brash, not placing Qingyi in their eyes at all. Heavenly deity institutions people all understood what was happening. These individual statuses were definitely not ordinary, the last disciples of old monsters, so perhaps they really might be able to affect the disciple selection somewhat. Hao faced them coldly, not saying anything else. What? Can't accept this? In the air, that woman laughed lightly, extremely carefree. She moved her head of silver hair and said, it won't change anything even if you can't accept this. Humiliating my Immortal Academy's disciples. And then delusionally holding onto a precious armor you don't have the qualifications to hold. Immortal Academy's doors won't be open to you. She could still be considered beautiful, her silver hair bright, red phoenix eyes slanted diagonally upwards. Only, her behavior was extremely arrogant, making it extremely difficult for others to develop amiable feelings towards her. You think your silence is doing anything for you? Did you hear us or not? We are telling you to come over and confess your sins. That male shouted, purple hair scattering down. His figure was large and tall, his presence intimidating. Heavenly deity institution immediately became extremely quiet. Many disciples below were paying attention to the course of events. They all knew that Hao was likely going to come out on the losing end. In this type of situation, no matter what type of reaction he showed, it would be extremely disadvantageous to him. If he showed weakness, then what kind of face would he have from today forth? But if he continued to oppose them head-on, really entering the academy like this, he would be offending his future school for no reason. What? You have nothing else to say for yourself? Up above, that silver-haired woman laughed, her originally resentful expression turning to a complacent smile. When she saw Hao remain silent, she thought that he was scared. It's beneath me to bother with you all, Hao said. He turned around to leave, not wishing to say too much to them. You? The silver-haired woman was shocked and furious. She couldn't stand the other party's stance. Even though he didn't loudly berate her side, this type of reaction was even more frivolous, not attaching any importance to them. Hao really didn't want to say too much to them, because there was no need at all. If these people wanted to use force, then he would just take them on. Huang, drag your ass back here, that silver-haired male shouted. He also felt humiliated, loudly roaring in anger, his voice resounding through the skies. Down below, everyone had their mouths shut, not uttering a sound. They knew that a battle was unavoidable. With Huang's nature, he definitely wouldn't tolerate this, definitely wouldn't stand being humiliated. Do you all only know how to bark? If you want to die, then feel free to come. Xianxia suddenly turned around, his words ice-cold, his gaze frigid. He was now angered, killing intent surging. The word, bark, immediately made the expressions of everyone above change. This was a phrase used for describing the sound of a domesticated animal. Huang actually humiliated them like this. Capture him, the purple-haired male shouted. The golden light path unfolded, sweeping downwards. He stepped on it, starting to take action. Originally, the great golden path was resplendent, looking like it came from the immortal realm, receiving the cultivators below. However, now it was suffused with murderous energy. The dozen or so individuals above revealed precious pitchers, demonic pestles, or brandished divine parasols, rushing over to suppress Xianxia together. Everyone was shocked. These individuals' magical images were dignified, as if they were gods and Buddhas that descended from the ninth heaven. They all possessed an inviolable aura around them, their souls resonating, becoming stronger. Meanwhile, the two at the very front were a male-female pair. The purple-haired male held a demon-fall pestle, stirring up sky overflowing purple light, and then sent it smashing down. The void erupted, great Tao divine sounds ringing in a deafening manner. The silver-haired woman's facial features were quite pretty, but right now, she looked a bit cold. She held a precious pitcher. An expanse of silver radiance flew out, blasting at Xianxia. These attacks carried great killing intent. Everyone took action together, all of them trying to bring down this monster. Vajra demon destroying formation. Someone cried out in alarm, immediately recognizing this ancient formation. Everyone was immediately shocked, inwardly sighing at Immortal Academy's prowess. They had just took action, yet an ancient era's well-known great formation was already used. No wonder you all dared to act in such a brash manner, Xianxia said quietly. These people had some skill after all. When taking action together like this, they could indeed suppress a younger generation elite figure. Only he didn't mind too much. He had previously stuck together with the divine striking stone for a long time, more or less understanding a bit about these formations. Together with his unmatched fighting strength, he naturally didn't fear anything. However, if he wanted to break through this formation, it would definitely be quite a bit of trouble. After all, these individuals' cultivations were all quite impressive. Only, Xianxia didn't want to fight a drawn-out battle against them. Even if he won, it wouldn't make him look that good. Hong! In that instant, Xianxia's aura erupted. He was like a true dragon that woke from within an abyss and then appeared in the world. Blood energy surged like a sea. Xianxia used his own supreme being precious techniques, Heaven Calamity Light, Reincarnation, and the third precious technique that hadn't fully matured yet. 3 types of precious techniques merged together, 3 powers becoming one. He rarely used his innate 3 supreme being techniques, but today he directly used them. 1 person, 3 supreme being divine abilities. It was like 1 into 2, 2 into 3, 3 into all things. The power of 3 forces merged into one, deriving everything, erupting with exceptional power. Hong Long Long. Heaven and earth erupted into chaos, endless, as if submerging everything, the world itself about to collapse from this wave of divine force. Xianxia's attack was enough even when dealing with a young supreme being, because this was immediately an extreme method, able to instantly decide victory or defeat, wiping out all enemies. This was an attack that was meant to produce results through a single move. Xianxia didn't fail. Within the hazy light, 3 types of supreme being divine abilities all appeared, blasting apart the other party's Vajra demon destroying formation, blasting all of those individuals until their bodies shook violently, blood pouring out of their mouths. Ah! One of them screamed miserably, body flying out. At the same time, the great golden light path swayed, about to be scattered. Pong! Sure-Hao rushed forward, grabbing the male and female pair, lifting them into the air. Then, he left behind a streak of afterimages, quickly returning to his original location. In the skies, all types of divine force overflowed, surging violently. Great cracks extended outwards, but the ground became calm again soon after. "Is this the so-called dignity you all speak of?" Sure-Hao asked coldly. With a pung sound, he flung the purple-haired male onto the ground, and then stepped on his face. "You know," that male shouted. He was actually humiliated so greatly in front of everyone's faces, making him feel even worse than if he was killed. "What are you making so much noise for?" Sure-Hao berated, raising his foot and forcefully stepping down. That face that could be considered handsome immediately distorted, the bridge of his nose sinking in, teeth falling out. "You are not allowed to treat us like this," the silver-haired woman in Sure-Hao's hands screamed. "I can't do this?" Sure-Hao gave her a cold look and then brandished his other hand. "Pa!" An extremely crisp sound rang out. Half of that woman's face swelled, her bones breaking, her entire body slapped flying out. She fell on the ground, blood flowing out from her mouth and nose. Absolute silence. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned, all of them sighing that this was Huang after all. Even when his future prospects were at stake, he still acted so powerfully. Even though these were disciples from Immortal Academy, he beat them down right after he said he would, his intentions not ambiguous in the slightest. Many people here opened their mouths, yet couldn't say anything. Even the two that were captured were stupefied. There was actually someone who humiliated them like this. "Huang, you struck me?" That silver-haired woman screamed sharply. That palm slapped her in the face, the pain seeping into her bones, her face now completely swollen. Even the red phoenix eyes were completely hidden. Sure-Hao walked forward. With a pung sound, he kicked her flying, not holding back in the slightest. "Ah! Who will kill him in my place?" the silver-haired woman screamed. She was insulted once more, simply about to lose her mind. She was the descendant of a great figure in Immortal Academy. So when had she ever suffered like this? Right now, she was alarmed and terrified. Dong! A great jolt shook through the void, as if a bass drum was struck by someone. This place trembled continuously, intensely shaking, making everyone's blood and chi surge, about to go unconscious. That purple-haired male was taking action. Just now, he was thrown by Sure-Hao onto the ground. The bridge of his nose broke with a single step, caving in. When he now heard the woman scream, he secretly took action. That purple-gold demonfall pestle erupted with endless auspicious light. Thousands of brilliant colored streams flowed out. The power that was released incomparable. It collapsed the void, smashing towards Sure-Hao. This demonfall pestle was, without a doubt, formidable, able to kill heavenly deities. It was a great killing weapon. Perhaps it could be called a demon-destroying divine weapon. With it at the center, shocking ripples moved outwards, everything it touched inevitably shattering, the power extremely astonishing. Not far out, a few people cried out miserably, swept through by the purple-colored ripples. Divine light surged, directly sending them flying out. They coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, almost dying. However, Sure-Hao, who was at the center of the battlefield, was completely unharmed, standing tall and unmoved in the middle of it all. He was surrounded by divine multicolored light, as if bathing in immortal light. His appearance was majestic, eyes deep. He suddenly turned around, looking at that male and saying, "Don't have the brains to learn from mistakes." Many people's minds trembled. Under this type of strike, he was perfectly unharmed. Nothing abnormal happening to him. This truly shocking everyone. Is it the single heavenly passage? Someone couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Heavenly deity institutions, people all knew about his abilities, knowing that he broke through the limit, establishing a unique heavenly passage. The heavenly passage shone like a scorching sun, incredibly dazzling, protecting Sure-Hao at the center, immune to all methods. No matter how that demonfall pestle struck out, it couldn't inflict the slightest injury on him. Pong! Hao's foot stepped down. That purple-haired male released a loud cry, unable to dodge at all. Just now, he activated the Demonfall Pestle only after barely supporting half his body. Now, he completely collapsed under this foot. Pooh! He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. That foot was like a great mountain as it crushed down. Impossible to avoid. The great Tao aura it carried making him suffocate. Kacha! Then he felt the bones in his chest break, the intense pain making his face warp. He roared out, "Huang! Do you even still want to enter Immortal Academy?" He wanted to use this as intimidation to make sure Hao stop. Otherwise, he felt like his entire body would be trampled through. Dang! Immediately afterwards, he felt his hand loosen, that Demonfall Pestle become dim. The purple multicolored light receding, stepped on by a foot until it deformed, a large amount of the bone texts disappearing. This left him utterly shocked. Just how terrifying was the flesh and magical force of this youth before him. He destroyed a divine weapon with just a single foot. The Demonfall Pestle cracked apart, losing the divine might it was supposed to carry. Following a pung sound, the purple-haired male was sent flying by a kick. The bones in his body released pai-pa sounds. Who knew how many of them breaking, half his body becoming crippled. At the same time, Hao walked over, kicking that woman until she flew out, blood shooting out of her mouth and nose, his actions merciless. All of this happened in an instant, fast to the point where everyone couldn't react in time. Ah! The silver-haired woman screamed in pain. Finally, she realized that this wasn't Immortal Academy, that there was no one there to protect her, which was why this young man before her dared to act as he wanted. She activated that precious picture, doing everything she could to defend herself. She glared at Hao furiously, shouting, "Senior brother, hurry and save me." Hao didn't show any mercy. His finger pointed out, wind and lightning raging about. Deafening noises rumbled, the scene extremely shocking. He was surrounded by a divine sun, looking incredibly pure and holy. At this moment, he pointed out, as if a divine being was descending into this world to exorcise demons and fiends. As he displayed divine might, there was a type of great imposingness, as well as a type of elegance. This seemed to be a bit contradictory, but right now it simultaneously appeared on this person's body. Ka! The precious picture exploded. This place was extremely brilliant, fragments flying in all directions. Many people were petrified. That was but a great sect treasure, a precious picture that carried great Tao patterns. Yet it was blasted apart by a single finger from Huang. It really was a bit horrifying. That woman screamed miserably, her body covered in injuries, many areas blasted by the precious picture's fragments. Blood splashed everywhere. She couldn't even move anymore, only able to groan in pain. "Stop!" On the Golden Great Path, the people who were just sent flying shouted out. They all held magical artifacts, wanting to stop Hao. Hao turned around, but he didn't take action again because he didn't really want to kill, or else those old monsters definitely wouldn't agree with his actions. With things like this, he already taught those two a sufficient lesson. This place first became silent, and then it erupted with noise. What happened here couldn't remain hidden even if one tried to hide it. No one expecting How to be this powerful. Immortal Academy's people are nothing more than this. Someone said quietly. These words were no different from pouring oil on a flame, inciting and stirring up conflict. Many people were searching for the source of the sound, but they didn't find anything. Quite a few people looked towards the white bone gourd, Sacred Academy's flight magical artifact. They began to suspect perhaps it was one of them who was taunting the other side. Regardless, the person who did this in secret succeeded, making Immortal Academy's people's faces fall. Even though they knew that this person's intentions weren't pure, they still couldn't help but want to take action. In reality, even if no one muttered quietly like this, Immortal Academy's experts still wouldn't just sit still and watch. There was no way they could keep silent after being forcefully suppressed by Huang like this. The stone's celestial body moved, releasing surging tide sounds, moreover forming a terrifying domain, imprisoning the sky. There were birds that were flying over from the distance, but they immediately stopped moving. Everyone's expressions changed. This domain was just too powerful. A gate appeared on the celestial body, a rainbow bridge flying out. A few people walked out along the divine bridge, standing on the bridge formed from gathered multicolored light. You really don't know the depths of heaven and earth, offending little Sky King's prestige again and again. Now that the Sky King is personally here, let's see just what kind of trouble you can stir up, someone said coldly. Many people walked out from the celestial body, all of them young geniuses from Immortal Academy, several dozen of them in number. One could see that Immortal Academy had also thought a bit about this interaction, bringing quite a few experts. Little Sky King has appeared. Many people below were shocked. The main figure finally appeared. Was he going to fight Sure How? It was rumored that this was but an exceptional heavenly talent who surpassed all of his peers, not having any worthy opponents. He was known as a Sky King, but because his age wasn't great, the word little was added. This title alone was enough to explain everything. This was someone who could overlook all of his peers in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Everyone looked towards the 7-colored rainbow bridge, watching this group of people. They all wanted to see little Sky King's true appearance. See just how extraordinary he was. There were as many as more than 40 men and women there, all of them surging with spiritual essence, divine senses like chains, all of their cultivations profound, rarely seen among their generation. There were more than 1 or 2 individuals among them with 3 strands of immortal energy. Some of them had 3 great Tao flowers fully bloom above them. The scene frightening, deriving divine Tao profound mysteries. At the center of them all was a male with white skin that was like fine jade, carrying a sparkling and translucent luster. Immortal mists scattered from his body, aloof and exceptional. He had a head of water blue hair that was like silk, glossy and supple. His hand wasn't all that heroic, but he always carried a smile, looking extremely calm and peaceful. His eyes were clear without impurities. An azure radiance released from them. They were like perfect sapphires, untainted by the aura of the mortal world. This person was extremely unordinary. Just a single look alone made one feel a sense of intimacy, because he was close to the Tao, far from the vulgarness of the mundane world. This was simply like a solitary immortal, not like a cultivator of the human world at all, possessing a type of bearing that was difficult for ordinary people to explain, as if he was a reborn immortal. Extraordinary like the divine, temperament free from vulgarity. This type of person is rarely seen since ancient times. He really looks like the direct child of a true immortal, someone said with a sigh. This type of aura and style was identical to the immortal Tao children recorded in history, too extraordinary. That type of immortal energy-nurtured physique was unmistakable. This type of person's accomplishments were immeasurable. If nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely become an immortal. After attaining long life, his strength would definitely shock past and present. I am not his opponent. At Sure Hao's side, Mo Dao quietly said with a sigh. The aura this person naturally exuded made him feel threatened. Mo Dao felt a familiar feeling. He had previously met a similar person before, someone who he was far from being a match against. You are too lacking in confidence. Sure Hao gave him a look. Mo Dao shook his head, looking a bit bitter. He opened his mouth, really wanted to tell Sure Hao that he had previously seen this type of person. He is still far from achieving immortality, but there are wisps of a true immortal's aura, the same as that person I know. That is why I know that I am far from being his opponent. Mo Dao still spoke up in the end. Sure Hao turned around, looked at him, and then soon afterwards, he guessed who that person was, saying, Your older sister also has this type of immortal Dao style? Correct, Mo Dao replied. They were a pair of supreme beings. This was a major event that shocked the foreign land, but under his older sister's brilliance, he, who was also a supreme being, really didn't seem that remarkable. Everyone knew that his older sister was a true unmatched individual, and this was precisely why the undying beings cared so much about her, bringing her away to nurture her with those from emperor clans. While holding on to my azure armor, did you obtain any gains? Little Sky King spoke from midair, his voice containing a type of charm, making one feel as if they were bathing in autumn winds. Their restless minds began to calm down as well. Worthy of being Little Sky King, actually having this type of exceptional style, every action conforming with immortal Tao. There were some young ladies from Heavenly Deity Institution whose eyes flickered with brilliance. He really is just like those true children recorded in bone books, style unmatched. This type of person is destined for long life, will not remain long in the world of mortals. Little Sky King had just appeared, yet everyone already focused their attention on him, giving high evaluations. There were some benefits. Xianxia replied, looking at this exceptionally good-looking young man. In the air, Princess Yao Yu was devastatingly beautiful, her white dress fluttering about in the wind. She had friendly relations with those from Immortal Academy, currently standing on that stone arch bridge at Little Sky King's side. In the sky, clothes fluttered about. While standing on the bridge condensed from multicolored light, the group of individuals looked like the intermediaries for Taoist immortals. Little Sky King's bearing was exceptional, looking like a reincarnated true immortal. His presence alone made this place rich with an immortal feeling. This type of style and temperament was rarely seen since ancient times. Meanwhile, the temperaments of those at his side were all unordinary as well, especially when there were those with 3 strands of immortal energy at his side. It truly was as if a group of immortals descended. The men were elegant, the women graceful, none of them exuding any feelings of worldliness, transcending above. They were supported by divine light, wrapped in mist. Princess Yao Yu wasn't inferior to them at all when she stood there, and while standing at Little Sky King's side, she only appeared more exquisite and exceptional, as if she was a fairy that walked out from a painting scroll. When they were together, they only looked more pure and aloof, as if they transcended above this mortal world. Huang, are you still going to show off? Little Sky King already personally appeared, yet you still aren't offering up the azure armor? Someone shouted from that arch bridge. When those people didn't speak, they seemed pure and aloof, but right now, they all carried prideful looks, looking down and shouting at Xianxia, ordering him to return the azure armor. The main character showed up, and there was even a group of followers to berate Xianxia. The situation was now extremely grave. People from all over Heavenly Deity Institution were paying close attention, the suffocating atmosphere making this place become completely quiet. Everyone looked in Xianxia's direction. He became the center of attention, but this wasn't some good thing. It was definitely a disaster. Little Sky King came, so how was he supposed to face him? There were some who took joy in his disaster, wishing to see Huang defeated. He finally kicked a metal plate. How could Little Sky King's things be that easy to take? I refuse to believe that Huang still dares to act tough. This time, he is definitely going to give in. Someone from Heavenly Deity Institution said quietly, clearly someone who had previously been suppressed by Xianxia, suffering a defeat under his hands. Right now, he was hoping for Little Sky King to take action and suppress Xianxia. The armor was won from the hands of an enemy. Do you think your threat will do anything? Xianxia replied, audacious. That is Little Sky King's war armor, previously only lent to Wu Tai, yet you really are trying to hold on to it? It doesn't belong to you. One of them shouted out with an unquestionable tone. The armor is spoils I honorably obtained. If I handed it over just because you all threatened me, what kind of self-respect would I have left? Xianxia said calmly. Unbridled. You still refuse to admit your wrongs? This is clearly Little Sky King's armor, yet you dare refuse to return it. Someone shouted from high up, killing energy surging outwards. Xianxia's brows immediately locked together. Enough already, immediately calling others audacious and unbridled. Who do you all think you are, daring to talk to me like this? He paused for a moment, and then continued. While wearing this armor, Wu Tai took action in a rude and unreasonable manner, wishing to kill me. When he was defeated, this armor was left behind, yet you all still want me to offer it up respectfully like a servant. What dog fart reasoning? Everyone was stunned, never expecting Xianxia to suddenly lash out after speaking calmly just now. The arch bridge in midair shone with incomparable brilliance, 7-colored multicolored mists swirling about. Everyone was a bit surprised, their expressions cold as they stared downwards. In Heavenly Deity Institution, everyone gasped in surprise. Could it be that Huang was going to challenge Little Sky King here? However, the latter had long merged with a Tao seed, powerful to a ridiculous degree. Who could compete against him? You dare oppose us? On the arch bridge, someone shouted out once more. Do you all think you're special, believing yourselves infallible? Treating me with such disrespect? Just come at me then, Sure Hao said decisively. There were some matters where he couldn't lower his own stance, because even if he put aside his own dignity, he still wouldn't obtain peace in return. Moreover, Sure Hao was never someone who would exchange dignity for his own life, always someone who was free and unfettered. He wouldn't add shackles onto himself for the sake of becoming stronger. Hong! In that instant, more than 10 streaks of light flew down from the sky, all of them great divine abilities suppressing towards this wild and untamed youth. Huang. Sure Hao's arms moved, like a phoenix moving his wings. They shook fiercely, all of the precious techniques removed. He used the true primordial record's bone texts to neutralize the various divine abilities. And true primordial record, he seems to have some methods. Up above, someone cried out in shock. The first section of the true primordial record wasn't a mystery, a few great sects having it in their collection. Moreover, they were from Immortal Academy, so they naturally had this type of damaged secret text. However, those who were truly able to take the true primordial record's bone texts and turn it into something miraculous were too few. Normally, only sect master level individuals or higher could completely comprehend it. Even Little Sky King revealed a look of surprise, giving Sure Hao a deep look. Hung, just an ancient work, nothing special. It's not like he was the only one who studied before. There was someone who spoke out, not too concerned with this. Huang. You have one last chance to come and confess your crimes. We can still forgive you, someone said coldly, silver radiance swirling within his eyes. Truly disgraceful, laughable. Who do you all think you are, able to randomly preside over the lives and dignity of others? It was nothing more than a bit of conflict that happened between me and your Immortal Academy's people, yet all of you act like you are conducting a trial, criticizing me so harshly. I don't have time to deal with all of you. Just get lost. Sure Hao was annoyed. The other side bothered him again and again, arrogant and overbearing, their words towards him rude. A wave of anger had long surged within him. Obstinately persist in going about things the wrong way. Today we are going to subdue you, someone said from above. The main one involved didn't even say that much, yet you all are in such a rush to express your loyalty. Don't you feel like others will mock you for being so unreserved? One might just associate the word servants with you all. Sure Hao said coldly. Brazen. Someone shouted angrily from above. Right at this time, Little Sky King on the arch bridge gestured with his hand, not letting them continue speaking. He looked downwards, his eyes warm like sunlight, gentle and peaceful. The azure armor is something that I have kept at my side all this time. It will be used in the future to fight the foreign region, so it cannot be lost. He spoke like this, expressing his stance on this matter. Sure Hao raised his head, coldly replying, Then a fight it is. If you all want to force me to hand it over like this, then there's no way. If he really showed weakness, he would definitely be looked down on. Even if that person was Little Sky King, someone who had long merged with a perfect Tao seed, he still had to fight if he wanted that battle armor back. Haha, my ears aren't deceiving me, right? He really dares challenge Little Sky King to a battle. Who does he think he is, the most powerful of the 4 unmatched bloodlines? Truly laughable. You brought this upon yourself, daring to challenge Little Sky King. You really overestimate your capabilities. Are you vainly trying to use this to make a name for yourself in the 9 heavens 10 earths? Someone laughed loudly, speaking sarcastically. Immortal Academy's cultivators in the air all felt like he was striking a stone with an egg. Fighting against Little Sky King was purely suicide. Do not speak needlessly. Little Sky King stopped them, not letting them act arrogantly. It was clear that he was full of dignity. Even though he carried a smile the entire time, his voice not loud, when he spoke out, Those people stopped their mockery, all of them closing their mouths. I am aware that you and Wu Tai previously had a battle, and that was why you obtained this armor. To hastily have you return it will definitely make you displeased. I have no choice but to take back this armor. It cannot be left with others. Please forgive me. Little Sky King said. He was rather calm, but there was an unquestionable domineeringness. This person was normally elegant and graceful, but he was the type of person who once he made a decision, he wouldn't go back on it. He meant what he said, and wouldn't go against his words. His style was exceptional. His water blue long hair shining like a mirror. His face was snow white and sparkling. Eyes deep, white mists pervaded the air. As if a true immortal reappeared in this world. Right now, even though he looked extremely gentle and peaceful, the power that brewed within him made one feel great apprehension. Saying this is useless. What do you want, a fight? Shihao asked. I do not wish to oppress others through overwhelming strength, and now that I've merged with my Tao seed, even if I defeat you, you wouldn't accept your loss. Why don't we have a civilized battle? Give you an opportunity. Little Sky King said with a smile. Everyone was shocked. He had completely merged with the seed after all, walking towards the peak. He had confidence that he was unmatched, completely calm when facing Huang, knowing that he could suppress him through absolute strength. Everyone looked into the sky, holding their breaths, wishing to hear what kind of civilized battle he wanted to carry out. We can investigate some immortal Tao riddles left behind by some people from ancient times. If we manage to derive anything, it can be considered a type of benefit for everyone's Tao. Little Sky King's smile was brilliant. Everyone took in a deep breath. Most of the cultivation riddles left behind by ancient people were incomprehensible, no one able to find any answers to, throughout all of eternity, yet he actually wanted to compare in this field. For his proposal, everyone could see that he had astonishing talent, a heaven-warping figure with exceptionally high wits, or else he wouldn't step into this domain. This only made everyone feel more terrified, their respect for him increasing greatly. Of course, if you do not like this type of derivation, there is another type of civilized battle, which is that I will just stand here, protect myself with immortal light, allowing you to attack me as you wish. If you can make me move, then it will count as my loss. Little Sky King added, suggesting another method of competition. Everyone erupted into commotion. He actually dared to do this. Just how bold was this? To just stand there and let a powerful individual attack, not retaliate at all, accepting defeat if his feet shifted. He really was confident. Everyone trembled inwardly. This type of competition and promise was just too shocking. Shihao's eyes were cold. The other party was this arrogant. Did he really think he could look down on the world, that he was above all others? If Shihao felt like there was an advantage to seize, even if he took action and attacked, even if he won, what glory was there in that? Even if he won, moving the other party, he would still only play the supporting role, making Little Sky King look better. Shihao knew that the other party definitely had methods to remain invincible, the so-called body protecting immortal light likely formidable, possessing protection from all methods profound mysteries. If you want to fight, then just take action. I'm more than happy to fight it out. Why is there a need to avoid or try to cover things up? Shihao said. He didn't want to become a ridiculed supporting character and make another look better. Even if this person really had merged with a Tao seed, now inconceivably powerful, he still wasn't willing to lower his head. You have a prideful heart, but fighting against me like this seems a bit inappropriate. Your cultivation years are still shallow. Little Sky King said calmly. Everyone became speechless. Little Sky King was only a youngster as well, yet right now he already stood at the peak of martial Tao, able to overlook all of his peers. Shihao, you should just let it go. If there is something we can discuss, then let's sit down and talk things over. There doesn't have to be a fight. Right at this time, Princess Yaoyu spoke, her beauty moving, snow-white clothes pure. She also stood on the arch bridge, friendly with those from Immortal Academy. Yaoyu advised Shihao, and then she turned to Little Sky King. The two were standing quite close, shoulder to shoulder. I must ask Little Sky King for your understanding. This is but a misunderstanding, we can talk things over. I fear that it is too late. On the side, someone spoke, the hostility he felt towards Sure how great, not willing to let him go. Now that we already reached this step, what room is there for him to cower? Just come over and accept your punishment. Someone said coldly. All of you are overthinking things. Sure how said coldly. He then looked towards Little Sky King and said, since you feel like it is inappropriate wishing for a fair battle, then we'll just meet on the God-level stage. Fight on there. God-level stage? Everyone's minds jumped greatly. Huang's natural disposition didn't change after all. Still this bold and unyielding. God-level arena, this was definitely not something simple. It was a place to fight a great battle against an opponent. One suspended in the sky, allowing for spectators all around it. This was an arena that could serve as the place for a life or death battle. At the same time, all types of restrictions could be applied. Due to differences in opponents and situations, the restrictions that could be activated would also be different. Among them, the most well-known restriction was to fight at the same cultivation realm, allowing those who pursued the absolute peak and wished to fight at the very top of the same cultivation realm to compete. It was clear that the reason why Sure how suggested to fight on the God-level arena was because he wanted to fight the so-called Battle of the Peak. The two would compete fiercely at the same cultivation realm. Little Sky King merged with a perfect precious seed, and his cultivation right now was deep and immeasurable, standing at the very top of martial Dao, so right now, there was a bit of a above all others, difficult to find opponent situation. Since he already said it himself that they weren't going to fight a true decisive battle but rather a civilized battle, implied that he would show consideration for Sure how like this, then Sure how responded with this type of method. Sure how didn't need the so-called consideration, but since the other party felt that it was inappropriate, feeling that his strength was too great, his cultivation realm too high, then they should carry out a great battle at the same cultivation realm on the God-level arena. This isn't fitting at all. What kind of identity does Little Sky King have? Why would he accompany you in that God-level arena battle? This is just child's play. Exactly. Have you seen Academy elders show this kind of consideration to fight younger generations? There were immediately people who retorted, not willing to accept these conditions, believing that it was absurd. They felt that Little Sky King was high up above, so why did he need to bind his own arms and legs? Sure how didn't say anything, only calmly standing there. Regardless, he already made his move, suggesting his own decisive battle method. Whether or not the other party wanted to accept it wasn't his problem. Many people from Heavenly Deity Institution rose up in commotion, never expecting Sure how to be this daring, actually challenging Little Sky King while in the same cultivation realm. However, they really wanted to see this battle. They had all heard about how heroic Little Sky King was, someone known to be unrivaled among his peers, one of the most stunning individuals in the 9 heavens 10 earths, so they naturally wanted to see if he could defeat all others in the same cultivation realm. Huang is not a simple individual, from when he made his appearance until now. His performances have also displayed unstoppable power when in the same cultivation realm. You're right, if I think about it, Huang has never been defeated before. He has broken through the limit. No one his match among his peers. Everyone became noisy, some of them really expressing what they thought. Others acting surprised on purpose, wishing to incite Little Sky King into fighting a great battle with Sure how. It was because many of them had heard that Little Sky King was above all of his peers, never fearing a challenge at the peak of a realm. This was precisely what he strived for, craving defeat. I really wish to fight this type of battle, but it is a pity that I cannot satisfy your wish today, Little Sky King said, leaving everyone shocked. He actually tactfully declined, this behavior not matching his style. Could it be that Little Sky King was scared? There was no way. Immortal Academy's people didn't believe Little Sky King would be scared of a fight. He was prideful and arrogant, able to face all challengers in the 9 heavens 10 earths. I have just merged with the Tao seed, and even though it was successful, it isn't too stable, needing time to consolidate. Little Sky King smiled, and then explained further, saying, I was quite fortunate to obtain an unmatched precious seed, but before this perfect seed stabilizes, even though it is an opportunity, it might also be a disaster. What was the meaning behind these words? Everyone was shocked, feeling more and more confused. Because it is a perfect seed, before it completely stabilizes, all inhibitions are ineffective. Not even the God-level arena can suppress me, so it is too difficult for us to have a so-called same-level battle. Little Sky King spoke, carrying a type of unmatched confidence. Everyone was shocked, and then they erupted with no's. Just how powerful was this little Sky King? Not even the God-level arena able to suppress him. Even if special restrictions were set in place, it would still be ineffective against him. Truly tyrannical and unmatched. What is the so-called being unrivaled? It is precisely this, not even restrictions able to suppress him. This is what is truly supreme without equal. Everyone from Heavenly Deity Institution was moved, couldn't help but feel shock. Even though this was related to the perfect seed, it was also because he really was just too strong. This was the first time Immortal Academy's people heard this as well. Right now, they were all shocked. Many followers couldn't help but cry out, praising Little Sky King's unmatched heroicness. Even Princess Yao Yu, who stood on the arch bridge, turned around, looking at this extremely brilliant, exceptional hero, feeling deep shock, greatly moved, bright colors swirling in her eyes. Little Sky King is extraordinary and aloof after all, having this type of strength, truly someone who surpasses the ancients and dazzles the present. Looking down on this heaven and earth, not many people can compare to you from past until now. Princess Yao Yu exclaimed in praise. The reason he has the title Sky King is precisely because he really has the strength to back it up, his prowess widely known, not even the God-level arena able to restrict him. The others on the arch bridge spoke proudly. The so-called undefeated is precisely this, unable to be suppressed even if others tried. Many disciples from Immortal Academy cried out, almost worshipping him. When Shihao heard this, he was a bit moved, but he wasn't flustered, nor did he feel any fear. Only his eyes became deeper. What, you scared now, Huang? Now you know how inferior you are to Little Sky King, huh? Someone shouted arrogantly. This is a difference of sky and earth. What is the sign of being without equal? This is its true embodiment. On the arch bridge, those individuals shouted loudly, quite a few people mocking him, ridiculing Shihao. It's not like I didn't experience this before. Shihao said calmly to himself, not affected by these words. The so-called splendid situation wasn't able to make his heart waver. It was because he indeed experienced this before. When he fought against the dual pupils user in the lower realm, they competed on a god-level arena. Back then, the arena was almost completely broken. Even though the destruction was only temporary, back then, he really did experience such a thing. What is he even talking about? Someone said in shock. He seems to have experienced a time when the god-level arena couldn't suppress him. There were some who were immediately astonished. Many people didn't really believe this, especially Immortal Academy's people who curled their lips, feeling that he was lying. At this moment, Princess Yao Yu spoke up, advising once again, Little Sky King, since it is not suitable for you to take action, then let's sit down and talk things over. It doesn't have to be settled through arms. I will give him a chance. Little Sky King revealed a faint smile. Right now, his cultivation realm was indeed a level higher, and after merging with the immortal seed, he was already a sect master level figure, even though his condition wasn't extremely stable yet. Sky King, please take action. Do not forgive him. Quite a few people shouted out. While in Realm Tomb, Immortal Academy's people suffered a great defeat, all of them suppressed by Shihao alone. Many of them wanted to vent out this wave of resentment, hoping that Little Sky King would forcefully deal with him. There were even people who didn't agree to the so-called god-level arena battle, believing that he should just kill Shihao with his sect master level strength. Did you Woody come? Little Sky King asked. Immortal Academy's people were stunned, not expecting him to bring up this name. Heavenly Deity Institution's people were even more stunned. This really was a strange name, actually naming oneself without equal in the universe. It really was a bit too arrogant. He came, but he didn't travel together with our flight magical artifact, but rather came on a different flight precious artifact. Someone said in a quiet and cautious manner. Since Wudi is here, why doesn't he show himself? He can fight against Huang. Little Sky King said. Heavenly deity institutions people were confused. Who was this person? Could he represent Little Sky King in a fight? Who is this so-called Yu Wudi? Princess Yao Yu was at Little Sky King's side, asking like this. She was quite shocked as well. Perhaps the one strongest at the heavenly deity level. Little Sky King said, giving an incredibly high evaluation, immediately triggering cries of shock. Immortal Academy has this type of person? Princess Yao, you couldn't help but be surprised. Naturally. My Immortal Academy is full of talents. Our heroes able to look down on the world wherever they go. We don't only have a Sky King. There are other peerless talents as well. Someone said. Self-granted titles? There were some people from Heavenly Deity Institution who sneered, expressing doubt and unconvinced attitudes, not scared of stirring things up. I can guarantee that Yu Wudi is extremely strong. Anyone who can defeat him might truly be number one among heavenly deities. Little Sky King said. Heavenly deity institutions disciples all gasped. Quite a few people asked about this so-called Yu Wudi. Immortal Academy's great elder's last disciple. The great elder has only taught 2 apprentices in his life, and Yu Wudi is one of them. He was praised as the second Little Sky King, the most powerful individual in Immortal Academy under the sect master level. Soon afterwards, news got out. Immortal Academy's people were extremely arrogant, believing that number one among Immortal Academy's heavenly deities was the same as being number one in the 9 heavens 10 earths. A small boat arrived from the air. Standing on it was a gray-clothed male, hazy and indistinct. The small boat was wrapped within chaotic energy, as if it arrived from the very beginning of the world. It was because when this boat moved, the void cracked apart, the scene's astonishing. Wudi, you came. Little Sky King greeted out, his face full of smiles. He then introduced to everyone, Wudi is not weaker than me when I was at the heavenly deity realm. This type of introduction was made seriously, and it was extremely shocking. Yu Wudi was this powerful? Yu Wudi is number one in the heavenly deity realm under the sky. Immortal Academy's people added. This type of acclaim really was astonishing. If you can defeat Wudi, then I will temporarily lend this azure armor for you. After you successfully merge with the Tao Seed, the winner will have the armor. Little Sky King said. This naturally produced a great commotion. Yu Wudi emerged from the sky, unexpectedly not inferior to the past Little Sky King, having the power to be number one in the heavenly deity realm. He really is number one? A faint smile appeared on the corners of Hao's lips. Naturally. Even if you search throughout the 9 heavens 10 earths, it will be difficult to find someone who can match him at the heavenly deity realm. Many people from Immortal Academy responded to him, full of confidence in Yu Wudi. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but feel moved. Just how many people dared to claim to be unmatched under the heavens in a certain cultivation realm? There was one before them, someone who was acknowledged by everyone from Immortal Academy. Even Little Sky King was praising him greatly. Fine. Then I will soon become the so-called number one in heavenly deity realm, Hao said. Right at this time, that sparkling white bone gourd swayed, immortal mist rising. The mouth of the gourd opened, a gate of light emerging. A group of people walked out. Sacred Academy's people no longer remained silent, all of them coming out as well. There were 40 to 50 of them in total, all of their blood energy surging, as if they were a group of prehistoric dragons and phoenixes, a bit different from Immortal Academy's aloof and remote auras. These people were vigorous and powerful. However, soon afterwards, they became calm again, their auras restrained. All of their figures became indistinct, as if they were natural gods and devils from when heaven and earth was created, their bodies towering in the void. Wang Shi was also there, because there was an exceptional heavenly talent from Sacred Academy who might be connected to the Wang family through marriage. When there are no tigers in the mountains, even monkeys claim to be kings, someone from Sacred Academy said while laughing. What are you all trying to say? Who are you directing that at? Immortal Academy's people glared out angrily, many of them furious. Forget about most of those cultivating present world methods preferring to remain unknown. Even among those who cultivate ancient methods, no one in your Immortal Academy can claim the title of being number one in the heavenly deity realm. Someone from Sacred Academy said ruthlessly. Everyone immediately rose up in an uproar. If you are unwilling to accept this, then just come up to the God-level arena and fight. Let's see who is number one in the heavenly deity realm. Sacred Academy can feel free to send out experts to fight. Immortal Academy's people said coldly. The atmosphere immediately became more tense. The two academies originally also stood in opposition, striving to be above the other. If that is what you all wish, then a great battle it is. We came to Heavenly Deity Institution this time precisely to exchange and interact. Someone from Sacred Academy replied. Little Sky King, you can come up and fight too. We aren't scared of the regulations not affecting you. We'll still fight at the Heavenly Deity realm. Someone shouted from Sacred Academy. Why not? I am looking forward to seeing someone who can defeat me. Little Sky King replied indifferently. He was unexpectedly really going to take action. Hung. I am only speaking the truth. There were previously some people who disappeared in the ancient times, similarly cultivated immortal energy, able to defeat all of you in the heavenly deity realm, let alone our Sacred Academy who reigns supreme. Sacred Academy's people said while laughing coldly. Come, we'll fight it out. Both sides were angered, about to carry out a decisive battle. Hong! An incredibly massive arena appeared in midair. It was grand and majestic, immortal mists everywhere. It was clear that there were some old monsters that were roused, directly bringing over an arena, permitting them to fight. Multicolored light flashed, a person now appearing on the arena, precisely sure how. He was sent by someone up there. Before he even expressed anything, he was forced to become a challenger. A decisive battle to determine who is number one in the heavenly deity realm. Someone cried out in alarm. It was because there were bone texts that interweaved on the arena, finally forming this line of characters. It was easy to see that the old monsters now gave this great battle a designation, using this competition to see who is number one in the heavenly deity realm. No one expected things would develop like this, not even the old monsters able to hold back, encouraging everyone to exchange pointers, carry out a great battle. Number one in heavenly deity realm, this type of battle was going to be carried out on the arena. Everyone knew that this was definitely a type of encouragement, a display of the three great institutions' strength, displaying their glory and brilliance. Sure how, without a doubt, became the focal point of attention, the first one to be sent up. Conflict originally sparked between him and Little Sky King, left with no choice but to fight. Now, he was even more so directly brought right before a storm. Of course, since he was now up here, he couldn't run. However, there was no need to either because he was going to decide everything through battles to begin with. Truly arrogant. He went up first to seize the title of number one in heavenly deity realm. But in my opinion, he'll be quickly knocked down. Someone said loudly. My Immortal Academy's people still hadn't gone up. Yet he is already impatient, really is quite daring. Someone mocked. Shurehao's gaze was like lightning as it swept over those people, not taking their words to heart. It was because he only needed to speak through strength, determine who was the genuine article on the arena. The grand arena carried an ancient feeling, as well a type of bleakness, unknown just how many tens of thousands of years it had existed for. It was incredibly large, enough for them to fight as they pleased. Instead of calling it an arena, it was better to call it a floating continent. The ground was all made of stone, streaks running through its surface, profound and complex. These were great Tao symbols. Even if it was ordinary stone that had these patterns engraved on it, it would still become sturdy enough, let alone this type of special material. They didn't have to worry about breaking the arena, didn't have to worry about the battlefield being unstable. Everyone could focus on fighting with everything they had. This was a battlefield refined by ancient almighty beings, so it definitely wouldn't break. Be careful. Qing Yi transmitted sound from below, because she knew that Sure Hao was going to face exceptionally terrifying opponents. The battle's extremely dangerous. All eyes were aimed at him, everyone looking at the arena. We actually reached this situation, the three academies about to fight a great battle here. Princess Yao Yu's beautiful eyes flickered with brilliance as she stared at the arena. She no longer tried to dissuade them from fighting. On the other side, above the sparkling gourd, several dozen people stood side by side. Among them several individuals who were the most stunning, harmonizing with the Tao, as if they were about to fade into heaven and earth. Wang Shi was also there, treated as an honored guest. This is the youth who previously went against the Wang family, sparking conflict? Someone asked. Wang Shi nodded, saying, "He is. Sister-in-law can be at ease. Just wait for me to take action. He will definitely be knocked down. All of the disturbance he stirred up will disappear very quickly." One of them said. Wang Shi released a cold snort, her beautiful and sparkling face revealing a look of warning, clearly not liking this type of address. "Sister-in-law and that senior brother of mine have already been engaged for some time. So this type of address isn't wrong at all," that person said while laughing. "In a bit, our people will go up and defeat him. Our sacred academy walks the path of extremes, continuously transcending the limits. All excellent opponents will become our sharpening stones," someone said with a smile. Even though Wang Shi didn't like being called this term, she still reminded them, saying, "Huang is definitely a stunning talent, his cultivation heaven-reaching earth-moving, rarely meeting worthy opponents among his peers. All those who underestimate him will pay greatly for it." There was an indistinct figure that looked like a demonic god who walked out from primal chaos, exuding a type of great awe as he said, "Sister-in-law, you overthink things. We'll show them who the number one in heavenly deity realm is." Precisely. The number one heavenly deity realm individual will definitely be a young supreme being from my sacred academy, another person said, full of confidence. On the arena, Hao stood there alone, not saying a single word. "Wudi, are you willing to fight?" Little Sky King said. He looked towards the youngster standing on the small leaf boat, this person unexpectedly worthy of him speaking so seriously. No one felt that this was strange. This person was indeed a heaven-warping genius, someone who Little Sky King believed to not be weaker than himself when he was at the heavenly deity realm. "That's fine." Wudi nodded, and then he moved, immediately tearing through space, leaving the small boat and appearing on that massive arena. A powerful gale swept about. He was covered in gray clothes, his body a medium build, his appearance quite ordinary and simple, but there was an intimidating temperament. When immortal energy scattered from his body, he looked incredibly threatening. Immortal Academy was precisely like this. When reserved, their bodies and mind were all calm like spiritual lakes, drifting in this world, but once they erupted with power, they hacked through the void like an immortal sword, terrifying to the extreme. The faces of those who cultivated immortal energy darkened slightly. Not being handsome was something special of its own. Wudi's physical body was extremely sturdy. When his immortal energy was restrained, he looked no different from an ordinary person. However, Hao knew that this was a terrifying person, within his body surging spiritual essence, as if he was a dormant dragon. "Senior brother Yu, please show us your greatest immortal Tao accomplishments. Quickly take him down. How can number one in the heavenly deity realm be something he can aim at? Who can compare to you, Wudi? Heavenly deity institutions Huang is still not enough. Senior brother Yu, quickly decide this battle." Immortal Academy's people shouted loudly, having great confidence in Wudi, feeling that nothing unexpected would happen. In their eyes, defeating Hao was merely a matter of time. It was to the extent where many people began to carry out some bets, speculating how many moves it would take for Wudi to defeat Huang. Wudi, whose face was a bit dark-toned, released light from his eyes, two streaks of silver-white radiance shooting out from his pupils. They unexpectedly turned into two silver phoenixes, carrying heaven-overflowing white-colored flames as they rushed at Hao. Everyone was alarmed. These two didn't exchange a single word, the great battle starting just like that. Wudi only opened his eyes, yet this type of terrifying scene was already created. There was silver-colored ancient wind in his pupils. This scene truly shocking to the extreme. Heavenly Phoenix power! Someone cried out in shock. Many people from Heavenly Deity Institution already knew that Hao faced an exceedingly frightening figure. His opponent refined the ancient Heavenly Phoenix power into his eyes, which meant that his physical body was definitely even more frightening. Dong! A streak of thunder seemed to have struck down from the void, leaving everyone shaken up, their bodies trembling intensely. Hao pointed out, releasing attacks. Two golden divine chains that were incomparably dazzling shot through the sky like lightning. This was the Willow Deity Precious technique. Two branches pierced at Yu Wudi's eyes. In addition, large amounts of golden leaves danced about everywhere like a great rain, carrying blazing light as they descended on the boundless white-colored flames. Dang! Before Yu Wudi's eyes, a large amount of patterns appeared, forming a snow-white heavenly phoenix. With a flap of its wings, the two golden branches were stopped, sparks flying in all directions. Yu Wudi! Kill him! Many people from Immortal Academy shouted out, as if they were standing in the battlefield themselves, like they were the ones fighting. They were completely invested in this most intense and exciting great battle. The spectators were immediately roused up, many people screaming out, this place becoming extremely noisy, the atmosphere lively. Who is making all this noise, disturbing my Heavenly Deity Institution? Right at this time, a flash of light appeared from the distance. An enormous warship arrived, appearing here. Heavenly Deity Institution's present world methods people returned. They didn't head for Realm Tomb, but rather another immortal land to search for rebirth opportunities. What? The people of the two academies came to challenge Hao. There were people on the warship who cried out. Chao Yuxing, the little rabbit, Chang Gongyan, Fengwu, Dragon Girl, Jinggu, Tingyi. There were many who were acquainted with Hao, all of them from the 3,000 provinces. There were some who had previously fought viciously with him, but now temporarily dropped things. It was to the extent where even the dual pupils Yi, who naturally stood against Hao, sneered now, quite cold towards Little Sky King, Yu Wudi, and the others. Hao, you have to win. Is that a silver heavenly phoenix? Chop off a wing and bring it back to roast. Let us have a taste of the good meat. Chao Yuxing screamed. This fatty definitely wouldn't enter Immortal Academy, as he cultivated the present world methods. So that was why he roared out now, not feeling any burden, angering Immortal Academy's people until they wanted to immediately slap him to death. Where did this fella come from? Immediately saying such vile things after appearing. Waha! Roasted chicken wings are the best. I want to try it so bad. The little rabbit's ruby-like large eyes were widened as she shouted. Hey! Rabbit! Weren't you a vegetarian? Someone mocked. Go to hell. I'll throw it. The little rabbit flipped out, starting to throw the qilin at people. When the two academies saw this scene, they felt a bit dizzy. It was because many of them were sure that this was a true qilin. Heavens! Quite a few people cried out in alarm. One of the vicious 10. This qilin youth was thrown around like a sack, making even Heavenly Deity Institution's people a bit lightheaded, not understanding what was going on. This was too shocking. Brother if you win against that Heavenly Phoenix, I call dibs on its divine feathers. I was planning to refine a precious fan. This group of people were completely unrestrained when they came back, not fearing Immortal Academy's people at all. It was because their goals were all Sacred Academy. Immortal Academy's people were so angry that they glared out, anger surging within them. Hong! Yu Wudi operated the true Phoenix Precious technique. His arms moved, soaring towards the sky. Blinding white light emerged. Heaven overflowing silver flames erupted as he dove down towards Hao, the divine force matchless. At this moment, time seemed to have frozen still. Everyone closed their mouths, holding their breaths, all of the clamoring disappearing. They were all incredibly nervous, paying close attention to this world-shaking strike. The well-known Heavenly Phoenix Great Divine Ability now displayed the most dazzling brilliance, attacking at full power, moving the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. On the other side, Hao soared into the heavens to face him head-on. A Kuan Peng appeared, its golden body carrying black patterns, yin and yang energies swirling about, stirring up great Tao divine force. Hong Long. The two individuals smashed together, as if raging ocean waves beat against the shore. Rocks smashed into the clouds, divine force and holy light everywhere, sweeping through everything with unstoppable power. Everyone's eyes felt stinging pain, unable to open them, blood even flowing out from some of their eyes. The collision this time was too fierce. Phoenix cries shaking the 9 firmaments. Kuan-Peng soaring 90,000 li. Two vicious birds tore at each other. Terrifying abnormal scenes appeared, as if they had arrived once more at a mortal ancient great era. Barbaric beasts moved about, divine birds covering the sky. They tore open the cosmos, shattering great stars one after another. The stellar domain shattered. Dong! 9 divine feathers appeared behind Wudi, all of them extremely bright and beautiful. The brilliance they released carrying a miraculous power, as if they could grant those between life and death new flesh and bones, make their vital energy surge once more. This was the rebirth power of a phoenix, but at this moment they all changed. The 9 divine feathers changed from multicolored to pitch black like ink, and then finally transformed again, turning into 9 black divine swords, carrying a deathly energy. Life and death swirled about, the power of rebirth becoming murderous energy. The 9 phoenix killing swords were like rainbows that crossed the sun, swiftly arriving. 9 streaks of black rainbow radiance penetrated space. Chang. Shurhao stood within a sea of lightning, around him 9 great divine weapons, a golden Dao bell, green-colored immortal suppressing pagoda, violet gold gourd, scarlet red bagua, and other weapons lined up together, facing the enemy's attack. Dong! It was as if heaven and earth were opening for the first time, the cosmos first forming. Chaotic energy surged. One could vaguely hear natural gods and evils howling and roaring, Buddhas singing, demon lords chanting, the scene strange and terrifying. All types of divine force surged between the two, natural laws interwoven like a spiderweb. One bathed in lightning, as if the lightning emperor was reborn. The other turned into an ancient heavenly phoenix. The two tangled together, fighting a bloody battle, tearing at each other, their bodies turning about. At times, the lightning emperor rode on the ancient heavenly phoenix, treating it like a mount, but sometimes, the ancient heavenly phoenix gripped the humanoid creature who was bathed in lightning within its claws, about to tear it apart. This was a struggle for the title of number 1 in the heavenly deity realm. The two fought a decisive battle on the arena, both of their individual strength at their age-shocking past and present, rarely seen from past until now. Phoenix cries resounded, blasting through gold and splitting stones. That dazzling heavenly phoenix tumbled about in the sky, carrying heaven-overflowing flames, its body moving viciously, continuously releasing vicious attacks. Every inch of Shurhao's body was releasing blinding electrical radiance. In the end, it formed a sea of lightning, smashing into the fiery light, as if raging waves struck against the shore. They fought from the sky above to the earth below, and then fought from the ground back into the cloud layer, tangling about, blood scattering down from time to time. The Lightning Emperor Precious technique faced the ancient Heavenly Phoenix secret method, lightning and flames contending against each other. A competition between the greatest divine abilities. The two fought until they were completely stuck together, bathed in blood as they attacked viciously, the battle extremely bitter. This was the most frightening opponent Shurhao had encountered yet, forcing him to go all out, yet he was still injured. There were fine cuts that were made on his body, the result of his body splitting apart. One had to understand that his flesh was sturdy like divine gold. When normal magical artifacts smashed into his body, they would be shattered instead. Yet now his body suffered such injuries. Shurhao was now no different from the best body cultivators. His physical inner treasury opened. Yet under the other party's sharp claws, blood still flowed in long streams. It had to be said that the heavenly phoenix's claws were too terrifying, unstoppable. The sky continuously collapsed, like tofu under the heavenly phoenix's sharp claws, unable to take a single hit. The space around them even exploded each time. Under the heavenly phoenix's sharp claws, that area would explode. Just how many people could resist this type of exceptional power? When a normal person walked up, they would immediately be shredded up under a single claw, their bones turned into pieces, no defenses able to defend against that type of attack. Everyone was stupefied. Huang, whose body was known to be powerful to the extreme, was actually injured, truly a shocking sight. The expressions of heavenly deity institutions people became grave, all of them feeling that Immortal Academy was deep and immeasurable, like dragon pools and phoenix nests, a place where unmatched heroic geniuses resided. The disciples it produced were too frightening. Of course, everyone keenly noticed that Wuxia was also injured, his face pale, his lips tightly pursed together, wisps of blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He was suppressing it, not allowing the blood to spurt out. In reality, he was already injured. Hong, sure how became the ruler of a sea of lightning, each fist more fierce than the last, more tyrannical than the last, facing the heavenly phoenix sharp claws head-on. Even though there were fine gashes on his flesh, blood flowing out, he was still powerful and ferocious. Lightning rushed out streak after streak, the radiance incomparably great, simply as if a mountain was smashing out. Fist radiance surged, blasting at his opponent. Pooh! Finally, Wuxia couldn't hold on any longer, struck by the fist light until his mouth released a mouthful of blood, his body rocking back and forth. Kill! Sure how shouted, his voice like thunder, making the void rumble. His fist became even more brilliant, as if two divine hammers were about to bring down the 9 heavens 10 earths. Pooh! Wuxia couldn't suppress it any longer, continuously coughing out 5 mouthfuls of blood. An incredibly horrifying sight, blood dyeing the skies red. His body rocked about. At the same time, 5 streaks of claw marks appeared on his body, one of them almost making bone visible. One could vaguely see a bit of the bone's white color. Both of their injuries weren't light, could be said to be both sides suffering and neither winning that exchange. In that instant, the two already exchanged 300 moves, evenly matched, their bodies both having injuries. Chi! Killing energy withdrew. Blazing flames surged from Wuxia's body. Rebirth power surged, his injuries quickly recovering. The blood essence that was coughed out flowed back in reverse, entering through his skin. This scene left everyone dumbstruck. In the time it took to take a breath, his blood energy was surging again, recovering. How was one supposed to kill him? How were they supposed to fight a life and death struggle? By grasping the ancient heavenly phoenix secret method, Wuxia was naturally undefeatable. It was because even if he was injured, he could immediately recover, instantly restore his condition, always maintaining a peak condition. Regardless of who it was that became his opponent, they would all feel a great headache, difficult for them to see how they could win. Walala! Golden ripples surged. Before everyone's shocked eyes, Sure How also underwent a change. A foot-tall willow tree appeared above his head, the entire tree looking like it was cast from gold. Every branch was golden, the soft shoots covering them also like this. Right now, they absorbed the essence energy of the 9 heavens, quickly replenishing itself. And quite a few people widened their eyes with shock. The foot-tall little tree devoured the essence of the heavens above and earth below. Its roots landed on Sure How, reaching towards him, also allowing him to instantly recover. This was the willow deity's precious technique, its innate ability. Not only could it produce golden divine chains of order, it could also be used to treat injuries. In reality, when Sure How first learned this precious technique, the first true meaning he had to grasp was life, using this to comprehend the elements of long life in this heaven and earth, to transcend above. Only, he was always fighting, so he used the offensive aspects of the ability more often. Everyone was petrified. These two fought to this extent, their blood energy already somewhat decreased, yet now they both were vigorous once more. 9 revolutions, heavenly art. Right at this time, Wuxia released a low grunt. He displayed a type of heavenly art, one whose reputation previously shook Immortal ancient great era, having an illustrious reputation, known to be one of the most powerful heavenly arts. This type of low roar was a type of incantation, able to support the heavenly art's secret force, making it even stronger. In that instant, heavenly and earth rotated 9 times. The entire world flipped over, about to crush Xianxia beneath. Quite a few people cried out in alarm. Wasn't this legendary heavenly art lost in inheritance? It was lost in the foreign land, the secret text brought away by the enemy that couldn't be defeated. They never expected to see it again today. Everyone sighed. Immortal Academy was formidable after all, just too shocking. Even recovering this type of unmatched heavenly art that had been lost in inheritance for a long time, bringing it back to light. Right now, many people's minds were surging, their resolutions to enter Immortal Academy becoming even more firm. They were going there to study techniques, further pursue their studies. The so-called 9 revolutions was capsizing heaven and earth. Complete 9 revolutions, crush all creatures that were sealed within, extinguish all life, truly an incomparable method. Xianxia was like a small boat in a stormy sea, about to flip over at any time, blasted to pieces. His entire being was sealed within, about to be erased. Many people cried out in alarm. Qingyi, Gu Jianyun, the little rabbit, Chao Yuxing, Feng Wu, and the others' expressions changed. These changes were taking place too quickly, the 9 revolutions heavenly art unmatched. 6 Tao reincarnations. As heaven and earth reversed, the world overturned. Xianxia, who was inside the sealed space, released a light shout, displaying his own heavenly art. 6 mysterious gates opened in the void. Hong Long Long. This world seemed to have had several slits torn open. All of the crushing power was guided in, pouring into the 6 mysterious gates. Then, Xianxia's hands moved, the 6 hand gestures incredibly complex, continuously hanging. Then, with a fierce shake, the magical imprint aimed at Wuxia. In that instant, the secret force the 6 mysterious gates devoured completely flowed in reverse, smashing at Wuxia, who was displaying the 9 revolutions heavenly art. It raged and surged like a great river, as if a mountain torrent was roaring, engulfing towards the skies, drowning out the heavens. Everyone's minds trembled when they saw this, many of their expressions changing. He actually neutralized the 9 revolutions heavenly art that easily. That's the 6 Tao reincarnations. Someone sighed. Even the old monsters who were secretly watching were moved. It was because this ancient heavenly art was too famous, having an ancient history, one of the matchless divine abilities. In that immortal ancient great era full of blood and chaos, this heavenly art's user killed until the 9 heavens were dyed red, the 10 earths' color changed. The foreign experts were cut like chives, wiped out one batch after the next. It was rumored that the reason why the past ancient realm was blasted into 9 heavens and 10 earths was related to the 9 Tao reincarnations' might. It could be said that in the final parts of the last great era, the 9 Tao reincarnations' great divine ability established incomparably splendid battle results, killing endlessly, wiping out countless powerful enemies, establishing great achievements. As expected, the 6 mysterious gates stopped the incoming attacks, and then sent the power right back, raging powerfully, moreover incredibly ingenious as it attacked the opponent. Wuxia displayed the heavenly attack once more to stop this attack. His body staggered, and then he shouted, "Break!" The revolving heaven and earth were broken apart. The secret force that swept back scattered, rushing into the boundless heavens. This is only the first revolution. There are still 8 more. With each rotation, the power of heaven and earth will be increased greater. So let's see how you handle them, Wuxia said coldly. His battle clothes fluttered about. Even though he had a medium build, his appearance ordinary, right now he was like a war god having a type of unmatched loftiness. 9 revolutions heavenly art moved past and present, now fully displayed by him, terrifyingly powerful, leaving everyone horrified. If it was anyone else, they would have long been blasted into powder. The second revolution? Xianxia said quietly, his eyes bright and clear. The 6 Tao reincarnations also have many interpretations. His hands merged together, his hand gestures continuously changing, in that instant displaying the fate of humankind. 6 Tao life reincarnations appeared, as if it was going to send one into reincarnation. The 6 gates merged into one, forming a vortex, about to suck Wuxia in, make him enter a life and death reincarnation. 6 Tao deaths and rebirth. That was a blurry ancient realm, not even the founder necessarily sure if that type of reincarnation could continue existing, but when used to kill, it was enough. Supreme Hall's inheritance was found by him. Was he fated to grasp it? This came from the cultivators of the 3,000 provinces, these individuals feeling extremely shocked. Two people clashed, fighting a battle of the very peak. Between them, divine force raged, countless natural laws surging, divine chains of order interweaving into a web, the sky covering natural laws forming the sun, moon, and stars. This place became a world of natural Tao, natural order and other things forming the cosmos stellar streams. Then, they continuously clashed, great stars exploding, comets flying across the sky, a great life and death confrontation. The two fought, continuously operating ancient heavenly arts. Eventually, they turned into leaves, became birds and beasts, and then everything continuously erupted, evolving again, flesh and blood obliterated, then regenerated once more. This was a great, decisive battle at the very peak. When he fought to this extent, even Sure Hao himself entered the 6 Tao reincarnation's natural laws, while Wuxia also became immersed in the 9 revolutions world. As a result, they continuously reincarnated into leaves, birds and beasts, and then were continuously blasted to pieces. Their bodies were pierced through, relying on rebirth power and Willow deity secret method to recover. Otherwise, the two of them would have been buried right here. Is this real? Are they in reincarnation, dying and then being reborn? Someone said while trembling. It is just an irregular scene, not truly happening. However, their bodies are taking serious damage again and again, to the extent where their flesh even collapsed. Someone who understood what was happening said. After a final loud noise, they separated. Their bodies were covered in blood as they staggered backwards, both of them seriously injured. Then, this place became quiet, dead silent. No one saying a word, eyes nailed to the arena. Oh! Suddenly, Wuxia roared towards the sky, his head of hair standing vertically, his body swelling up, turning into an ancient beast. His appearance completely changed, making one greatly alarmed. It was because the aura that was released from his body was too frightening, simply unbelievable. This was a vicious beast, one that was fierce to the point of making everyone shiver inwardly, fierce to the point where its aura overflowed into the heavens. Its head was similar to a wolf, but a pair of enormous ancient gray bull horns grew on it. Moreover, there was a vertical eye between its brows, making it look incredibly savage. Black scales covered its body, these scales solid and cold, flickering about like black gold, and there was long hair that reached out from between the scales, the hair scarlet red like blood, 1/2 meter in length. 9 tails grew behind it. At the end of every tail a vicious beast head that looked like a dragon head, sinister and frightening. 9 netherworld AO. Someone couldn't help but cry out loudly. One of the legendary vicious 10. Everyone roared out in commotion, all of them greatly shaken. One of the vicious 10, the 9 netherworlds AO. It had a wolf head, between its brows a vertical eye that released vicious light. Enormous gray bull horns rested on its head, its entire body covered in golden scales and red fur. 9 strange tails behind it as well. Oh! It released a roar, the killing intent leaving everyone terrified. Then it leapt into the air, throwing itself at Sure Hao, its speed too fast. Sure Hao's 5 fingers unfolded. Metal would water fire earth. 5 elements divine lightning erupted, concentrating towards this absolutely frightening strange beast, attacking at full force, lightning blazing brilliantly. Pong! This was a frightening 9 netherworlds AO. The 1/2-foot long red hair on its body all standing on end, unexpectedly blasting aside all of the electrical currents, scattering the lightning. This was too shocking. Lightning was what the heavens used as divine punishment, normally the most difficult to deal with, many powerful creatures forced to directly resist it. Yet this creature easily neutralized it. It really was worthy of being a 9 netherworlds AO, one of the most famous vicious 10s. Ho! It released a great roar, mountains and rivers trembling, the arena even shaking, about to drop from the sky. This ancient beast was too ferocious, as if nothing could stop it. When its mouth opened, the snow-white fangs flickered with deep and cold radiance, as if daggers appeared one after another. In addition, a green ripple was fired from its wolf mouth, the power unstoppable, shattering space. Everyone was horrified. This type of roar was even more powerful than a lion roar or barbaric bull cry, even causing blood to flow out of the ears of those who were outside the arena, shaking them up to the point where they almost went unconscious. This was still the result after passing through the arena's protective symbols, or else the consequences would be too horrible to contemplate. Definitely many people blasted apart by the sound wave. Duo. Xianxia also released a light shout, the Lightning Emperor's secret technique's incantations. His mouth released lightning radiance, the sound of thunder, silver ripples spreading, smashing into the AO roar, a great explosion erupting between the two of them. The sound waves collided, persisting for an extremely long time. Heaven and earth rumbled with noise. In that instant, Xianxia rose up, like a true dragon as he moved through the sky, passing the area of chaos. He produced a Kuan-Peng fist imprint, and then smashed it at the 9 netherworlds AO, taking the initiative to attack. Those fists were like two small suns, releasing the most brilliant multicolored light. They smashed down murderously, the wind produced by the fists already tearing open space. The 9 netherworlds AO roared, all of the red hair covering its body standing up like needles, the pair of enormous gray bull horns on its head releasing a hazy radiance. It leapt out, charging at Xianxia. Dang! Xianxia's fist smashed into that bull horn, the sound splitting heaven and earth, absolutely deafening. Sparks flew in all directions, as if shooting stars flew across the sky one after another. At this moment, Xianxia felt a stinging pain from his fingers. These bull horns were too tough, blood flowing out from his fist. This was the first time his fists had ever suffered damage from a frontal clash. The 9 netherworlds AO roared, its body shaken up. However, its bull horns were still unharmed because that was the toughest part of its body. Its body still moved backwards. There was no way it wouldn't suffer any damage after being struck by a Kuan-Peng fist. Shwa! Blood flowed in reverse, the wound on Xianxia's fist healing. It was just a flesh wound, not injuring his bones. The 9 netherworlds AO's eyes widened. When it saw that it wasn't able to shatter Xianxia's hand bones, it became even more fierce, roaring towards the sky, the sound making one feel like they were going to explode. Its 2 horns were like heavenly blades, leaping out towards Xianxia once more. Chi! Golden feathers floated around Xianxia, filling the sky. They turned into divine swords one after another, hacking at the 9 netherworlds AO. Moreover, 2 golden vortices appeared, one on each fist, the golden vortex ripple technique from the Kuan-Peng method, trying to devour and crush those 2 horns. Chong! Sparks flew in all directions. The 9 netherworlds AO's black scales flickered about, defensive force astonishing, creating a black-colored barrier of light, stopping those golden feather swords. Oh! Moreover, at this time, behind it, 9 tails stabbed over at the same time, as if they were scorpion tails, fast and vicious. These tails were far more frightening than scorpion tails, because every single tail had a dragon head, malicious and frightening. At this moment, the 9 dragon heads all opened their mouths, revealing sharp teeth that flickered with cold light, biting at Xianxia. They were too fast, with so little distance between the 2 of them, there was simply no way to evade. Xianxia released a grunt, supporting his single heavenly passage. Under pung-pung sounds, the 9 tails heads all bit down on that brilliant heavenly passage light screen. Dragon cries resounded. The surrounding space collapsed. It truly is a 9 netherworlds AO. Heavens! The 9 dragon heads on its tails aren't just for show, able to devour unmatched experts. Someone released a great shout. They previously had their suspicions, but now they were sure. It was rumored that once these 9 tails appeared, all giants would be forced back. It was as if there was the power of 9 dragons, able to devour the stars, eat unmatched experts, tear through undying beings. Xianxia was shocked. The dragon heads on the 9 tails were too frightening, almost able to tear apart his single heavenly passage. This was something that had never happened before. He believed that if it was anyone else without the protection of the single heavenly passage, if their bodies were bitten at 9 different locations, they would definitely be torn to pieces. This made his expression change. He never expected the 9 netherworlds AO to be this powerful, worthy of being a powerful vicious 10 being. However, this was definitely not the vicious 10 of the past, but rather a descendant. Not far out, Lu Tuo, Yao Yu, and the others' expressions changed, feeling the fatal danger of those 9 tails. They most likely possessed the power to tear through young supreme beings with 3 strands of immortal energy. If one didn't have anything saved, any other trump cards, it would be extremely difficult to defend against the 9 netherworlds AO's divine ability. The 9 netherworlds AO was too powerful. Yu Wudi was actually a 9 netherworlds AO. Truly never expected this. Someone said with a sigh. Hao's body shook. The single heavenly passage shone, exploding like a sun, temporarily forcing the 9 heads back, seizing freedom once more. Kill! Hao used the Kuan Peng's extreme speed, lightning also starting to revolve around his body, breaking through the extreme. He circled around the 9 netherworlds AO, attacking it. In reality, the 9 netherworlds AO's speed wasn't slow. The 2 claws struck out, bull horns splitting space. Lightning interweaved. 9 tails reached into the skies, great collisions erupting continuously. They fought at close quarters, blood splashing out from time to time. It was incredibly intense. As time went on, 1,500 moves had already been exchanged in this great battle. For sure how this was a bitter battle, very few able to force him to this extent. The other party was too strong, difficult to kill, his life force astonishing. Dong! How took an AO claw, meanwhile. His own fist also blasted the 9 netherworlds AO's body, releasing a deafening sound. During this exchange, under the support of the 9 tails, that AO claw finally reached into the single heavenly passage, leaving behind a bloody gash on Hao's body. Hao's fist also struck the other party until his red hair were shed, a few black scales falling. The scene was extremely astonishing. Hao really was shocked. The other party's black scales' defensive power was too astonishing, actually stopping his fists. If it was anyone else, they would have definitely been blasted through by his fist. 9 netherworlds AO, its scales indistinct, as if cast from darkness immortal gold, difficult to shatter. Oh, the 9 netherworlds AO went crazy. Hao's fist struck down on its head, this time avoiding the bull horns. It was in so much pain it felt as if its head was going to split open. Following the sky-splitting roaring sounds, not only did his AO head charge forward, even the heads on its 9 tails were like this, finally breaking through Hao's heavenly passage barrier for the first time. Pooh! Blood splashed outwards, the 9 dragon heads biting down on Hao's limbs, waist, chest, and other areas, 9 places in total, and tore at him viciously, wishing to directly rip him apart and dye the skies in blood. Heavens! Many people cried out in alarm. These changes happened too quickly. They widened their eyes in alarm, watching this battle nervously. Meanwhile, Qing Yi, Chao Yuxing, Gu Jianyun, and the others' expressions changed as well. They clenched their fists tightly, feeling like they were going to suffocate. Hao actually might die here. Everyone knew how frightening the 9 netherworlds AO was. Once one was bitten by the 9 heads, they would be torn up almost instantly, immediately dismembered. He's done. Huang's era has ended, about to be ripped apart by the 9 netherworlds AO. He is definitely going to die. The ferocity of a vicious 10 truly is unmatched after all. Heavenly deity institutions people felt like they couldn't breathe. Meanwhile, Immortal Academy's people were pleasantly surprised. With the battle reaching this state, they had long become worried. Now, a result that made them satisfied finally appeared. As for Sacred Academy's people, their expressions were serious, feeling a great pressure. That 9 netherworlds AO was simply impossible to defeat. And, suddenly, the crowd felt as if something wasn't quite right. Even though Hao suffered serious injuries, blood flowing in long streaks from his body, flesh about to be torn apart by the 9 heads. His condition actually stabilized again. In addition, a layer of ripples spread out, locking the 9 heads down there, about to crush them. It was the single heavenly passage. No, he was baiting his opponent in, purposely scattering the heavenly passage, and then suddenly displayed it again. The 9 netherworlds AO is trapped. Someone cried out in alarm. It was actually not a situation of inevitable death, but rather because of an ulterior motive. Hong Long Long. Sure how erupted with full power, precious techniques blasting out streak after streak, from Kuan Peng Force to lightning, and then to Reincarnation Fist and others, all of it smashing into the 9 netherworlds AO. Ah! The 9 netherworlds AO cried out. 3 of the 9 imprisoned tails broke, and its AO head took a strike from a fist. It finally broke out after risking everything, blood flying from its entire body. Sure how followed him, fully releasing his trump cards, wishing to end this battle here. However, the 9 netherworlds AO really was extremely strong, actually stabilizing its body. It was incredibly mad, blood-colored hair standing on end, many black scales separating, turning into black flying blades. They flew about everywhere, shattering the void, staking it all in this fight. This was a miserable struggle. The 9 netherworlds AO tried to recover from its disadvantage, slowly recover its vital energy, not being struck down. It used the Phoenix rebirth force trying to regenerate those broken tails. It was still incredibly ferocious. However, during this process, Sure Hao's body was bitten in 9 areas, also taking serious injuries. Could be said that both sides weren't having it that easy, blood flowing everywhere from their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the 2 individuals reached 3,000 moves, leaving everyone shocked. They were evenly matched after all, a battle at the summit, the highest level young supreme being battle. Walala! Golden ripples rose and fell, golden willow branches rising and falling in his surroundings. Then, a myriad of divine chains of order were created, rushing outwards. Everyone knew that the final moment had arrived. Both sides' consumption was too severe. The rebirth force looked like it could restore the body, but they still had to pay a great price. Now that they fought to this extent, they were both exhausted, victory and defeat about to be decided soon. Hong. The divine chains created through Willow Deity's technique wrapped around the 9 netherworlds AO to refine it. Phoenix rebirth from death, endless netherworld flames. The 9 netherworlds AO roared. Black flames overflowed the heavens, burning all of the golden divine chains of order. Hong! A great explosion erupted between them, rumbling noises continuously sounding. Suddenly, a blinding streak of light shot out. The vertical eye between the 9 netherworlds AO's brows was brilliant. A streak of light flying out and striking Sure Hao, piercing through, its power endless, carrying tremendous death energy. And that is the Eye of Death. Someone cried out in alarm. The 9 netherworlds AO was incredibly formidable after all, actually cultivating an Eye of Death. A single look able to end one's life, killing them imperceptibly. There was even less of a need to describe this type of light that flew out and directly struck someone. The others still thought that this was just its heavenly eye that was opened, never expecting him to actually have refined an Eye of Death. This type of great divine ability really was world-shocking, but the 9 netherworlds AO previously concealed it, only suddenly releasing the strike now when both sides' strength were exhausted. This move can be said to be a fatal blow. Huang is going to be defeated? Someone said with a trembling voice. He is definitely going to fall, someone said coldly. Hong. Within Sure Hao's flesh, a vortex appeared, unexpectedly wrapping around that streak of light. These were the effects of his reincarnation divine ability. Time fragments flew about, as if making time flow in reverse. Then, the inside of Sure Hao's body shone. Reincarnation force and Willow Deity technique interweaving, forcing that streak of light out. Reincarnation! Sure Hao shouted. The reincarnation method erupted, bone texts concentrated as it rushed out, all of it blasting at the 9 netherworlds AO. This time, his third type of strange divine ability was incredibly active, raising the reincarnation force to an unprecedented level, the power of time world shocking. Pong! The 9 netherworlds AO immediately flew out, continuously shouting. It shrunk, in the end turning into a foot in length, looking just like a little puppy. Dong! Xiao's foot descended, crushing it underneath, blood flowing from its mouth and nose. It continuously struggled about. We admit our loss. Please show mercy. Many people from Immortal Academy's side immediately cried out. This battle was incredibly bitter, actually fighting over 3,000 moves, truly too astonishing. Xiao had no choice but to treat this battle with the utmost seriousness. There really was no lack of extraordinary talent in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Immortal Academy's people all cried out in alarm, their arms moving about, shouting for him to stop. They were all extremely worried, scared that Xiao would directly trample the 9 netherworlds AO to death. If that happened, the losses would be just too great. No one expected the battle to end like this. The terrifying 9 netherworlds AO, a beast whose viciousness was renowned, was now like a little puppy, only a foot long. Its entire body was contorting, continuously barking out, wishing to struggle free. But after being struck by Xiao's most powerful strike, it changed back to its childhood form. It possessed exceptional divine abilities, yet now it couldn't display them at full force at all. No creatures were that strong when they were young, but streak after streak of marks were scratched on the arena floor. This scene left many people shaken up. Even the young 9 netherworlds AO was this formidable? One had to know that that arena was covered in protection patterns. Even with its current state, it could still tear apart a vicious beast with a single claw. AO? The 9 netherworlds AO roared angrily, unwilling to accept this result. Someone who was as powerful as him, holding the title of number 1 in the heavenly deity realm within Immortal Academy, ended up suffering a huge loss here, being stepped on under the foot of another. What kind of humiliation was this? Xiao lowered his head to look at this vicious beast. His attitude changed slightly, relaxing a bit. This battle really had been extremely difficult. The injuries he was left with not light. Xiao exerted force beneath his feet. The 9 netherworlds AO's entire body immediately shook, wounds continuously splitting open, blood splashing out, suffering extremely serious damage. Xiao definitely didn't want to fight another great battle with this vicious abnormal beast after the reincarnation force scattered. Right now, he directly stripped it of its greatest combat strength. Stop! The faces of many people from Immortal Academy paled, crying out several times, but Huang didn't pay them any attention, still taking action, making them feel waves of panic. The 9 netherworlds AO was a key figure of Immortal Academy, the great elder's second disciple, as well as his strength exceptional, one of the key forces in the future battle. He was extremely powerful and couldn't be lost. However, now, help definitely wouldn't arrive in time. If anyone rushed over, they might very well end up making Huang act out, directly trample the 9 netherworlds AO to death. Xiao didn't deal the killing blow, because the old monsters were all watching. Meanwhile, Heavenly Deity Institution's elders even more so transmitted sound to warn him not to kill this creature, or else there would be great trouble. Xiao naturally complied. Even though they stood on different sides, sparking conflict, even fighting while covered in blood, in the end, they were still both from the 9 heavens 10 earths. They had to fight a common enemy in the future. He raised his foot, lifted the puppy-like vicious beast, then forcefully pinched its vital points with his large hand to prevent it from suddenly recovering and acting out. Woo! The 9 netherworlds AO howled, the noise not much different from that of a wolf's, baring its snow-white sharp fangs and glaring viciously at Xiao. Only now did Immortal Academy's people release a breath. They knew that Xiao's killing intent was withdrawn, that he wouldn't act murderously. How did it end up like this? The 9 netherworlds AO was actually left in this type of sorry state. Before they fought, no one thought that this would be the result. This made everyone from Immortal Academy feel an extremely bitter feeling inside. When they saw that foot-long pup struggling about in Xiao's hands, everyone felt as if they were seeing things, feeling sad for the 9 netherworlds AO. Immortal Academy's people were the most disappointed. They were previously full of confidence, waiting for the 9 Netherworlds AO to beat Sure How up. Yet now, it was this type of result. Embarrassment not enough to describe their moods, their faces all turning green and red. Sacred Academy's people revealed grave expressions. Regardless of whether it was the 9 Netherworlds AO or Sure How, they were both exceptional rivals in their eyes, individuals worthy of respect. They had to be faced seriously. Huang was actually this strong. There were some among them who sighed softly, continuously frowning. As for Heavenly Deity Institution, everyone was alarmed. This result was completely unexpected for many of them. In the hearts of many, they felt that Immortal Academy was too high to reach, their disciples unmatched. The appearance of the 9 Netherworlds AO raised even greater of a commotion. When Heavenly Deity Institution's people saw the descendant of one of the Vicious 10 appear, they all felt that no one could match him. However, this was the result. Everyone felt extremely conflicted, because Huang used his battle accomplishments to speak of his own strength once again. He was powerful enough. Even if it was someone from Immortal Academy, he would still come out undefeated. Heh. My Heavenly Deity Institution's disciple came out on top. In the distance, an elder was all smiles, currently chatting with Immortal Academy's old monsters. Immortal Academy's backing is deep. Mysterious techniques, divine medicines, precious artifacts. All of these things are shockingly abundant, able to create incredible experts. So why did you all suffer such a great defeat today? An old man from Sacred Academy said with a smile. If you all have the skill, then have someone from Sacred Academy come up and give it a try. Immortal Academy's old monsters were angered until they glared out. Sect master level figures are not allowed to enter, an elder from Heavenly Deity Institution hurriedly added. My Academy's most stunning individuals have naturally all become sect master level cultivators. That old man said. My Immortal Academy's little Sky King and others have already reached that level. Why don't our academies have an exchange? Immortal Academy's old monster said with a chuckle. Sure How flung out his arm, throwing the 9 Netherworlds AO out of the arena. Meanwhile, at this time, the Reincarnation's divine ability lost its effects. That foot-long little wolf enlarged, becoming a terrifying vicious beast once more. It howled into the sky, its voice mournful, the sound making everyone's blood run cold. It was as if a wounded beast king was roaring angrily at the sky, about to completely go mad. Everyone's minds were shaken, feeling incredibly worried. That was the descendant of a vicious 10, its bloodline astonishing. If it truly went crazy, then many of the young disciples would be in great danger. Fortunately, it quickly calmed down again, looking at Sure How with an ice-cold gaze. Then its body became blurry, turning back into a male, becoming Wuxia. He turned around and left, activating that leaf boat to rush towards that stone celestial body. Sigh. Immortal Academy's people sighed, all of them feeling disappointed, feeling regret for Wuxia. He clearly had unmatched talent, pretty much known as number 1 in Heavenly Deity realm, yet he ended up suffering a defeat in Heavenly Deity Institution. Definitely dealt quite the serious mental blow. On the arch bridge formed from divine rainbows, Immortal Academy's heroic talents were quiet. After a long time had passed, they all looked towards Little Sky King. Little Sky King's temperament was exceptional, peaceful like a solitary immortal, carrying an otherworldly aura that made this place seem like an immortal realm. Brilliant flower petals fluttered about. Wuxia was defeated. I am one who keeps my promises, so the azure armor will temporarily be left with you. When you have successfully merged with a Tao seed, becoming a sect master level figure, I will come for it. Little Sky King said, his gaze peaceful. At his side, Princess Yao Yu's eyes swirled about, revealing a surprised expression. She looked towards Little Sky King and then towards Sure How. On the arena, Sure How laughed loudly, not saying anything in response. Is there anyone else who is going to enter the arena? The title of number 1 in Heavenly Deity realm is about to be snatched by Huang. Someone secretly said, harboring malicious intentions. These words were spoken to incite Immortal Academy's people, and also adding enemies for Sure How, even more so trying to drag Sacred Academy's people into the mix, have them participate. Everyone looked towards the arena, looking at that tall and slender figure. Xianxia behaved as if there wasn't anyone around, sitting down to operate his inner techniques. Bone texts extended strand after strand, surrounding his entire body, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. He began to quickly recover. "I will fight you," someone from the enormous white bone gourd shouted from above. "I'm going. I want to see who's better between me and him." "Forget it, I should go." Several individuals began to dispute with each other, all wishing to take action themselves and fight Xianxia. They were people from Sacred Academy. Everyone raised their eyebrows. Xianxia was this powerful, yet there were people who dared contest him. "I think you all should just let me go." Someone jumped out from the white bone gourd. "Come back. Let me fight with him." Another person cried out. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These people truly were daring, fighting over the right to fight first. Who were they treating Huang as? Was he someone anyone could take on? She revealed a look of worry, her pretty brows deeply furrowed. She saw Xianxia's terrifying potential. The behavior of Sacred Academy's disciples made her worried. "You all already saw just now how formidable his methods were. If you take action recklessly, you will only be defeated," She warned. "Sister-in-law, relax, we also have our methods. Moreover, we already said those words before, so if we don't fight, wouldn't we become a laughingstock and be looked down upon?" They were quite frank, admitting that Huang was strong. However, there was no way out. They had previously ridiculed Huang, so if they backed out now, it really would be shameful. A streak of scarlet light landed on the arena. An expert from Sacred Academy appeared. Brilliant red multicolored light wrapped around him, the radiance extremely dazzling. "Scarlet Flame Child will fight against you," the one who came shouted, immediately attacking when he got on the arena, raising his fist and smashing it out, incredibly forceful as he pressed forward. This was someone who had 2 strands of immortal energy. However, this wasn't the key point, because Sacred Academy's people didn't focus on immortal energy. Their true power rested in breaking through the limits of the present world methods, reforming a peak. His blood energy was like droplets of liquid, simply as if a vast body of water was moved over. All of it was produced from blood energy, scarlet multicolored light filling the sky, drowning out the arena. What terrifying blood energy strength! This person is not simple. An elder from Heavenly Deity Institution even sighed with praise. Xianxia was shocked. This person evolved the blood transformation realm, blood energy extraordinary, too frightening. He had never seen someone with such abundant flesh strength. He was almost not like a living creature, but a sea of blood. He is someone among the best of Sacred Academy's disciples who reforged the blood transformation realm. In the distance, there were Sacred Academy's people who said quietly, giving commentary for Scarlet Flame Child. "Hong." Blood energy turned into waves of flames, the fire raging, an intense blaze surging, burning the 9 heavens. This was a great blood energy method, an unmatched techniques established by Sacred Academy. Xianxia didn't underestimate him. His single heavenly passage was opened up in defense, he himself rushing over, clashing intensely with his opponent. Peak body refinement cultivator. Xianxia was astonished, encountering this type of person for the first time. This person's body was like diamond, releasing precious light. Scarlet multicolored brilliance overflowed. When they clashed, dang-dang sounds rang out. Heavens! He could actually compare to Huang's body, worthy of being someone from Sacred Academy. There were disciples from Heavenly Deity Institution who sighed with praise, because they knew how freakish Xianxia's body was. However now, there was actually someone who could match the strength of his body. Scarlet Flame Child cocked his leg back, and then with destructive power, smashed against Xianxia's arm, the sound that was produced deafening. Then he leapt up, diving down with ferocious might. His palms continuously smashed down, palm figures everywhere, battering down with mountainous force. Hong! The 2 individuals' fists crossed. Blood energy overflowed, an expanse of blood clouds surging here, fluctuating intensely, shattering the skies. Pooh! After several hundred moves, Scarlet Flamechild was sent flying, a fist from Sure How smashing his chest in, seriously injuring him. He fell off the arena, blood continuously spraying from his mouth, already defeated. Let me have a go. Someone rushed out from Sacred Academy again. In that instant, formation patterns completely covered his body. Dao bells, divine pagodas, flying sword and war spears all formed, shooting towards Sure How. This was someone who broke through in the engravement and formation arrangement realms. He displayed great divine abilities, attacking Sure How. Pooh! Not long after, he was struck by a leg Sure How sent out, thrashing against his back like a steel whip, fracturing the bones in his body. His body flew out like a kite with its strings cut. Sacred Academy's side suffered another great defeat. Then, another 3 individuals entered the arena in succession. But in the end, they were powerfully defeated by Sure How, beaten up until they vomited blood, bodies in ruins, forced to return in defeat. 5 great experts from Sacred Academy were defeated, not a match for Sure How. All of them were beaten until their blood died to the heavens, the battles ending miserably for them. In the sky, the people on the White Bone Gourd were silent. Who else could even go up now? There was actually no one at the heavenly deity realm who could contend against that heroic youth. Wang Shi's beautiful hair hung down to her waist, her beautiful eyes deep, sensing how deep and immeasurable Sure How was once again. Even the powerful Sacred Academy didn't have anyone who could suppress him. She sensed a bit of pressure. Huang still hadn't truly grown up yet, not reaching the peak of his life. Yet he was already like this, so what about in the future? She felt a bit of worry for her family for the first time. Now that they provoked this type of youngster, what would it be like in the future? Will the day come when he becomes a threat to Wang family's giants? Immortal Academy's people were similarly speechless. Yu Wudi was defeated, not a match even after he turned into his original 9 Netherworlds AO form. Now, there was already no one who could stand on the stage. Unless someone like Little Sky King who exceeded the heavenly deity realm took action, that black-haired youth would continue to stand alone on the arena. No one his equal. Number 1 in heavenly deity realm? Everyone silently thought this. Today's battle really did set off Huang. He really did vaguely seem to have this type of might. Giving him this title didn't seem to be that excessive either. After all, his accomplishments were laid out before them. Right now no one from the 2 academies able to keep him in check. Truly never expected Huang to be this valiant. His fighting strength incomparable. Princess Yao, you said with a sigh. On the Arch Bridge, Immortal Academy's people really didn't want to hear this. Many of them opened their mouths, wishing to retort, but they felt like there was nothing to say. After all, everyone saw the results of the great battles just now. After a short period of silence, this part of Heavenly Deity Institution erupted with noise. Huang defeated the cultivators from both academies, truly shaking up this place. Even though the students from this academy knew Huang possessed extremely frightening combat strength, they still didn't think that he could win. After all, the 2 academies were just too strong. Who would have thought that the winner in the end was Huang, the youth from Heavenly Deity Institution? Was this the number 1 person in the Heavenly Deity realm? Many people felt complex emotions, somewhat reluctant to admit that someone from a different academy could seize the number 1 title. Everyone's respect for Sure How rose, feeling deeply shocked. At the same time, many people were a bit confused when they looked at the 2 academies, lacking a bit of their original aduratone. A youth established a legend. Heavenly Deity Institution fought the strong as the weak, surpassing both academies. Haha. What do you all think? What is so special about Immortal Academy? What were you all saying, some 9 Netherworlds AO being number 1 in the Heavenly Deity realm, that he was going to subdue Huang, no one able to match him? Didn't he still lose to Huang? Immortal Academy, don't you all feel embarrassed? Haha. Huang is my brother. The little fatty Chao Yuxing was extremely brash, mocking Immortal Academy's people. Ayaya, truly regretful. Why did you let that 9 Netherworlds AO go? I really wanted to have a taste. I definitely think he'll be tasty if we cooked him. That is but one of the vicious 10's descendants. Just how many of them are there in this world? The little rabbit sighed with regret. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Qingyi, Gu Jianyun and the others were all smiling. Immortal Academy's faces were ashen, truly angered badly. What kind of words were these? They were purposely scattering salt on their wounds, leaving them incredibly resentful. Sacred Academy's people wanted to laugh, but when they thought about how they lost too, their mouths twitched, those smiles even uglier than crying. It was because their 5 great experts were all beaten until they vomited blood. Perhaps only Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples could laugh. Are there any others who wish to come up? Shihao asked. Everyone was silent, no one going up. Immortal Academy's people felt extremely embarrassed. Not long ago, their words were incredibly arrogant, threatening to suppress Shihao, but now no one dared face him. In the distance, a pair of eyes flickered about, carrying deep hostility. Shihao sensed it, suddenly turning around. Yuan Qing. It was actually Yuan Qing. He came, standing right by an old monster's side, his attitude respectful. However, when he looked at Shihao, his gaze was not kind. A layer of goosebumps covered Shihao's skin, feeling as if he was targeted by a viper. His skin extremely cold, fine hairs all standing up. Shihao really wanted to hack this person down with a single blow, but he knew that he wasn't his match. The other party was already a half-supreme being. Yuan Qing revealed a faint smile, revealing snow-white teeth, nodding towards him. Right now, he looked extremely friendly, like warm sunlight. At the very least, the feeling that everyone got was that he was admiring Shihao's strength, carrying an attitude of appreciation, currently observing an extremely outstanding descendant. Yuan Qing didn't stay here for a long time. He turned around and left, seemingly having some misgivings. He only came to exchange a few lines with Immortal Academy's old monster and an elder from Sacred Academy, and then respectfully withdrew. Shihao had previously heard that Yuan Qing had entered both academies to cultivate. Even though his own talent wasn't high enough, he knew quite a few upper-level figures. Now, it seemed like the rumors weren't fake. This made Shihao frown. If he really did enter the 2 academies, would the schemes Yuan Qing set in place end up affecting him? He had to seriously take this into consideration. Cultivation wasn't easy. Shihao reached where he was today more so because he passed through many life and death trials. He did not wish to bring disaster onto himself because of the schemes of another, dying along the path of cultivation. Shihao watched as Yuan Qing left, a pensive look appearing on his face. What was the purpose of this person's visit, purposely coming to strut around? Was this a type of contempt towards him, or was it a type of warning? Haha! You all were easy on us, letting my Heavenly Deity Institution win. An elder from Heavenly Deity Institution laughed. The elders of the other 2 academies smiled insincerely, starting to speak up one after another. Heavenly Deity Institution isn't bad, producing a few good saplings. When these types of excellent individuals enter my academy, they will definitely be able to shine. Wu, this kind of youth is most suitable for my academy's growth. Become even more brilliant in the future. Become the pride of my academy. The old fellas from the 2 academies laughed joyfully as they went on and on. Heavenly Deity Institution's elders immediately couldn't laugh anymore. This was basically treating Heavenly Deity Institution like a nursery. The good saplings fished out, transplanted into someone else's garden. This was like making the marriage clothes for another, really being happy for nothing. Little Jean, what kind of expression is that? You all should understand that it is more optimal for good saplings to be nurtured in my Immortal Academy, as we have the suitable soil for their growth. Another old monster was all smiles as he spoke, patting the shoulder of one of Heavenly Deity Institution's elders. Only someone like him dared to call an elder Little Jean. And why should they go to Immortal Academy? My Sacred Academy is the correct path. The present world methods destined to surpass the ancient methods. Sacred Academy's old monster shook his head, speaking with a deadly earnest expression. What are you talking about? Could it be that you wish to have a competition against my Immortal Academy? Immortal Academy's old monster laughed, but his presence was still quite domineering. Why wouldn't we dare? Even though the two academies' old monsters didn't quarrel with each other, behind their smiling expressions was a hint of competitiveness, about to fight over Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples. Through Hao's display, they realized that Heavenly Deity Institution wasn't simple, having some good saplings. Then, someone came to give a secret report, speaking quietly by the old monster's ears, informing them of some details. There are others at the same level as Huang? Correct, they had previously fought against him in the 3,000 provinces, but back then, there was no victory or defeat decided. After entering Heavenly Deity Institution, they did not fight any decisive battles. Someone reported mentioning 10 Crown King and exiled Immortal. Moreover, one person informed the old monsters that there was one who had a world tree sapling, immediately drawing the old monster's attention. Not long afterwards, there was even someone who reported that there was someone who grasped a perfect yin-yang seed. There is another who is the descendant of the protectors, someone who is confident in being unmatched. Not simple, we've made an oversight. We really underestimated Heavenly Deity Institution. This is worth attaching great importance to. Several old monsters sighed. Hao jumped off the arena. Qingyi, Chao Yuxing, and the others immediately welcomed him. They were all happy, celebrating Hao's great victories. Even the witch appeared, not bickering with Qingyi. Someone came to look for Hao, privately contacting him, inviting him to join Immortal Academy. Hao gave the people on the arch bridge a look. Many of them had stupefied expressions, but little Sky King smiled, nodding towards him. Princess Yao Yu also nodded in his direction, offering her congratulations. Hao didn't immediately express his decision, because he wanted to know what Immortal Academy could provide him with, if they would offer a perfect ancient seed. Sacred Academy's people also came, lowering their stance, formally inviting him to join them. In the distance, Wang Shi's exceptional appearance revealed a strange look. She never expected How to reach this step, actually having one of Sacred Academy's elders invite him. Right now, she really felt a bit uneasy. Should she enter Sacred Academy or Immortal Academy? 10 Crown King, exiled Immortal, Lu Tuo, Xian Kuan, and the others were also surrounded, becoming immoral saplings that were fought over by the two academies, both wishing to bring them away. Even the foreign cultivator How subdued, Mo Dao, became a target of the two academies scrambling, as they wanted to obtain valuable information from him. Apart from this, because Qingyi merged with a green moon, seemingly a reincarnated true immortal, this also produced a huge uproar. Immortal Academy desperately tried to get her in their academy. Heavenly Deity Institution immediately became extremely lively. Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy started to fight over disciples, their faces flushed with excitement. Neither side was willing to back up as they fought over the geniuses. Hao was surrounded, pulled away once more, brought to a comparatively remote place. However, there was still a lot of people here, powerful figures from both academies still around him. At the same time, Second Elder also came, remaining at his side, helping Hao with his future plans. I wish to know, if I enter Immortal Academy, what kind of ancient seed will I obtain? Will it be a perfect one? Hao was extremely direct. This was something that he was greatly concerned with. Don't worry, little friend, with your natural talent. If it isn't matched with a perfect precious seed, wouldn't that be a waste of potential? You will definitely be given the best of conditions, allowing your cultivation to reach its greatest heights. An elder slapped his own chest as an act of promise. Cough. Heavenly Deity Institution's second elder coughed, and then seriously reminded, saying, Why do I recall that Immortal Academy's few ancient seeds have long been previously arranged for others? This was clearly an act of undermining Immortal Academy's words, and also for Hao's sake, wishing to help him acquire a perfect Dao seed. Old fella from Immortal Academy, you really shouldn't cheat others. The ancient seeds have long been completely divided up between Little Sky King and the others. If this young man is brought into your academy, yet there isn't an unmatched precious seed to merge with, wouldn't that only harm him? Sacred Academy's old man said with a sneer, seizing the opportunity to throw stones at them while they were down. Nonsense. There are still precious seeds that haven't been used. One of them guaranteed to Heavenly Deity Institution's best disciple. Immortal Academy's old monster flew into a rage out of humiliation. I've heard that even though that seed is going to fall into my Heavenly Deity Institution's hands, wasn't it already planned to be given to that child from the Long Life family? Second Elder interrupted again. Immortal Academy's old monster's complexion fluctuated between green and red. I will think of a way. I'll quickly contact Immortal Academy to have them find a perfect seed. In the end, those seeds all have owners chosen, and you cannot make the decision, unable to alter things, even saying that you will find another one. This really is easier said than done. Can you be certain that you can find one? Sacred Academy's old man ridiculed, and then looked towards Sure How, saying, Child, this Immortal Academy, it's not a big deal even if you don't go there. Many things have long been decided behind closed doors. If you go there, you won't be able to win over others. Immortal Academy's old monster's expression was not good, as if two snow-white streaks of lightning shot out from his eyes. Only what could he say in retort? Those unmatched seeds had long been promised to others, so they couldn't go back on their words now. In reality, there were some that were already merged with others, so where would they even look for them? Old fella, you have to think it through. Are you cherishing geniuses by doing this, or are you wasting their time? Sacred Academy's elder added another cut to the wounds. So you're saying that if he doesn't go to my Immortal Academy, going to your Sacred Academy is better? Immortal Academy's old monster laughed coldly, also aiming right for the other party's weakness, saying, Walking the path of present world methods, this type of body cultivation needs all types of unmatched immortal treasures. Are you all willing to part with your immortal medicines? They were long given out, right? Also, the true dragon heart blood, I believe that it has also been assigned to certain people, right? As for the heavenly phoenix rebirth essence blood, it has already been inherited by others. There's no way the few other things can be given out either. These words not only left Sure How extremely shocked, even Heavenly Deity Institution's second elder's mind was shaken up. Sacred Academy's backing really was astonishing, actually having these types of things. True Dragon's heart blood, essence blood after a phoenix rebirth, Heavenly Horned Ant's extreme strength blood. These were not normal types of blood, but rather the essence of their respective spiritual blood. Just how many drops of heart blood could a single dragon have? These types of resources, this type of accumulation truly left one moved. My Sacred Academy's resources are abundant, heavenly treasures countless, gathered the natural luck of the 9 heavens above. Sure How's share will not be missing. Sacred Academy's elder powerfully patted his own chest. Haha. Can you make that decision for your entire academy? Those things have long been prearranged. Don't think that I don't know. Immortal Academy's old monster laughed loudly. Sure How became silent. The two academies weren't simple after all, having heaven-defying precious resources. Only, neither side could guarantee anything. Heavenly Deity Institution's second elder spoke up, helping Sure How fight for various heavenly treasures, saying, All of you already know that this child's natural talents are exceptional, but if he enters Immortal Academy or Sacred Academy, yet can't obtain ancient seeds, unable to receive true dragon's heart blood, what is the meaning in going? As for scriptures, we can find them for him as well. Don't worry, Sacred Academy still has some heavenly horned ant extreme strength blood that can be gifted to Sure How. He is like a body cultivator to begin with, so with this it will be like adding oil to an inferno. Sacred Academy's elder said with a smile. It's better if you give up on that. I've already heard a long time ago that this type of blood was extremely precious. No way it was saved. Definitely long been designated for others. Your plan was just to go back and try to bargain for a bit back. Is there any meaning in doing such a thing? Immortal Academy's old monster mocked. Seniors only need to express their sincerity. I will serve as the auctioneer's hammer for where Sure How will pursue his studies. Heavenly Deity Institution's second elder said. Soon afterwards, Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy's people took action, each leaving, producing a small bone altar and starting an offering. The white bone altars shone, becoming a bit indistinct. They passed the bone books they wrote onto the altar, and then waited for the result. This was a type of long-distance communication. What followed was a seemingly endless wait. Hao's area now became quiet. Meanwhile, at the same time, Heavenly Deity Institution was bustling with activity. A few talented disciples were surrounded, the two Academy's cultivators doing their best to rope them in. The so-called achieving the Tao and becoming an immortal is the highest realm of cultivation, the ultimate goal for all cultivators. If you don't choose Immortal Academy, it will definitely be your life's greatest regret. This was how Immortal Academy's people promoted their school, currently roping in geniuses. Forget it, Immortal Ancient has already been wiped out. This alone already proves enough things. Those types of methods have long lagged behind, the pile of old books not worthy of being viewed as sacred scriptures. Sacred Academy's people laughed and said, moreover, stressing that choosing present-world methods was the only path where their hopes laid. The two academies were in dispute, those geniuses becoming what they fought over. Soon afterwards, many people from Heavenly Deity Institution made their choices, not hesitating any longer. In reality, they had already long made their decisions. 10 Crown King, exiled Immortal Lu Tuo, and the others chose Immortal Academy, while the white-clothed Ningchuan, Wangxi, and others chose Sacred Academy. Wangxi originally planned to go to Immortal Academy, but under the family's urging, she ended up choosing Sacred Academy. There was an exceptional hero who might become her fiancé there. Stop trying to rope me in. There's no way I'm going to Immortal Academy. I already made my decision to go to Sacred Academy a long time ago. The little fatty Chao Yuxing shouted out. Immortal Academy's people were angered to the point where their noses almost became crooked. He never said anything good back when Hao was fighting the 9 Netherworlds AO, so why would they come to invite him? Can you not act like we want you? A young man from Immortal Academy showed disdain. If you aren't inviting me, then why did you all come? Chao Yuxing spoke from a high attitude. We came to invite this young fairy. Immortal Academy's young cultivators looked towards the lunar jade rabbit. What? This rabbit was still muttering about eating the 9 Netherworlds AO's meat, wondering if it should be steamed or roasted. You all want her. Chao Yuxing exposed her. The corners of Immortal Academy's people's lips twitched. They really didn't want to come and invite this little girl. However, when they saw the pure-blooded young Qilin beast in her arms, they braced themselves and came over. Moreover, an old monster followed them here, personally hurrying over. My little Qilin beast normally likes to eat divine medicines, needing about 1 stalk every 10 days. Do you all have enough? The little rabbit giggled. Did she treat them like radishes? Everyone immediately felt disdain. However, that old man instead revealed a smile, saying, we can try to find a way to settle these issues. Little friend, are you willing to join my Sacred Academy? An elder came, inviting Chao Yuxing and the others. Of course. The little fatty immediately jolted his buttocks over, angering Immortal Academy's people to the point where they wanted to beat him up. Soon afterwards, Heavenly Deity Institution calmed down. Many people made their decision, making a choice. How, are you going to Immortal Academy? You just defeated the 9 Netherworlds AO, and you will fight against Little Sky King too. If you go there, they'll make things difficult for you. Chao Yuxing ran over, urging him to come to Sacred Academy. Then a group of old friends all appeared. Apart from Qing Yi, who was going to Immortal Academy, the others were all going to Sacred Academy. I am waiting for more information, Hao responded. He wanted to see how the 2 academies were going to treat him. Soon afterwards, Immortal Academy's old monster appeared. His complexion not all that good, brows furrowed. He opened his mouth, appearing extremely troubled. Senior, please tell me what is on your mind. Hao could see his hesitation. The ancient seeds have already been previously designated, one of them given to your Heavenly Deity Institution's person, but this is a favor to repay the gratitude a long-life family had previously shown to Immortal Academy. The old monster said with a sigh. Then, he quickly added, saying, However, don't worry. As long as a new ancient seed is found, it will definitely be given to you. Sure Hao shook his head, not saying anything. Chao Yuxing and the others were all discontent, speaking out about the unfairness for Sure Hao. You all saw that Sure Hao defeated the 9 netherworlds AO2 with this type of talents. How many people can compare? Can even someone like him not have an unmatched ancient seed? Then who is worthy? Not going to this type of academy isn't even that big of a deal. Too unfair. The others were also upset, feeling like Immortal Academy wasn't fair to its disciples. Come to Sacred Academy. It's not like there's nowhere you can go. They all shouted. Immortal Academy's old monster felt embarrassed. He felt quite vexed as well, but those above just didn't agree, saying that those seeds have already been given out. Things cannot be changed now. Sure Hao sighed. In the end, Immortal Academy was a place of great talents, having someone like Little Sky King, most likely not just 1 or 2 people like this too. That was why the old monsters wouldn't make an exception to change their plans. Sacred Academy's elder also returned, similarly embarrassed. He directly beat his chest and stamped his feet, saying, I was a step late. The true blood have all been divided. This time, the little fatty Chao Yuxing and the others were even more dissatisfied, saying, Elder, what is the point in us going to Sacred Academy then? The good things have already been divided up, so what meaning is there in studying there? We can help you cleanse your marrows and wash your vessels, and we can help you open up inner treasuries as well. When more immortal blood is obtained, we can help you all establish your great Tao foundations. The elder made a solemn vow. The group of people were discontent, still feeling dissatisfied. Don't worry, when the time comes, all types of unmatched ancient texts can be viewed by you all. This can serve as compensation. Sacred Academy's old man promised. Not only did he attach importance to the little rabbit, Chao Yuxing and the others, he also wanted to rope Sure Hao in through them. Then let's just do this. Sure Hao can just remain in Heavenly Deity Institution. If it is just to temper a single person's Tao foundation, my academy can still do it. Right at this time, Heavenly Deity Institution's second elder suddenly spoke up. This made the faces of both Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy's old monsters change. They never expected second elder to be such a hindrance, stopping them here. Sure Hao said with a smile, Fine. I will just stay behind in Heavenly Deity Institution. He made this choice without any hesitation. Youngster, you need to think this through. Immortal Academy is the most suitable place in the 9 heavens 10 earths for cultivating immortality. Little friend, Sacred Academy have all types of caves as well as countless divine treasures, even more secret texts. This is the place you need to pursue your studies. The elders of the 2 academies urged, wanting to bring him away. Forget it, those places are full of geniuses. What difference will it make if it doesn't have me? I'll just stay behind in Heavenly Deity Institution. Sure Hao turned them down. He felt like this really was the case with the 2 academies. They had too many great geniuses, so that was why it was a bit difficult for them to support him as well, not able to attach too much importance to him. As such, he might as well just stay behind. Just stay inside my Heavenly Deity Institution for now. If there is nothing else we can teach him here, then he'll go over to your academies. Second elder said. Woo, all right. Someone from the higher levels decided that the 3 academies' caves might be shifted to another unmatched immortal Earth in a few years together. So when that time comes, it will be quite easy for us to meet again. Immortal Academy's old monster said after thinking for a bit. These news were quite astonishing, shocking Chao Yuxing, Gu Jianyun, Feng Wu, and the others. Correct. Sacred Academy's elder nodded. When it was time to leave, Sure Hao stood at the entrance of Heavenly Deity Institution, seeing off those old friends, watching them leave, giving them his most sincere blessings. With heaven and earth about to become chaotic, this might be the final time of peace. They didn't have much time left, an extremely crucial period of time for them. They had to quickly rise up. Heavenly Deity Institution became quiet. Sure Hao walked in an unhurried manner along the cobblestone path, silently comprehending his own methods and future path. A figure shrouded in mist appeared from within the purple bamboo forest. The great elder's true body appeared. I will give you 10 days of time for you to figure out your path from here on forward. After you have thought things through, come and see me." After saying this, the great elder disappeared. He rarely appeared. This was one of the 9 heavens 10 earths most powerful individuals. Someone even Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy's old monsters felt restraining fear towards. He was also one of the most ancient existences in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Heaven and earth became peaceful. Xianxia sat down, starting to think to himself. Then he produced some things, lowering his head to look at them. There was an ancient coffin that was brought up from the 3,000 provinces. Within it, a sealed jade book. This was something he obtained from immortal ancient remains. Then he produced a stone box. This was something that was extremely mysterious, something he obtained from the innermost depths of immortal ancient remains during the great battle between the 3,000 provinces geniuses, something that should be even more precious than the jade book in the ancient coffin. Then, Xiao's body shone slightly, a seed appearing. It changed from large to small, not having a set form, surrounded by chaotic energy, strands of mysterious light surging from it. This seed was like a heaven and earth placenta, containing an immortal treasure that hadn't matured yet. Not time for it to emerge in this world yet. This was something he obtained from the 3,000 provinces, obtained from Celestial Clan's ancient mine. These things were extremely important, possibly related to his future path. Xiao began to think to himself. The purple bamboo forest was extremely peaceful. No one coming to disturb Xiao. Every single bamboo was purple and sparkling. The leaves gentle, carrying purple splendor and faint purple mists. The cobblestone laid out a small path, a creek murmuring about, flowing past the jade-like translucent bamboo roots, occasionally releasing ding-dong sounds, extremely pleasant to listen to. Xiao sat quietly in meditation, carefully examining the things before him. He began to seriously think to himself, what kind of path was he going to take from today forth? Would he be able to tread on the path of ancient methods cultivation through these things? He didn't know what the strange seed was like, to the extent where he didn't even know what exactly it contained within. Back then, Qi Daolin also only said that it was immortal gold or something of the sort. Strictly speaking, he still had room for change, not necessarily having to walk the path of ancient methods. There were present world methods awaiting him as well. He cultivated a single heavenly passage, surpassing the ancients. If he took the perfect seed element into consideration, he could abandon the ancient method and steadily continue along the present world path. Only Xiao was a bit unwilling to just abandon cultivating the ancient methods. He wanted to cultivate the ancient methods first, and then practice present world methods, both wings taking flight at the same time, using both sides as reference, from this comprehensively mastering the art of cultivation. He was extremely ambitious, not because he was arrogant or had too much self-confidence, but rather because he was forced to do this. The foreign sides people were too strong, completely crushing the residents of immortal ancient great era, to the extent where they killed immortals. This result really was bloody, leaving everyone horrified. They couldn't help but feel apprehension, needing greater strength and power to contend against them. Xiao desired strength, wishing to become one of the most powerful, to stand at the very peak. Only then could he protect himself, have hope to win the war against the foreign side. It would be a vast and boundless battlefield. True immortals descending into this world to fight a great battle against the undying beings of the last great era. Just the thought alone made Xiao's blood boil. Only this was a world-shaking battle. He didn't wish to become weeds to be mowed down, didn't want to become the ashes of history. He wanted to continue living, to participate in that battle, protect his close ones and friends. If he could, he wanted to be able to twist the world, alter history, seize a glorious victory. Not let this world wither away, watch as all things fell into ruin. Xiao put away the scripture, everlasting immortal sword, true primordial record, and other things, only leaving behind that seed. It was still changing, fluctuating between large and small, chaotic mists surrounding it. This type of seed couldn't remain stable, its level unknown. He always felt some confusion inside. Could this be used as a seed to harmonize with the Tao? Should I cultivate the present world methods first, and then practice the ancient methods? Xianxia said to himself. If there were no suitable seeds, then this was the only option. However, when one cultivated the present world methods, one needed all types of heavenly materials when breaking through the limit. He recalled that when he was establishing the single heavenly passage, Willow Deity's essence descended, helping him break through. Now, it was still the case. Based on what Sacred Academy's people said, it was best when supplemented with true dragon heart blood, heavenly horned and extreme strength blood. Using these things to help open up the heavenly passage, spiritual transformation, and other divine treasuries. Did Heavenly Deity Institution have these things? Xianxia knew that the Academy had impure phoenix blood, but it had pretty much all been distributed. However, what he needed the most right now was this type of spiritual blood's essence. He didn't use up 10 days, seeking out the Great Elder that very day. He didn't want to waste time, because every second of time was precious for him, couldn't be squandered away. The Great Elder's residence was extremely simple, not a spiritual mountain, nor was it a garden area full of spiritual wood, but instead a marsh. There was a thatched cottage, extremely simple looking. There was no great Tao aura, no immortal energy, extremely simple in appearance. There were a few mud ponds around the cottage, not connected to each other. They surrounded this place, a few loaches and dragonfish making an appearance from time to time. The Great Elder was dressed in hemp garment, currently sitting on a large brown rock. In his hand a bamboo staff, currently angling, looking extremely relaxed and peaceful. Xianxia displayed an act of respect, not disturbing him, quietly waiting. It was because he saw something was biting. The bait was extremely fine, releasing a fragrance. Actually a stalk of holy medicine that swirled with brilliance. If not for it being in the water, a sweet fragrance would have definitely scattered out. This left Xianxia shocked. What was he fishing for? Why did he need a stalk of holy medicine as bait? It was just too extravagant. The bamboo pole sunk, clearly something biting. The Great Elder gently lifted upwards, and then a creature jumped out, currently biting rigidly on the holy medicine without letting go. This was a white turtle that was a foot in length, its white shell like fine jade, extremely strange looking. Meanwhile, its snow-white head was actually a tiger head, completely different from the normal turtle head. As for the tail, it was a meter in length like the tail of a snake. Was this still even a turtle? It was so strange. The holy medicine was for the sake of catching it? Xianxia's mind moved. He suddenly thought of something, a flash of light passing through his eyes. This is the octatic treasure tortoise? Precisely that gluttonous fella, ruining my angling mood, the Great Elder said with a smile. With a light swing, he released that snow-white tiger-headed tortoise back into the swamp. Octatic treasure tortoise. This is but a great mending medicine. Xianxia wiped at his saliva in a rather unsightly manner. This thing was too precious. Known as one of the archaic octatic treasures, a rare delicacy in this world. Apart from this, it had blood-enriching effects. Whenever one's blood energy dried up, one could use it as a medicinal primer, producing miraculous effects make up for deficiencies. This was the biggest headache of old cultivators. No one could resist the power of time. The day when their blood energy dried up, bodies withered would inevitably arrive. This octatic treasure tortoise could slow down this decline. Even though it couldn't stop the aging of the primordial spirit, it could nourish the flesh and strengthen it. Xianxia didn't expect to see this kind of thing in the swamp. No wonder the Great Elder used holy medicines to lure it in, it really was worth it. Only what he was confused about was why did the Great Elder let it go? The one I am aiming for is not that tortoise, but rather a creature inside a cave. However, that thing is too cunning, not taking the bait even after several years of angling. The Great Elder smiled, seeing through Xianxia's thoughts. Xianxia was shocked. Something that is even rarer than the octatic treasure tortoise. Wouldn't its value be even more astonishing? What was this thing? His mind shook, thinking back to the rumors he heard when he first arrived in Heavenly Deity Institution. The entire academy was located on historical remains, beneath some immortal caves that hadn't been opened yet, waiting to be broken through. When he thought of this, he understood a bit. This swamp might be connected to an immortal cave. This wasn't that surprising because otherwise with the Great Elder's skills would he need to use bait? He could just directly grab at it. Only that cave could stop him. You came so quickly. Have you already thought through your future path? The Great Elder asked. Yes. Shurhao nodded. In an extremely serious tone, he said, regardless of whether it is the ancient method or the present world method, I want to learn both. The Great Elder's eyes released a hint of brilliance. Raising his head to look at him for the first time, the hemp clothes fluttered about in the wind. His age was great, white hair fluttering about, an imposing aura naturally exuding from his calm exterior. However, this might quickly disappeared. Meanwhile, it was precisely in that instant that Shurhao felt as if he fell from the human world to the netherworld, and then returned, that instant too terrifying. The instant he was observed by the Great Elder, all of his blood stopped moving, his mind going blank, as if he was facing a resurrected vicious tin. A living being could actually be this frightening. You are quite greedy, the Great Elder said, becoming calm once more. It is because I know that this great era might wither away once more, all creatures wiped out. I cannot accept this, Great Elder. You do not want to accept it either. No one in the 9 heavens 10 earths are willing to resign themselves to such a fate. Meanwhile, all we can do is to start from ourselves. I want to become strong, change everything. Shurhao's voice was downcast, expressing his resolution, speaking about his reasoning. He wanted to become stronger, to the point where he didn't fear any foreign enemies. To cultivate the ancient technique, one needs a Tao seed. Lacking a perfect ancient seed when you have such talent truly is a pity, the Great Elder said, raising this problem. Shurhao frowned, and then said bluntly, I thought that the academy had me stay behind because you all can help me find a seed. He indeed had this type of thought before, especially when he saw the Great Elder angling just now, thinking that there might still be an immortal cave waiting to be opened up, feeling like he had more hope. There is a cave underground, but it might not have a perfect seed. Those things are rarely seen even in immortal ancient great era, difficult to find. The Great Elder said with a sigh, I have a seed prepared for myself, only I do not know if it is suitable. Shurhao produced a seed that was wrapped within primal chaos, continuously changing. This seed is rather interesting, still not taken form and in a growth stage. It contains the natural luck of heaven and earth. The Great Elder's eyes immediately became incredibly deep, as if he was going to peer through the 9 layers of hell. Great Elder, what do you think about this seed? Shurhao asked for guidance. It's not simple, extremely precious. However, it is still being nurtured, unknown when we will have to wait until. The Great Elder said, attaching great importance to this seed. In addition, he took the initiative to ask about where it came from. Shurhao responded earnestly, and then said, previously, I tried to seize its benefits for myself, taking its place, connecting the heaven and earth placenta to my body, not waiting for it to mature, merging it into my body. Quite creative. It is similar to the Tao harmonizing method I wanted to pass on to you. Perhaps it truly might succeed. The Great Elder's eyes erupted with sharp divine radiance. And Shurhao was shocked. That was merely an idea he had before, one that he didn't even know what to do with. How many unmatched precious seeds could there be in this heaven and earth? Since the ancient times until now, the number can be counted. The reason why Immortal Academy was able to find a few is all because they were purposely sealed and left behind from the last great era. Or else it would be difficult to find even a single one, the Great Elder said. He had traveled the 9 heavens 10 earths, indeed also wishing to find one, but he failed, unable to find a perfect seed. They existed in Realm Tomb. He also went there to take a look, but the All-Tao tree, heavenly seed, and others couldn't be seized, all guarded by others couldn't be touched. Otherwise, there would be heaven-shocking changes. Apart from this, there was nothing else. Meanwhile, this further proved the exceptional rarity and value of perfect Tao seeds. This was precisely why the Great Elder had flipped through countless ancient texts, searching through the experiences and wisdom of predecessors, trying to find another way. In the end, he finally obtained something, but that path was one that was cut off. When there is no perfect Tao seed, then the body will become the seed, refine the true self. This was what the great elder said. Shihao was shocked. This idea was extremely shocking. Using the body as the Tao seed, not borrowing any external objects, directly achieving the Tao through the flesh, primordial spirit returning to one, evolve the true self. How could this be accomplished? The reason why one chose the yin-yang seed, world tree sapling, nascent cosmos seed was because they were without flaws, perfect, innately interlinked with the Tao. Only with that type of merging can one step onto the perfect path, harmonize with the Tao, tread on a path of no equal. This sounded easy, using the body as a seed, but would it work? Could he himself exceed the nascent cosmos seed, surpass the all-Tao tree, be more powerful than the heavenly seed? Has anyone from immortal ancient great era succeeded? Shihao asked. They all failed, became crippled, or refined themselves to death. The great elder calmly replied. This was a broken path, the heroes unable to return. In that brilliant era where exceptional individuals emerged in large numbers, outstanding heroes died on their paths one after another, falling on their own paths. Many people died, those who survived also half-crippled, silently departing, their ring of light thus erased from existence. Using the words recorded on the bone books, this path was a broken one, severed by a black abyss. One could vaguely see immortal energy rising up ahead, enticing one to take it. However, heaven-warping geniuses set out one after another, yet all of them fell into the abyss, entering that land of eternal damnation. Shihao frowned. This path was too dangerous. Would he even be able to succeed? In the ancient era, just how many perfect seeds could be found? From past until present, they could be counted. Occasionally, generation-dominating talents reached that step, but didn't have a Tao seed to merge with. They weren't willing to remain mediocre, and thus could only take the broken path. The great elder said with a sigh. Shihao thought silently to himself. He knew how those people felt, all of them just like him right now, unwilling to accept their fate, not willing to be ordinary, wishing to merge with the most powerful ancient seed. They didn't want to fall behind. He wanted to transcend above, wishing to stand at the highest peak of the divine Tao. The bumpiness of the path had to be crossed. He couldn't stop here. He had to continue forward. It is precisely because they didn't have the yin-yang seed, all Tao tree and other things that some people decided to take this path. Do you wish to take it? The great elder asked. The path was extremely difficult. Death waiting at every corner. It was difficult to see hope. This was a choice only those without perfect precious seeds could take. If one didn't wish to remain ordinary, they had to brave the dangers and press forward. I want to take this path. Shihao finally made his decision, his eyes resolute. Instead of living as a mediocre person, he would rather ignite his life, let everything go. If he died, then so be it. If he lived, then he would transcend above, able to break through the cocoon and rise up. He knew where the world was headed, only knowing how cruel the future was, and that was why he didn't fear death, instead wished to produce a true self that transcended above. At the same time, Shihao also understood that the great elder wouldn't suggest a path of death to him. He definitely had some confidence, or else he would die for no reason. Why would he even bother keeping him in heavenly deity institution? Excellent. Since you already set your resolution, daring to take this path, then I also feel reassured. What I feared the most was you being indecisive, worrying about personal gains and losses, the great elder said. Brilliance appeared on his eyes carrying praise as he said, If there is no path, then we will forge one, exceed the ancient people. Otherwise, what qualification do we have to win over the foreign region? The great elder spoke candidly, saying that he wouldn't deliberately harm Shihao. The wisdom of the past was accumulated generation after generation, continuing along this broken path. Eventually, many methods appeared in the later stages, verifying this method of using the body as the seed of great Tao. The great elder had previously opened immortal caves, moreover more than one place. The reason why Heavenly Deity Institution was able to reach its current step was precisely because of these resources that had been gathered. That was why he grasped quite a few ancient secret texts, some of the jade books recording unimaginable cultivation methods, these methods extremely strange. The Great Elder continuously gathered all types of knowledge on using the body as the seed, as well as true experiences, and then consulted with some unmatched experts of the present world, previously obtaining some prospects. This was especially the case when he saw the strange seed how gathered, making him feel as if the hope of success was strengthened. This was a heaven and earth placenta that could nourish the self, turning it into a Tao seed. Take these books and look them over, the Great Elder said, giving him a pile of jade books, all of them records written in immortal ancient language. Xianxia immediately sat down and earnestly studied them. What was recorded weren't secret methods, only all types of derivations when using the body as a seed, as well as matters that had to be paid close attention to. These books are only an introduction. When you are truly going to merge with the Tao fruit using the body as the seed, achieving the level of sect master, there are other specialized jade scriptures. The Great Elder said seriously. If one wanted to break through the heavenly deity realm, it wasn't that easy. This was especially the case with Xianxia, who was taking a different path, walking an unusual road, needing to be even more careful. This was going to be a 9 deaths, 1 life experience. These are for you to look at, they point at the approximate direction. When all of the conditions have been met, you can study the cultivation realm breakthrough scriptures, refine the true self, and thus become a sect master level expert. Xianxia carefully read through them, seriously thinking about everything, roughly understanding the difficulty of this path. However, he wasn't scared to the extent where he was a bit happy. It was because when he cultivated immortal energy back then, he had previously taken the most difficult path, different from everyone else. This time, this would be the foundation, allowing him to undergo a profound transformation. Of course, when he walked to the end of the broken path, there would be nothing else to depend on. The Great Elder warned him seriously that when he reached the very front of this broken path, a few strange and frightening things would happen, things that are unimaginable. Every single person's experiences weren't that alike. For example, at the critical juncture, there was one who saw a furnace that suddenly appeared refining all things in heaven and earth. There were some who saw countless feathers drifting about, some people from the past sprouting wings and ascending to immortality. There were others who saw a pair of eyes, as if carrying the boundless heavenly Tao, incredibly large, staring at them. There were others who, it was extremely strange, that moment unable to be explained. Many people fell precisely because of this. Xianxia used 3 days of effort to earnestly read through this pile of sacred texts. He closed his eyes and thought for a long time, and then he told the Great Elder that he already understood everything. Your body and mind are already ready, but it is always better to prepare against the unexpected. Once you fail, you might very well have your body and Tao extinguished. The Great Elder said. I'm not scared, Xianxia said. Rather than being someone mediocre, he would rather just die in the process of becoming great. This was his conviction. He refused to be an ordinary cultivator on the future battlefield, one whose life would be reaped by the enemy like a farm crop. He understood well that the people of the past were defeated, even immortals killed. If he couldn't transcend above, it would be difficult to change the situation, only repeating the tragedy of the past. Still have to make preparations, the Great Elder said, at the same time also wanting to allow him a smoother breakthrough. What is needed? All types of heavenly materials are needed. If you fail, they can preserve your life, and if you succeed, they can help you a step further, speed up the process. The Great Elder's expression was serious. The heavenly materials he was talking about were all formidable things, not a single one of them ordinary items, all terrifyingly rare. Xianxia's complexion immediately turned green after hearing a few of them. Those things were too difficult to find, for example, heavenly phoenix blood. Fortunately, the Academy still had some. Even though it wasn't pure, some could be refined. Back then, Heavenly Deity Institution drew countless geniuses precisely because there was a phoenix blood pool. Sun God Vine, Heavenly Deity Tree, Rebirth Grass, Evil Warding Divine Bamboo. The Great Elder listed more than 10 types of heavenly treasures in a single breath. Xiao's complexion immediately paled. These things were all divine level. Where would he go to look for them? This was just too terrifying, ridiculously extravagant, making his heart jump greatly. Apart from this, there were many other wondrous herbs, ores, and other things, all extremely rare goods. I have a soul-guiding lotus, heavenly deity tree, and rebirth grass. Xiao braced himself and listed these things. The Great Elder was extremely shocked. Xiao was even able to find these things. It really was unexpected, not simple at all. These were spoils of war Xiao brought out from immortal ancient remains during the Battle of 3,000 Provinces Geniuses. His greatest harvest. Being able to bring out a few is already not bad. Don't worry. Only a few leaves and branches are needed from the heavenly deity tree. The roots won't be harmed, the Great Elder said. In addition, he told Xiao that most of the heaven and earth essence has already been prepared. Right now, they only lacked a few types, waiting for him to pick them himself. Which ones are missing? Xiao asked. Evil warding divine bamboo. Needing ancient bamboo that has at least 20 sections. The Great Elder spoke about this type of divine bamboo. Evil warding divine bamboo, this plant was pure white like jade, producing one node every 500 years, so 20 nodes would be an old bamboo over 10,000 years in age. This was something that was even difficult to find a sprout of, let alone this type of ancient bamboo. Yellow Springs fruit, at least 9,000 years in a place of extreme mean. The Great Elder listed another plant. This is a legendary fruit. Many people don't even think it really exists, so you can imagine just how difficult to find it is. These are the only 2 items you need to find yourself. I can help gather everything else. The Great Elder said. When Xiao heard this, he took a deep breath. This favor was too great. These were all but divine items between heaven and earth. Any one of them enough to make one go crazy. However, in the end, the Great Elder was this generous, helping him settle these issues. Many thanks to Great Elder. Xiao performed a great act of respect. The evil warding divine bamboo and yellow spring fruit are rumored to both be in the same place. There is no need for you to go to too many places. The Great Elder said, actually pointing out the place. This left Xiao extremely shocked. The Great Elder actually knew where they were. Why didn't he go and pick it himself, needing him to go? There was likely something else going on. This is a different place. When you head there, it can already be considered preparing to break through, taking the first step there, using the wondrous ancient land to refine your flesh, reforge your primordial spirit. Your cultivation will start from there. The Great Elder's expression was serious. Understood. Xiao was moved. This was the case after all, everything began from that place. If these heavenly treasures were gathered, it could help Xiao get twice the effect with half the work, as well as add a layer of security on this broken path. Even if he failed, he could still live. I won't fail, there is already no way back. I will definitely surpass the ancient people. Continue the broken path. Step on a new, unmatched path. Xiao strengthened his own conviction. It is good that you have confidence, the Great Elder said. He then looked towards the heavens, his gaze deep. He was a bit absent-minded, recalling the events of his own youth. Then, the Great Elder sighed, saying, "Do not repeat my tragedy." What? Xiao was shocked, his eyes widening to the limit, staring at this elder whose hair was white like snow. The elder also walked this path. He failed. Only wouldn't a normal failure die or become crippled? However, the Great Elder still reigned over the world beneath the heavens, becoming a matchless figure few could compare to. This didn't seem to make sense. The fact that he could reach this step could be considered a miracle. The reason I was able to survive and have my accomplishments today is because of an opportunity. Otherwise, I would be just like those of the past, all of them defeated. The Great Elder seemed to be a bit disappointed and frustrated. Xiao finally understood why the Great Elder wanted him to walk this path. It was because the Great Elder previously took it himself, deeply understanding this path, having a set amount of confidence. Apart from having the ancient people's recordings to guide them, he also had his own experiences to pass down. What a pity that the Tao harmonizing flower couldn't be found. Otherwise, there would be no problems. The great elder sighed. Tao harmonizing flower, what is that? Sure Hao asked in confusion. The number one wondrous flower of heaven and earth. It isn't a stalk of long-life medicine, but it is even more precious, the great elder said. Tao harmonizing flower. This was a flower prepared by unsurpassed great emperors and immortal Taoist-level figures, able to allow one to truly become one with the Tao, achieve an unmatched Tao fruit. There had only been one stalk since the ancient times. Sure Hao used the body as the seed, so if he could ingest this type of flower, he would definitely succeed without anything unexpected happening. Even if he failed, if he found this type of flower, even if he himself had long become half-crippled, as long as he had one final breath in him, he could still immediately live, moreover succeed. Tao harmonizing flower. This plant was just that miraculous, possessing heaven-defying strength, able to help one directly harmonize with the Tao. This type of thing was effective even for a clan's great emperor or true immortal, so one could see just how precious it was. However, from the ancient times until now, there was only that single stalk, something that couldn't be sought. This type of thing was only recorded in the books, no one from past until present seeing it before. If not for a true immortal from the last great era speaking about the wonders of this flower, the rest of the world wouldn't even know about it. Are there no clues about its whereabouts at all? Sure Hao asked. He wasn't really entrusting his hopes on this flower, just that he was curious, wishing to understand a bit more. Sure Hao felt that if he wanted to transcend above, it was still best for him to rely on his own strength. Only by letting the true self have true experiences can one break through, understand that type of miraculous state. Otherwise, it would just be like getting charity, difficult for him to achieve supreme enlightenment. In the past, there were great emperors who have tried to find it, dying true immortals seeking it, but none of them found anything. It was rumored that only 2 or 3 creatures since the beginning of time had the fortune of eating this flower. The great elder said. They all knew that it was heaven-defying, even more precious than long-life medicines. But no one was able to obtain it, only able to gaze at it from afar. It existed in an elapsed immortal Tao legend. However, it wasn't that the great elder didn't have any harvest. After excavating all types of remains, he discovered some clues from an immortal ancient stone engraving. Halfway along the path of immortality, in the 9 layers of the underworld, its trail exists. This was the ruined recording the great elder obtained. This was an extremely contradictory suggestion. Halfway to immortality should be sacred, so how could it involve the 9 layers of the underworld? The latter should be something extremely frightening. There was one thing that he was certain of, which was that this place most likely couldn't be approached, definitely having extremely dangerous things, or else those of the past would have already picked it, not letting any clues go. The 2 of them didn't continue this topic, because they knew that this wasn't realistic. It was pretty much impossible to find a Tao harmonizing flower. Remember this well. The great elder passed a method on to him. There were many tadpole-like characters, bone texts interwoven and densely packed, sparkling and brilliant. Bone hammering method. Sure Hao was astonished. This was a method that tempered the bones, able to make him more powerful from inside out, make his bones tougher and open up his inner treasury. Do not show contempt for this method. This is the introductory piece from the body cultivator's highest profound mysteries. The great elder said seriously. Ah, this is only the guidance piece? Sure Hao curled his lips, starting to look down on it. He himself could already be considered a body cultivator, so did he still need an introduction to guide him? The great elder warned. You merely have a constitution that is good enough, forcefully breaking to this point, but you didn't actually undergo a systematic training. With this method, it will allow your body to become even stronger. In addition, the great elder told him that this so-called introductory piece corresponded to the heavenly deity realm, not something small cultivators could cultivate. This time, Sure Hao was moved. The introductory piece was already like this, so how astonishing would the later pieces be? When you break through the extreme, you can look for the complete piece from Sacred Academy. This is something only those that are sect master level or higher can cultivate. the great elder said. This time, Sure How focused on the immortal ancient methods, not placing that much emphasis on Sacred Academy and others' methods. Tempering his bones now was just to make his body strong enough to cross the upcoming life and death trial. Sure How studied it for 2 days, remembering it well in his heart, moreover obtaining deeper insights. Then the great elder passed down something else. It was a golden bone, on it also a method, something carved with immortal ancient great era's words. Mind-forging method. Sure How was overjoyed. This was a method that spoke about how to forge the primordial spirit, an extremely rare and good item, not easy to find in the present world. Not only does one's flesh need to be powerful enough, the primordial spirit needs to be even stronger. Otherwise, when you encounter the life and death trial, you will likely lose yourself, and then ultimately fall. The great elder warned. This method wasn't complete, but for the heavenly deity realm it was enough. Moreover, the great elder clearly told him that once he emerged from seclusion, he could seek the latter portion from Immortal Academy. 10 days later, Sure How got up, heading to a secret place alone. He was going to look for the evil warding divine bamboo and yellow springs fruit, the great elder not accompanying or escorting him. Sure How knew that this was likely a type of trial. If he couldn't even obtain divine medicines that were clearly designated, then what Tao comprehension was there to talk about? Immeasurable heaven, a place that was vast and boundless. Heavenly deity institution was in immeasurable heaven, while that secret realm was similarly here. If he had to go to other places in the 9 heavens 10 earths, then that really would be too far. Immortal Mound, this was the location the great elder pointed out for Sure How. It was who knew how many li from the academy, too far away, definitely an astronomical number. Sure How left the academy. This was the first trip that was slightly more relaxed in immeasurable heaven. He passed giant cities one after another, borrowing the formations to travel through the void. The great elder didn't let him use the academy's altar, instead having him personally walk around, have him familiarize himself with immeasurable heaven. There is a great battle coming, so if I don't familiarize myself with the mountains and rivers now, understand the landforms, it will definitely cost me dearly, Sure How said to himself. Along the way, he practiced the bone hammering method, carefully cultivated the mind-forging technique, not in all that much of a hurry to get to his destination. Only by properly digesting these 2 methods could they display their greatest uses. 5 elements lamb kebabs. Great mending good. Flood dragon meat stuffed buns. Incredibly delicious. Good price. Inside an enormous city, Sure How felt the liveliness of the secular world, leaving him in a bit of a daze. He had already separated himself from this type of world for too long. Ever since he entered the 9 heavens above, he had always remained in the academy or historical remains. He stopped here for several days, preparing himself to enter that secret realm located just a few thousand li out in the great wilderness. This place with mountains, rivers, and great ponds was quite vast, stretching as far as the eye could see. It was said to be a few thousand li from the city, but this was merely to its outer areas. When he really went inside, Sure How felt like a leaf that landed in a great sea. He produced a jade tile. It began to shine, showing a path leading in a certain direction. This was a jade tile the great elder gave him. Without it showing the way, there was no way to find that place. It was rumored that only a few old monsters knew about this place. By following the guidance, he finally found the destination. A tall peak directly reached into the clouds. Who knew how endlessly tall it was? It was grand and majestic. On it engraved 2 characters. Immortal Mound. This mountain was extremely eye-catching, precisely what Sure How was looking for. However, if he threw away the jade tile, this mountain wouldn't even appear before his eyes. He would pass straight through it without even knowing it was there. This left Sure How extremely shocked. Was this mountain a tangible object or was it illusory? Why could he only touch it when holding the jade tile? A great mountain hidden in the void. Only by holding the jade tile with mysterious formations engraved on it can one approach it. Sure How thought pensively to himself. It was rumored that there was a hilly area around this great peak. But he only saw unending mountains, as well this king of mountains. When one ascends this mountain, Those with karma will see the suspended shrine, and only then can immortal mound be entered. Sure how repeated the advice the great elder gave him quietly. He began to ascend the mountain. As soon as he began to approach, everything before his eyes began to sway back and forth. He felt a type of great pressure, as if stars smashed down one after another, slamming into his body. Sure how immediately felt like he was going to vomit blood. Difficult for him to budge an inch. His entire body was restricted, as if an invisible immortal Tao mountain crushed down on him, making it difficult to even breathe. He took steps forward with great difficulty, feeling as if he was about to suffocate. The mountain path had steps, every single step a zhang tall, as if it was prepared for giants. Sure how climbed them one by one, but after only climbing several dozen of them, he was already crushed by a wave of pressure until blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. Eventually, he opened his single heavenly passage, released 3 strands of immortal energy, going all out, and only then did he make progress with difficulty, ascending the mountain bit by bit. Sure how didn't stop for a single day, walking for half a month of time. He silently counted, now already completing more than 90,900 steps. 10,000 zhang tall. He released a powerless sigh. This was just too tall. As he continued to climb, now almost reaching the peak, he felt as if his bones were about to snap. Correct. After using up half a month to climb this mountain, an endless amount of pressure crushing down on his body, many of Sure Hao's bones even began to reveal cracks, as if they were going to shatter. Bone tempering method, heh? Sure Hao seemed to have realized something. His bones were going to be shattered. Did he have to take some time to recover at the mountain peak? He finally reached the summit. It was 10,000 zhang tall as expected. Not more, not less. The moment he reached the summit, Sure Hao felt golden light pour down. A great sun rose from the east. Upon closer inspection, it was a golden crow's corpse that moved through the sky, surging with the utmost yang energy, thick smoke rising. He perfectly caught the sun rising from the east. An enormous heavenly sun seemed to be rising precisely from this mountaintop. In a daze, everything below the mountains seemed to be a sea surface. This great sun rising into the air from the sea, the scenery magnificent, incredibly beautiful. Dang! A yellow bell rang, long and drawn out, so loud even the deaf could hear. This great bell sound was transmitted from within the world-covering golden sunrise clouds, making one feel as if they were enlightened with perfect wisdom, have a sudden urge to verify the Tao here. There was an ancient temple up ahead, made entirely of golden bricks. It was extremely divine and auspicious, bathed in sunrise multicolored light, enveloped within the golden radiance. Sure Hao felt a type of carefree feeling from his body down to his mind. It was as if after being weary for many days, continuing without sleep or rest, he suddenly relaxed. The surrounding golden light scattered down, bell sounds accompanying the radiance, making him feel as if he was going to sprout wings and ascend to immortality. This was a suspended shrine, the tiles all golden, extremely peaceful and auspicious. In the sunrise multicolored clouds, it floated there. There were many people seated on the brick floor in front of the shrine, silently comprehending, earnestly meditating, these people all comprehending the Tao. Sure Hao was shocked. There were actually this many people here. There were people young and old here, all of them completely still. There were some who had bone hairpins inserted in their hair buns, wearing beast skin clothes, their upper bodies exposed, looking quite primitive. There were some who wore battle clothes made of immortal gold, the armor flowing with immortal light, making them look incredibly holy. This was not a group of ordinary people, every one of them having a type of aura that made one feel great respect, as if they should kneel and bow down when facing them. Sure Hao sucked in a cold breath of air, this scene making even him feel greatly alarmed, as if his status wasn't great enough to be here. Just what kind of creatures were these? He noticed that regardless of whether it was the middle-aged individuals or the youth, great changes could be seen from within the depths of their eyes. All of them should have already grown to adulthood, none of them young. These individuals either had giants' bows behind them or ancient war spears and other powerful weapons in hand, every single one of them like unmatched war gods. These people looked like fossils, not moving at all, as if they had existed throughout millions and millions of years of time. It was too strange. A divine disk emerged from behind Hao. An ancient flame carrying immortal mists and surging with chaotic energy silently appeared, starting to illuminate these individuals, engraving all types of great Tao imprints.